constant league the rivals play. All these teams are fighting, racing day by day. Victory's no easy feat, but they all strive. On this digital speedway, they come alive.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to R1. The championship has returned. This time we head into round 3 of the series and the final stage of the seeding phase, where we'll then decide where the groups and how they are going to be laid out. My name is George Morgan, your commentator tonight. Joining me once again is, of course, Lewis McGlade. Lewis, welcome back. Round 3, and we go to Hockenheim.
Yeah, great track. We've seen some great moments in the history of R1 around the circuit. We did have a pretty chaotic round last time, though. Darren McCormack winning in amongst the chaos, but he was absolutely dominant. Can he do the same thing tonight?
We'll soon find out. But if you are new with us, let's firstly check out the format explainer.
The RENNSPORT R1 season is about to start with a new format, and here's everything you need to know. The championship is split up into 2 parts. The regular season, containing seeding stage and dynamic group stage, followed by the major at the Esports World Cup. The regular season starts off with 3 seeding rounds. Those are your typical R1-style tournaments in which drivers will be collecting points based on their finishing position, whilst the top 6 in each race will progress into the next round. The points scored by each of the drivers will accumulate towards the points tally of their team. The dynamic group stage separates teams into 4 groups, initially based on the points accumulated during the seeding stage. In rounds 4 through 7, 2 groups will play each week. At the end of the races for that round, the team with the least points scored in its group gets demoted to the one below, whilst the highest scorer per group moves one up. Their position at the end of that week determines the number of championship points they accumulate. As an example, number 1 in the top group, Group A, will receive 12 points, while number 2 in Group C will receive 5. Round 8 is the final round of the dynamic group stage before the major, and the first chance for teams to qualify for the finale at the Esports World Cup. To qualify, you either have to be the best scoring team in Group A or be among the 2 highest scoring teams from Group A or B across the dynamic group stage. If you are the worst scoring team in Group D or one of the 2 teams with the lowest amount of points across the dynamic group stage, your championship ends here. The remaining 6 teams will go to EWC and enter a last chance qualifier round to determine who will join the fight for the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Championship at the Esports World Cup.
That's right, so much on the line, and this is where we currently stack here in the spring season calendar. We're going to Hockenheimring this evening for round 3 in the final phase of the seeding process here on April 11th. Of course, prior, we've already raced at Spa-Francorchamps and Autodromo Monza, but as soon as the dynamic group stage kicks on, we head to Fuji, Jeddah, then Daytona, then Autodromo Monza, and then a final date to be decided before we then head into the season proper. But like we said, tonight we head to Hockenheimring in Germany, 16 corners away, and who better to show us around than Tobias Pfeffer?
Hello guys, my name is Tobias Pfeffer from the Atlassian Williams Sim Racing team, and today we are at round 3 at Hockenheimring, and yeah, I will do a track guide for you, so let's get started. So we need to get a good exit for this, and now we're on the start finishing line for a new lap. First corner, get into 4th gear. Go over the curb and try to have a good exit here. Second corner, brake before the green AstroTurf, get into 2nd gear, stay long on the brakes and get a good exit. Here you have to stay to the left side to gain a bit of time. Go on the curb here. There's a very long straight and there's coming the hairpin. Try to brake before the green AstroTurf again on the left side. Get on the curb into 1st gear. Stay long on the brakes and get early on the throttle and completely to the outside. For the next corner, you have to brake before the asphalt on the right. Get into 2nd gear and try to stay on the left side a bit. Now lift and go on the curb and try to not have any oversteer on the exit, as you lose a lot of time there. Brake, stay in 4th gear, get on the curb, go completely on the outside. Brake before the curb a bit, use the banking and go early on the throttle, but don't run too wide here. Go completely to the left side, brake, try brake a lot and go again to the outside and have a good exit here. That's very, very important, and completely go onto the outside. And this was a lap around Hockenheim. I hope you enjoyed it, and now let's have a good race.
They certainly will be hoping to have a good race here tonight. Of course, Tobias Pfeffer taking us around. We do appreciate that, Mr. Pfeffer, for that. Hockenheimring, quite a fast-paced circuit. Lewis will obviously look and have a, obviously check out, see how the drivers are performing around that German circuit. But we've seen so many blockbusters in R1 in the past.
Yeah, I think it would have been the first time we ever raced a circuit, which would have been day 2, of course, of the ESL R1, which was obviously when we were racing back in Katowice and a long time ago, George. But I remember being stood beside you. I remember seeing the qualifying session. I remember seeing how close it was. It was good lap time. I think like the top 6, top 7, they were all separated. They were all in the same 10th of a second. It was incredibly close. We've had a lot of those historic moments around here. We have had quite a lot of chaos around here, which after the last round at Monza, I think, yeah, we're probably in for the same.
Yeah, we might yet see something fairly similar, but off the back of seeing Tobias Pfeffer set that lap. Of course, Williams broke a century of points last time. Still see themselves down in 6th place, though. No one topping Porsche Coanda at the moment. They are the dominant force, currently projected in Group A with 225 points out of round 1, 137 out of round 2. Currently sit on 362 with Virtus Pro in second after that extraordinary round for Dara McCormack to go 3 in a row. Then we had BMW M-Team Redline Racing Bulls down in third with 187 points ahead of Maus. Team Falcons had Atlassian Williams, as we said before. Team Vitality, BS Plus Competition, Mercedes with Team MSI, and with TC Racing down in 9 and 10 with Guild Esports and ERA Esports in their debut appearance this season down in 12th on 16 points. A lot of work for those teams to do down at the very bottom, Lewis. Obviously, it's quite challenging, and many of the drivers will certainly be facing that. Certainly if you're Team Guild, who have a relatively high level of experience in the R1 Championship, they might be somewhat despondent.
Yeah, but then look, this is the kind of round where you need to make that progress. Of course, as soon as you're done with the seeding phase, then you're in the groups, and then you can almost like start again because you'll have all 4 cars out on the circuit at the same time. That's how the group stage is going to work. But obviously, keep them focused here. It's basically one at a time from each of the teams, and that works better for some teams than it does for others. Straight into the first qualifying session of the evening, and like I say, it's so important, like I say, for those teams that are on that kind of line where they're potentially progressing through. So your Maus that are on the line maybe of going through into Group A, they're obviously below the cut-off line at the moment. For some of those that are down in the Group D at the moment, really important for your first driver here to start off strong.
Absolutely. Well, coming out of free practice, it was Enzo Benito for Team Redline who went fastest with a 1:36.066. So we'll see how these times are reflected coming around the track here this time in qualifying trim. Obviously, it's a very different kettle of fish going from a session where you can sort of, lay out multiple laps, Lewis. We touched on this back at Monza. It's another thing, over one solitary lap to then perform at the most crucial moment in the session.
Yeah, indeed. Well, you can see 2,000 per second going slightly faster in that first sector, I believe, is Agustin Torlashi in that Thibaut Courtois car. But, of course, Daniel Pastore here, George, he's going pretty quick at the moment.
Yep, 46.1 in the middle sector, still retains purple, obviously losing the purple first sector time with that 20.2, but it's all about the final sector now. Dial this one in to give yourself the best chance possible of a top 6 appearance to at least set the tone for the rest of the race. As now Pastore comes up towards the line, where will he go? As he crosses that start finish line, that's a 30.1 in the final sector and a 1:36.493 to cap things off. Probably around 4/10 outside of the spectrum, Lewis.
And here is Agustin Torlashi, the first ever driver to race with a first name beginning with A in R1. It's a nerdy stat, but it's fine. Obviously driving for the Thibaut Courtois team. Big fan of Thibaut Courtois, especially I am as an Arsenal fan. It's fine. Coming through the final corner, I had to make a dig of that at some point. It's not looking like the cleanest lap. It's definitely going to be slower than Pastore, probably like a 0.8, maybe a 0.9. A bit of a struggle. It ends up being a 0.9. That will unfortunately be towards the rear of the field.
Statsenko saying, rice, rice, baby, as he now makes his way down through into the final sector. Purple in the first sector for Statsenko at the moment, 20.085, and currently fastest in that sector as well, 46.2 in the middle as he now rounds the final corners. And the Aston Martin Vantage getting a grand appearance this year with the massive teams that are taking it on board as their car of choice. As now Statsenko crosses the line, purple in that final sector, enough for a 1:36.3, more competitive, the first 0.3 of the session so far.
And here's the driver who you were alluding to, topped the pre-practice coming into this qualifying session. It is, of course, Enzo Benito, back in the official colours of Team Redline after doing the previous season at phase into the final corner. Sectors aren't looking great, but they aren't looking terrible either. Good final sector, and you can see himself thrown ahead of Mikhail Stetsenko's Virtus Pro car. I think he might be able to do it, actually, as he comes up towards the line. Does indeed do so. 0.2 for Enzo Benito.
Yeah, stunning last sector there to put him on top. Jamie Flute comes next for MSI Gaming, who have been putting in a lot of hard work, obviously, still with the a lot of the lineup that took part for Apex Racing Team, and Fluke looking to lead them onwards. Of course, they've got the likes of Jimmy Antonez, John Robertson, Johan Harth still in amongst it too. This time, obviously, driving the Mercedes AMG GT3 as well. 46052 in the middle is purple. Fluke could yet challenge Enzo Benito here with 5 minutes left to go in the session as he crosses the line. It's green again, but it's third place. Not bad.
And Dane Warren's just gone purple in the middle sector. One of 2 drivers on this grid who have already been victorious this season. Of course, Timus Tatler, the other driver who has also won a race so far in R1 in 2025. Dane Warren winning back, of course, in Spa out through the final corner. He's going to go. That middle sector is pretty impressive. The first sector, the Porsche's not particularly strong, if I remember correctly, in that first sector. Struggles a little bit through T1 from memory, so don't quote me on that one. Across the line, he's going to go second behind Enzo Benito.
Yeah, Michael Schmidl comes up next. DRE Esports looking for an improvement, certainly as far as they're concerned. They've had a real struggle throughout the entirety of this season so far, rooted right to the bottom of the championship, have taken minimal points and looking for an upturn in their fortunes if they can muster anything. And certainly Michael Schmidl could be one of the drivers to do that. That middle sector looking a little bit slack at the moment, around 3/10, and the first sector as well, very much off at the moment as he makes his way up towards the line. Let's see where Schmidl goes. I've got a feeling he's going to be rooted to the bottom, and it certainly will be. He's lost a lot of time. A 1:39.202.
Yep, indeed. Marcel Chinchik, the next one to come through, had a terrible round back in the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Really stepped up a little bit, though, in the previous round, of course, where he was able to find some form. Did pick up a podium in the opening race of the evening. Got through into the final as well, finishing 8th in there. Chinchik comes through the final corner. Looks to go around on the second or third row. It's a 3-4-3, so he ends up in third.
Yep. Ends up in third place. Still Benito in control and in charge. We've got Moritz Lerner coming up next, representing Team Maus. Had his own problems last time out as well at Monza, finishing P10 in the opening quarterfinals phase. And not only that, even in the first round, 11th place was his own best in that first round as well. So needs something in order to progress into the next session. But we'll see what he can do. Obviously needs to try and kick things off here at Hockenheimring. Very fast-paced circuit, obviously very much akin to the likes of Monza, but slightly more technical, especially in this final sector as well. Needs to get himself dialed in. 46.1 in the middle is a little bit slower than what we have seen from the likes of Enzo Benito and Dane Warren, Marcel Chinchik as well. But in that first sector, a 20.1 is not too far out of the ballpark, around a 10th of a second perhaps away, as he now makes his way around the final corner for Team Maus, all dressed in red. Let's see what he can deliver for the team this time. The DTM champion of old, a 30.0 in the final sector, and that's enough to send him third fastest ahead of Chinchik.
Yeah, now you might have wondered why we dropped back so far to see Lerner through. We will not see Timus Tatler out in this qualifying session, courtesy of a qualifying ban after a few incidents back in Monza. Of course, he was the one who was involved in that incident where he didn't lift. I remember getting quite angry about that, actually. Did cop quite a whack of a penalty for that one in the final. So he will be starting from the rear of the field. Someone who's not starting from the rear of the field, this driver here, Nikodem Vishnevsky for BS Competition. One driver who's driven 3 teams so far in his R1 career, up towards the line. He's in 10th position at the moment. Obviously, only goes to 7th. That might be a bit disappointing when he set a purple in the first sector.
I was just about to say the exact same thing, Lewis McGlade. A very disappointing time there for Nikodem Vishnevsky. We are now rooted in 7th place after a blistering first sector, and I think you could see his frustration as well. Another man who's been probably frustrated of late is this man, Bono House, with Guild Esports, who have yet to really strike an imposition on anyone else in the field. Obviously, ERA Esports also having their own problems, as we alluded to, but as he makes his way up towards the line, they need something special, and that might be special. 4th fastest for Bono House, but it's Enzo Benito who is fastest of all for Team Redline. A perfect start to his day and his night as well, as they look to make sure that he enlists himself into the top 6 in order to nail down qualification into semi-final 1. But we'll have to wait and see as to whether he can do that. Of course, race trim coming up next. Good start for Team Redline, though.
Yeah, indeed. Enzo Benito, of course, starting from the pole position. I mean, look, I will say, looking at the stats, looking at the results, so far this season from Enzo Benito, has taken part in 3 races. So that's did get through into one of the semi-finals, which was, of course, back in the first round at Spa. However, did not progress last round. Someone who also hasn't progressed, you said there, Bonnerhouse across the line. He hasn't progressed this season into a semi-final. Got a really good chance for here.
Yeah, and they need it as well, really. I mean, Guild have had their own problems. We've mentioned ERA, but they're of course, being a new team. With Guild, I suppose, especially seeing as they are seasoned competitors, and you're looking at the likes of Virtus Pro, Lewis, is there a little bit of envy there? You do have to wonder, with a team that's also been in the championship before, shared a decent amount of time. You know, Virtus Pro made the big moves in the market, taking in 2 phenomenal drivers by the name of Culminates Jr. and Dara McCormack, and they showed how worthy they were of those seats when they performed the way they did back at Monza. With Bonnerhouse, you've also got that experience component at Guild. So, you know, are they perhaps looking at him now? Listen, you know, we need you to flourish.
Yeah, maybe. I think the big talking point of the team is the lack of James Baldwin, who is obviously one of their big heavy hitters in the team this season. Did actually bump into James at the weekend. He's decided to become a British GT commentator. Get out of it, James. What are you doing, son? No, I had a great chat with him actually about various things, R1 related and stuff. Obviously, like I say, not taking part of the season, so that's the kind of time for you Bonnerhouse to step up, and especially when you've got some drivers in the team like Henry Moore, who is a young driver, maybe needs a little bit of mentoring, a little bit of, you know, kind of just helping through. But I mean, Henry's pretty fast, and he's been getting better and round. But it's those kind of bits where it feels at the moment like none of the drivers are particularly the lead at the moment, when it was so clear that it was Baldwin before. We're just waiting for someone to fill that role in that team. It will happen this season. It's just which of the 4 it will be.
Yeah, obviously they need to stand up and address that. But with Bonnerhouse getting that P4, I mean, that could be the difference maker, couldn't it, Lewis? I mean, just to get themselves a semi-final appearance for those extra points, and then maybe even a final, and get those additional points on top of the extra points that they could yet muster. I mean, that can turn a season around. Exactly.
Like I say, one result, especially at this point, you know, the final part of the seeding stage, before we get into the group stage, they'll be seeing a lot of their teammates. But before we get into that, like, this is the kind of time where you can really kickstart your season, and once you get into that group stage, scoring points in there, obviously critical. One thing that you'll see, by the way, is of course, we're looking at all these drivers. You might be thinking, wait, where are the winners from the last round or so? Because obviously Darren McCormack was victorious back in Monza. Charlie Collins was victorious back in Spa in the finals. Of course, we are in the quarterfinals, so 4 different groups at this point. Darren McCormack will be out in race 2. Charlie Collins will be out in race 3, if you're wondering where our 2 victors were. And of course, the last time Darren McCormack was victorious in a final, he went back to back.
He certainly did, and you never know, he might do it again. I think Hockenheim was actually one of them as well, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it was the second one, so you never know. Lightning could yet strike twice. And, you know, thoughts on that, on the new format as well, Lewis? Obviously looking at very similar to a Champions League-esque qualification, really. Try and get yourself into a top 4 for qualifying for Europe, essentially this being, you know, moving into the EWC later on. But it can be quite vicious, especially with the prospect of 3 teams barreling out when you're at the actual event.
Yeah, like I said, so basically, again, to give a clarification, for one, you can scroll back on the broadcast, go and watch the explainer video. I'm sure it's also out on the RENNSPORT YouTube channel and stuff like that. But it'll be out there, like, if not, just scroll back in the broadcast, find out where it is, and watch it. It really did a good job of explaining it. And also, you can check out the RENNSPORT app there by scanning the QR codes, where you get all the results and stuff and information about R1. And of course, if you're taking part in RENNSPORT, is where you can get all the information about you as a driver, what you've done, what you're doing, and what races are coming up. But obviously, as you were saying, the grid gets separated into 4 different groups: Group A, B, C, and D. Once we move into the group stages, and those will be the teams that you'll be seeing on that given evening. So, say for example, for the first evening, where we'll see Group A racing and also Group D, but focusing on Group A, it'll be the top 3 teams, which at the moment is Porsche Commander, it's Virtus Pro, and of course it's BMW and Team Redline. It'll be those 3 teams that will be doing battle on the opening night, and the bottom of those 3 teams will drop back into Group B for the second night they'll be racing. So there's a lot going on, but it's kind of like to really set the rest of the season, it almost feels like 80% of the job.
Yeah, and it's going to be a thrill ride as well to see that regular rotation of the groups as well, to see, you know, who comes out. Obviously, the initial points burst that we get from the initial seeding process, it ends tonight here in round 3, and then we'll really see the projected groups. Obviously, we saw that when we showed you the standings right at the beginning, where they would theoretically be, should it be as of now. But yeah, we'll see how they stick when we finish at the end of play this evening. It's going to be extraordinary, obviously, but lots of racing to certainly happen in between then, or certainly now and then. Let's take you through the starting grid for quarterfinal one from back to front. Thomas Tatler starting from P12. He's going to be met with Michael Schmiedel on the same row of the grid as well in 11th place. Augustin Torlashi in 10th place with Daniel Pajtor in 9th. Nikodem Wisniewski in 8th place. Jamie Fluke in 7th. Mikhail Stutsenko in 6th with Marcel Cinchik in 5th. Bono House starting on the second row in 4th with Moritz Lerner in 3rd place. Dane Warren in 2nd, as well as Enzo Benito certainly taking off with Team Redline at the very beginning with a pole visit here at Hockenheimring, looking to get his day off to or his evening off to the perfect start, at least to bounce back from the initial struggles that he may have had in the first couple of rounds, which is very un-Benito-like. You'd expect him to certainly be in a final at some point, just given his sheer reputation and what he's done for Redline in the past. He is a formidable force, Lewis.
Yeah, definitely so. And we'll be looking to be victorious here in the opening race of the evening, as will Moritz Lerner. Mouse needs some points. They're on the cusp of maybe getting into Group A, and so for Moritz Lerner, he'll need to do it. The team that they'll be battling with to get into Group A, it's BWMT Redline Racing Bulls, so he needs that victory over Benito.
Yeah, put your predictions in the live chat, folks. Let us know who you're backing. It's Enzo Benito on the front row. He's going to be met with Dane Warren, as well as they now round the final corners here to get things underway here at Hockenheimring. The final seeding phase here in the R1 Championship on the road to the EWC. And it's pedal to the metal. And it's go, 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 go. And it's Dane Warren around the outside, but Benito holds his line at the inside through turn 1 as we take a look at Moritz Lerner getting things underway. Currently sat in 3rd, but going wheel to wheel now with the Porsche Commander of Dane Warren as he looks for 2nd, maybe even a punt for 1st as well, but no, they'll stay side by side, very much nearly stepping that front end out on the BMW, but enough to stay anyway on the track, and will retain that 3rd place in behind Marcel Cinchik, getting a decent start, as does Statsenko. Bono House did not get the best of launches and is now toppled down to 6th place, but it's still Benito who carries the lead. Moritz Lerner breaking the arrow again, trying to defend against Marcel Cinchik, and enter Dane Warren, who moves up the inside, but immediately loses out, and now he's going to face the prospects of meeting Benito and Lerner on the run into the Mercedes Arena section.
Yeah, Daniel Pajtor was the Williams that was in a little bit too hot in the background. There's a bit of a slide, a bit of a kick from Moritz Lerner in the mouse car, the red one on the left-hand side of your screen, straight around the outside in the arena section. He's going to be able to clear Dane Warren potentially here if he can complete the move. He certainly can. Great stuff from Moritz Lerner, and Dane Warren might be on the attack once they get into the stadium section, to the Sachs curve and such. Thankfully, they all go single file here, but yeah, realistically, going down to the hairpin, it was Daniel Pajtor that was in too deep, firing it, making it basically 3 wide in the mid-pack.
Yeah, went very late on the brakes to Dane Warren. Unfortunately, he's lost a place as a result. So Moritz Lerner now in that 2nd place role, and he needs it too, because he hasn't had the best of season so far for Mouse. Obviously, it was tough times back at Spa, and then follow that up with a tricky, evening at Monza as well. The Temple of Speed did not flourish for the Mouse team as such. Obviously, Max Benneker, though, came back to his, reasonable best, picking up points in all 3 of the sessions. Of course, quarterfinal, semi-final and the final back at Monza. I'm sure we'll see him back tonight as well. And also Dennis Schoeniger as well, scoring some good points throughout the night as well. So we'll wait and see what they can do later on. But Moritz Lerner with a great chance of at least bringing some extra points home. Dane Warren now a 2nd back off the race leader Enzo Benito as we take a look at them making their way around Parabolica, once again visiting the next hairpin bend at Spitz Curve. It's still Enzo Benito who leads the way. A little bit of movement further back. Thomas Tatler just moving his way at the inside. That was rather late in the day, and unfortunately a few cars going off wide, Nikodem Wisniewski being one of them, and Bono House also overextending there just slightly, Lewis, as we take a look at the Team Falcons car now going back behind Jamie Fluke.
Yeah, Jamie Fluke's going to look to the inside of the Mercedes Arena section, obviously quite aptly in a Mercedes, trying to get down the inside of Nikodem Wisniewski. It was a big hit from Thomas Tatler, obviously had to start from the rear of the field after being disqualified from the qualification process, courtesy of incidents from the previous round at Monza, and didn't look like he was perturbed by the penalty, instantly firing one down the inside, trying to get past Jamie Fluke and Nikodem Wisniewski. Wisniewski won't be happy about that one, but at the moment they're all still in the hunt. Remember, the top 6 drivers from this move through into the semi-finals. At the moment, there is no big breakaways happening, which, apart from obviously Mikhail Stetsenko at the rear.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, credit to Thomas Sattler for, jumping up as far back as he was. Remember starting where he was at the rear of the field. It's a big blow, isn't it, for Team Falcons if they lose their big star in the initial phase, isn't it, Lewis? I mean, he's currently sat in P8. He will not go through to the semis should it stay like this. That would be a disaster for Team Falcons.
And it means then that his teammates obviously will have to do the heavy lifting. And, like I said, you obviously got your first driver coming out here has to start off with a good result, blah, blah, blah. Like, obviously, that's true. There are some times, though, when if you're a driver that's starting the event, they don't have a good race. Well, now you're kind of like, especially if it's your lead driver, it's like, right, now's my time to step up then, my time to do the job for the team. Thomas Tattler's just absolutely slapped the rear end of Jamie Fluke there into the hairpin, and Nikodem Wisniewski's gone, I'm not being able to put any part of that. Can tell you for sure that move was not fair from Thomas Tattler. That'll be some form of repercussion from race control.
Well, just goes to show that he's certainly not concerned about Stewart's thoughts right now. We'll wait and see whether he does get penalised for it. It's still early days at the moment, lap 3 of 10. Finds himself, though, in P7 after the coming together with Fluke through the middle sector. Now, as they fly through this next right-hander, coming through Mobile 1 curve and then down in towards Sachs curve as they now beckon in through the final sector before then racing around the final corner to begin lap 4 of 10. It's still Enzo Benito at the top of the shop. Nikodem Wisniewski, though, still very close to the front end of Thomas Tattler's Porsche as they now creep and peep around the final bend before the next insert curve and then into Nord curve on the next lap. This is only the quarterfinal 1 phase, of course. We do still have 3 more to bring you to then tee up the 2 semi-finals we have coming up later on. Just a little reminder, the top 6 in each race go through to the next phase. So the top 6 in this one will then populate the semi-final 1 grid, and then the same can be said for quarter-final 2, and then semi-final 2 will be decided by the top 6 in both quarter-finals 3 and 4 as we now watch them come out of turn 1, turn 2 and turn 3. Parabolica up next. Nikodem Wisniewski, as we now watch him in the bottom left of screen, representing the BS Plus competition team, of course led by the mighty Florian Haspar in the BMW M4 GT3. So now burst down through towards the heavy braking zone now once more at Spitz curve, getting very late on the brakes. Thomas Sattler leaving nothing to chance, right up to the rear spoiler on that BMW. And it's important to note as well, Bono House not too far away. Like you so rightly say, Lewis, those deltas maintaining nicely. Bar the leader, Benito has now broken a second.
Yeah, and Benito in the entire competition of R1, of course, he's not done quite as many races as your Josh Rogerses and such. Only has 65 races in R1 over the last 2 and a bit years to his name. Only has 2 race victories, both of which, fun fact, come in the semi-finals. He's never won a quarter-final, which is interesting because you'd assume semi-finals are harder to win than quarter-finals. But clearly, for Enzo Benito, that is not the case. This would be a first quarter-final victory for Enzo Benito. And one thing to say about it, he is dominating. We're not even halfway through this race, and the lad's got a 2-second lead. He's a man reborn.
He certainly is the IMSA GTD champion, making his way out in front now, 2.1 seconds clear away from Dane Warren, as we know who comes through turn 1. Hey, listen, it's an accolade, Lewis. We cannot knock it. Whenever it happened, wherever it was, does not matter as far as Enzo Benito is concerned. He'd love to add, though, certainly the R1 championship and the road to the EWC to his list of rostrum. Obviously, off the back of last year, they won it as a team, did they not? But this time, looking to take it again, and maybe even considering maybe a go at the Drivers' Championship, but we'll have to wait and see. But riding on board here with Moritz Lerner, as once again he has Marcel Cinchit for company.
Do you not think it's a bit of a sore one, though, for Enzo Benito, right? Think of it this way, he's been a part of Redline for a long time. He's always been a part of the squad, and they won the team's championship in the Esports World Cup, right? Which is great. He wasn't a part of that team. Enzo Benito, because he was moved off, was on loan with FaZe, right? Yep. Do you not think that's a little bit sore? You're looking at it being like, damn, we did win, but I didn't win. And now I have to come back and be a part of this championship winning team. But I'm not, as much as I've been a part of the team for a long time, I'm not a championship. I'm not a part of that championship-winning roster. It's interesting, but at the moment he's doing his bit for the team, and like I say, they need some good results just to keep Mouse at bay for the battle for the top 3 in the team's championship, so they can stay in Group A. Although you would have to say, if they are in Group A in week 1 of the group stages, I don't feel super confident about them, George.
That's a very nice storyline for R1 Drive to Survive. I can't wait to start that series. But you never know. Maybe there's some truth in that. I don't know, because obviously Sebastian Job was also part of the team, and you could arguably say that they kind of made that move maybe to obviously open the door to Sebastian Job, but at the same time, obviously, they wanted Benito to have a seat because he is that good. I mean, FaZe would have certainly loved to have him. We've got the replay here from earlier on, and that is Statsenko, if I'm not mistaken, making his way into the barrier and now routed to the tail of the field.
He got tagged by Jamie Fluke, who I think might have been pushed into it a little bit by Daniel Pajtor as well. So basically kind of like a 3 into 1, but not like 3 wide, but just like 1 into the rear, into the rear, into the rear. And unfortunately, Mikhail Statsenko is the one who's had the invoice slammed down onto his desk with... well, yeah, quite high velocity, to be perfectly honest. He's been dropped right the way to the rear of the field. There's a look at the battle for second place, though. Dane Warren, top right of your screen. Moritz Lerner, the one just below him on the right-hand side.
Do you think, though, given the form at the moment, that Moritz Lerner might just take solace from the fact he's in P3 and, you know, confirming his place into the semi-finals as well? He's in the top 6, Lewis. He doesn't want to jeopardise it.
Look, I would do that because I'm a wimpy racing driver. I don't race that hard, George.
I've touring carded you, mate.
Yeah, right. Will Moritz Lerner settle for third place when second place is on the line, and he kind of needs some points? Mouse do need some pretty healthy points here. As much as third's a great result, Morris is going for this. Morris will absolutely go for this. There's no way he's going to sit in second and be like, yeah, cool, this is it. Don't get me wrong, it's the level of risk of the move will not be as high as it would be, say, for example, if you were in 7th going for 6th, or for the win, for example. But right now, he'll know that second place is actually really important. They need to because it could genuinely, between Mouse and Redline at the end of the night, for 3rd and 4th position in the team championship for the seeding phase, could come down to a couple of points.
Yeah. No, absolutely, and it's those fine margins, fine thresholds, they can soon dissolve as well, especially in a very intense fight such as this, much like this one as well, as Thomas Tatler goes around the outside looking to try and hunt down Nikodem Wisniewski. Now, this is a very key battle because this is over that P6 and qualification through to semi-final 1. Now, Wisniewski does have the inside line, the favourable line, but that'll soon become the non-favourable line on the run through to the heavy braking zone as they now enter in towards Mercedes corner. As they now come out of the arena section, they're still going to remain wheel to wheel, and a shaky moment for Wisniewski, who forfeits P6, and Tatler taps him up for that 6th place spot and also provisional qualification through to the semis.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, I still wonder if there might be a penalty heading Thomas Tatler's way for the move that he had on Jamie Fluke with a little bit of contact. But then again, could have been seen from a different angle and there might not have been contact. It depends on whether the team's reporting, blah, 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 blah. I've only seen it from one angle, but just saying I would put an asterisk on Thomas Tatler's position at the moment that it might well switch. 3 laps left to go. I think the victory is sorted. I can tell you for sure, and I don't believe in commentators curse, I really don't care. But Enzo Benito is not making a mistake from there. No way.
Well, at the moment, obviously based on what we saw in qualifying, of course, Tatler wasn't able to set a lap due to his subsequent ban from setting a lap, and obviously we knew from prior quarterfinals that Tatler's best positions have been 1st and 2nd in quarterfinal action back at Spa and Monza. So this has so far been his worst result in the quarterfinals phase, should it remain like this, but still enough to get through, depending though on Stewart's decisions. Obviously, if they want to intervene in what happened earlier on, we'll have to wait and see, obviously find out. Nikodem Wisniewski though is far from out of this, still very much in tow of the Porsche as they now exit out of Spitz curve and through towards the Mercedes arena, who's be right on board inside the BMW M4 GT3. This time Tatler's actually looking to tap up Bono House as well, right on the tail of the Aston Martin Vantage as they come through the next left-hander over the curve to see that more aggressive line from Tatler, and is able to exit out of the arena section through towards the next right-hander at Mobile 1 curve, and he's developed somewhat of a gap. It's now nearly strung out to over 0.6 of a second as they now fly through and down down towards this next left-hander at Sachs curve as well, and Bono House might be yet feeling the pressure from a Porsche that now currently sits behind. We know how imposing Tatler can be.
Yeah, indeed. I will say, House did get through into the semi-finals a few times last year. Did get through into a final on one occasion in the online season last year, which was only 6 rounds long in the online season. At the moment, he's looking good for it. Of course, depending on obviously. 6th position is one that transfers, so he's got a buffer of a single position as well. So he could lose this position to Thomas Tatler. It's not being, too important. Knowing how aggressive Thomas Tatler is, know how feisty of a competitor he is, I would suspect there is going to be an attempt down here into the hairpin. And if I'm Bono, I'm being very, very aware of that and the fact that I'm in 5th place and I can afford to lose a single position.
Yeah, trailing in behind the Aston Martin now. Tatler looks to the outside. Bono trying to defend the inside in order to try and maintain the place. He's going to try and force Tatler to go the long way round. And indeed, Tatler does go over the curb, but just stays inside, just running over the top of the sleeping policeman through the middle as they now fly now wheel to wheel once again. Tatler refusing to give this place up. Nikodem Wisniewski waiting and watching, hoping for an opportunity of his own. Gets very close to the back of the Aston Martin belonging to Bono House, and Tatler moves up to 5th as well. He is now starting to work his way through the field, and Wisniewski spies an opportunity. He looks to the outside now as they run side by side once more. Bono House has got to defend again as they make their way through Mobile 1 curve. Who's going to come out on top in this affair? House with the nose in front as they go late on the brakes, coming through to the next left, a bump in the rear as well for Wisniewski as he now looks to double back and challenge the Aston Martin, but he can't, and Bono House now retains P6, albeit for now.
Quality car control from Bono House there. So easy when you get tapped so awkwardly going down to the Sachs curve like that to go straight on Sebastian Vettel style up into that gravel. Obviously that was wet, so that's fine. We don't have to count that one. But yeah, Thomas Tatler muscled his way through and up into 5th position. Now he needs to set some good lap times to clear away from this group, otherwise he's going to be a sitting duck. Although I will say the gap between Tatler and House, I think it's big enough at the moment. I think he's fine in 5th spot. Obviously, again, big up in the air, whether race control and all this, that and the other, but at the moment at least the important stuff, the stuff that he has control of now, the stuff that is on circuit, I think he has done enough.
Well, there was 2 elements to that exchange, wasn't there? Obviously, Tatler was thankful for Wisniewski for actually opening the door, but Wisniewski had to go for it as well at the same time, and he's going for it again, this time heading in towards pits curve. Again, being forced out wide, and Bono House making contact as well, trying to defend against Wisniewski, and it opens the door for Jamie Fluke to now come in and challenge and enter Daniel Pagedor. They're going to have a 4-way fight now, battling over the single solitary spot to make it through to the semi-finals phase. Wide goes Fluke. It's now wheel to wheel once again between Wisniewski and Bono House. They'll stay side by side on the run down through towards Mobile 1 here, Lewis.
I told you this race was going to be like this. I told you we're going to see this all evening long. Chaotic, a little bit of elbows out all over the place. I can tell you this race is not going to be official for a little while. Race control have got a lot to do, George.
They certainly are coming around now the final few corners. Bono House trying to fight tooth and nail to retain at least a qualifying spot, but at the front of the order, a dominant display from one Enzo Benito. He'll move through as a victor, and Bono House making his way up towards the line. He had done the defensive work. Coming into Sector 3, he solidifies his place in the top 6. Gilles Abakar in the semi-finals for only the 2nd time this season. What a display there from Bono House to defend it. But there's Enzo Benito. What a way to move through to the next round. He built a huge gap in the early stages. The pace is clearly in his favour. The Italian returns to the top, and Team Redline looking for grander glory.
Yeah, honestly, great to see him back in proper red line colours. Great to see him out and being victorious. And of course, again, it's one of those ones where you're so far out front, you're so far comfortable, you're just driving around the Hockenheimring, which it's fine, it's easy peasy, no worries. Completely unaware as to the level of drama that was happening behind, all the elbows out, all of the contact. And that's the thing, if you call it like qualifying around here, I think is so important. Starting from the front is so important because it keeps you out of that. You've got to qualify on that front row if you're looking for victory this evening.
Yeah, you certainly do. I mean, that's why qualifying is so important sometimes in many ways, and pretty near enough all occasions here in the R1 Championship. Generally, if you are in that top 6, ideally higher in that top 6, and you are relatively protected unless something really crazy goes wrong. But you know, we saw many moments, obviously, and this is why the P6 is so ultimately integral, because obviously it does offer you that qualification to the next round, and it just goes to show how many of them wanted it. You had 4 drivers at one point fighting over that final position, and just in a split second, Spitz curve at the end of the day, Lewis, Bono was ran wide. Obviously, there was a coming together. He was lucky, actually, to keep the car on the track, because I have to say that rear left, as soon as you start hitting that angles, those kinds of angles with the car, it doesn't take a lot to pirouette and then lose it altogether. He did well to at least stay and at least keep it on the track.
Certainly did. I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of moments to look at in this race, George, and I mean, look, it even started this early.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at it, folks. We've got the highlights, best moments from the race from the very beginning. Yeah, coming back to us. We'll have a look at those in a little while. But yeah, there was lots of action, plenty of it. The first lap obviously opened up a few doors. Thomas Tatler from the word go, obviously trying to get that aggressiveness out again. Performed so well in prior quarterfinals, as I said, hasn't been outside of the top 2 until today. Obviously, that was due to the qualifying session. But obviously, the little moments aside, Lewis, his sheer pace just goes to show how much star quality he does possess.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, we know Enzo Benito is a quality driver. We know he has been for a long time now in the world of sim racing. One of the more experienced drivers in sim racing. I mean, you brought up the IMSA GT championship that he's got. I remember commentating on that. I've commentated on with a lot of victories in sim racing, and he has been around and at the front for a long time. He's been a part of Redline for a long time. So to see him come back and to see him be victorious, not that much of a shock. Got a couple of fun facts though about it. He is one of very few drivers now who has been victorious in all 3 years, one in 2022, one in 2023, one in 2024, and one in 2025. So that's a fun one. There you go.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll take another look at the best moments from the race. Indeed, these are the highlights. This is Moritz Lerner, Dane Warren, and also Enzo Benito heading down into the Mercedes Arena section. In behind as well, you can see Marcel Cinchik, Bono House, who had a very difficult start to the race. Remember, started P4, eventually found himself all the way down in P6, and part of that big P6 battle later on. There's Mikhail Statsenko going for a spin, heading out to Mercedes, as well was then routed to the rear of the field. This is the Tatler moment that we saw right into the side of Nikodem Wisniewski. We believe the stewards might take a bit of a frown upon that. Quite a moment that I'm sure will or could bring an end to what could have been a phenomenal qualification into the semi-finals phase, especially starting from the back. Once again, he moved up the inside of Jamie Fluke, and we had some more wheel-to-wheel over the P6 spot. There's, of course, Tatler going around the outside of Nikodem Wisniewski on the run down into Mercedes Arena again, which seemed like the catalyst for many of the most important parts of this race, as it does tend to be from time to time, much like this portion of track at Spitz Curve as well. This was Tatler on Bono House as a four-tooth nail over the subsequent P5 position, as well as the P6. We then saw in the background as well Nikodem Wisniewski looking to return the serve, and also Jamie Fluke, who had his own fair share of problems trying to fight to get in there. It looked like he had a chance at one point as well. This is where it all really happened, because Daniel Pajtor came into this. There was the moment from Bono House that sent him wide, that pretty much saw an entire question mark across that P6 fight. Again, Nikodem Wisniewski forced to move in behind, as did Daniel Pajtor, move up the inside from House to try and defend the plates. Again, Tatler trying to force him, not Tatler, sorry, Jamie Fluke trying to force him out the long way round, ended up going off track. In came through Nikodem Wisniewski, who then re-entered the P6 fold. But Bono House had to defend so much in order to hold them all back, and he eventually did, coming through Mobile 1 curve. A great effort to certainly bring that out. Let's go through the results from that last race, quarterfinal one. Enzo Benito is your victor, ahead of Dane Warren, who also goes through to the semi-finals, along with Moritz Lerner. A great result for the Mouse team, with Marcel Cinchik in fourth as well. Thomas Tatler fighting from the bottom through to the top 5, with Bono House entering the top 6. An important one for Guild as well. We lose Daniel Pajtor, Michael Schmiedel, Augustin Torlashi, and Mikhail Statsenko. Nikodem Wisniewski further down, as well as Jamie Fluke, who was routed to the rear of the field. But all well so far for Benito, all well for Redline at the moment. Bono House obviously looking to deliver more points now. It's going to be critical heading through the semi-finals phase. But first and foremost, we've got 3 more quarterfinals to bring you, and plenty more drivers to put through into the semi-finals phase, Lewis. Important points on the line here tonight.
Yeah, but I do have 2 more fun facts about that quarterfinal.
I love fun facts.
Right, number 1, which actually isn't a fun fact, but obviously you saw it there. Jamie Fluke dropped back to the bottom. I do actually have confirmation he did get a 5-second time penalty. That was for contact between himself and Nika Devichnevsky on lap 3. So that's the not so fun fact out of the way. The other fun fact is Enzo Benito there with that victory. It's the first victory for BMW this season.
Wow,
which
that is big.
That is interesting.
That
We've
is
had
big news.
14 races so far this season, most of which have been won by Porsches. Obviously 4 of those have been won by Aston Martins. Of course, one of those in the hands of Kevin Lewis Jr., the other 3 in the hands of Darren McCormack. The rest of those, it's a lot of Porsches out there taking victory.
A lot of them are Porsche Coanda as well, who have been obviously a dominant force. They've got Dane Warren going through to the next round, and obviously with the other remainder drivers that they've got, obviously we talk about Josh Rogers being a former champion in ESL R1, of course, a full season champion, as we have seen, following in the footsteps of the likes of Marcel Cinchik winning the spring, and obviously Kevin Siggy winning the Esports World Cup. Of course, we had Maximilian Benneker winning at Gamers 8. It's funny, we have not had anyone go and win multiple championships in ESL R1, really, aside from the teams, which is extraordinary, but just goes to show how competitive this series really is, Lewis.
A lot of different teams, a lot of different drivers, and a lot of different cars have been victorious in R1. That's now made me curious to go through all the. I'm never doing this because there's so many races. Going through all of it and working out a percentage for each of the manufacturers, each of the marks, as to who has the most. I'm pretty sure Porsche will have the most victories, mostly courtesy of the 38 that Josh Rogers has. But across the board, obviously Aston Martin will have the least. They're the newest one. But I don't know, interesting.
Yeah, no, it is. It's very competitive, as we so rightly say, and now the drivers making their way around in free practice at the moment. There's Darren McCormack. Don't forget as well, folks, to scan the QR code and get a hold of the RENNSPORT app. It's very useful as well. Get involved in RENNSPORT. You can check out the live timing on your account as well to follow the action here at the R1 Championship on the road to the Esports World Cup. This is a man who we're going to be seeing, I'm sure, fighting to once again take yet another victory. And we spoke about the 5 in a row, Lewis. We could see a driver do that tonight. Obviously, last time we were discussing it, obviously alluding to Charlie Collins after his run of victories, going from the top of the Spa round and then to go into round 1 at Monza, also taking a victory. Unfortunately, could not make it happen in the semi-final phase, but you never know with Darren McCormack, certainly on the run that he's on. 3 in a row back at Monza. Could be 3 in a row here tonight as well.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know. You never know. It depends how strong the Aston Martin is around here. It depends how strong and how he's feeling. Obviously, he is a competent driver around here. He has been victorious here at this circuit a fair few times, and he is currently topping this practice session. So there is that. Like you say, absolutely right. Charlie Collins being the 3rd driver in R1's history to take 4 consecutive victories. Of course, the other 2 in doing so, Sebastian Job and Max Benneker. Of course, Charlie Collins up there. Both Charlie Collins and Darren McCormack are yet to finish off the podium this season as well. They are the only 2 drivers with that stat to their name. Charlie Collins slightly better on the stats. The 2 times he's not finished on the podium, they were 2 second places. For Darren McCormack, the 2 times he's not finished on the podium, of course, both of them has 4 victories. Those were both 3rd places. So Charlie Collins has one up on him there.
It's just an incredible run of results for Charlie Collins, isn't it? I mean, obviously we'll talk about Darren McCormack, but not appearing outside of the top 2. And can I just say, it was only, like you say, the only 2 occasions where he actually only managed to finish, second place. Just that was the furthest away he was from a victory. Just astonishing. That win ratio this season so far has utterly bemused us all. But and that was 4 wins in his first 4 races of this very season, which is just utterly extraordinary. And we've still got plenty of time left in the campaign before we head through to the EWC itself. But yeah, madness. And obviously Darren McCormack, no stranger to victories as well. 2 results outside of the victory, obviously being those P3. So those 2 tying together is going to be very thrilling on the run to the finals. Almost requisite of what we saw between the likes of Darren McCormack and Seb Job, I think, back in the full season, as well as Joshua Rogers, because I remember us interviewing them on the couch, didn't we, when we were in the arena. And obviously we were chatting to the girlfriends who were there cheering cheering on the drivers, etc. It was incredible to watch. And it just goes to show again the caliber of talent that we do have here at R1. We haven't seen the likes of Joshua Rogers just yet so far here tonight. We haven't yet seen Max Benneker either, or indeed some of the other heavy hitters that we've got here at our disposal in this series. Here's another driver looking to improve. Obviously, Robbie Stapleford for ERA Esports. Purple of the first sector, as you'd expect, being that he is the first runner. A 21.6 though in the first sector is a little bit off where he would like to be, Lewis. Perhaps around 1.6 off the best we've seen tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a good opening sector. That's quite a long way off. Just really, I think he might have had a slow down at T1, something in that kind of vein, by the way. Just to give you a quick update on the drivers that you were talking about there, of course, a few of the big ones that we're expecting to see later out this evening. Of course, in Knockout Race 3, so the one that follows this one, that's where we'll see Charlie Collins. That's where we'll be seeing Max Benneker. So that'll be coming up in about 20 minutes, half an hour's time. Max Benneker, this will be his 100th race in R1 as well, which is great because he obviously won the very first evening of R1 back in Katowice. Here's Robbie Stapleford though through the middle sector. The middle sector is a little bit more on point. You can see there the first sector, Gregor Schill 1.5 seconds faster. You're looking for a low 20 in there, and for Robbie Stapleford, obviously some form of slowdown penalty. So this will be the rear of the field from the first lap of this session. Sliding the car in nicely there in the ERA car, and out through the final corner. Bit of a nothing lap, and unfortunately for Robbie Stapleford, the stapler's not hit the mark.
Yeah, a little bit far apart from when we last saw him, I think, racing for the BMW team back last season, so needs to try and recover something at this point. Gregor Schill, who is driving for a BMW team in the name of BS Plus competition, making his way around the track. 20.1 isn't too bad, about a 10th off perhaps the best that we have seen this evening, with a 46.2 though in the middle, so losing a couple of tenths there in that middle sector, but this will certainly be more competitive than Robbie Stapleford's time at the very top of the shop. 137.9 was Stapleford's, and now crossing the line, it's a 136.5 by Gregor Schill, and that is 1.4 seconds faster than the stapler.
One of the most impressive drivers so far this season. Big improvement on years past. It's Dennis Schuddiger who's coming up and into the final sector. The time's looking okay, but not great. The first sector's okay. The second sector's okay. It's a bit mediocre. Could hook up the final corner, though, and maybe set a 0.4, but I'm not so sure. But I think it might be a 0.5 across the line. Oh, never mind. I'll shut up. It's a 0.3. That's actually a pretty decent lap time for Dennis Schuddiger.
Yeah, that's generally where we've seen some of the better laps. Johan Hart, though, purple in the first sector with a 20.0. Then that is stellar in that first sector. 46.2. Another 10th would have been better, I think, ideally for Johan Hart. But this is fighting for that top end at the moment. But yeah, just remarking what you said about Dennis Schuddiger. What a phenomenal start to the campaign he has had for Maus, and has been their highlight driver, really. Has appeared in back-to-back finals, and the only driver that has appeared in 2 finals so far this season. Johan Hart now looking to race his car to the top. Goes second fastest, just behind by around just under 0.06 of a second.
Cameron Pavlovsky, the next one to come through, didn't get out of the quarterfinals last time out, and with Thomas Tattler being on the cusp. Well, they need some solid results here. Do the Falcons. Pavlovsky obviously only taking part in 1 round so far this season, which obviously was the previous round at Monza, out through the final corner and up towards the line. What's he going to set? It's a 136.2 provisional. Pole position goes the way of the Falcons Porsche. Here comes Jordan Caruso.
Well, just as we were saying earlier on that Thomas Tattler was the highlight at Team Falcons, enter Kamil Pawlowski. What a phenomenal lap there, 136.2. We've got Caruso, though, who's also been a standout at Porsche Coanda as well. Of course, we hark about other drivers like Mitchell de Jong and Big Mac Backham, who were previously part of the team, and now it's the turn of Caruso alongside Charlie Collins to come and join them. And Caruso, who's been impressive, as we said, has also appeared in 2 back-to-back finals as well. Goes 4th fastest with a 136.4.
Vasilius Belotsiotis losing a little bit of time in that middle sector in the Atlassian Williams Esports car, now into the final complex of corners. The first sectors, again, this is kind of one of those middling lap times. It'll be around Gregor Schill, I think, by the time he crosses the line. If I remember correctly, Mercedes could be a bit lethargic in the final sector, although that didn't slow down McCormack down in years past. Let's see what the Williams driver can do out towards the line. Yeah, slightly slower than Gregor Schill. Speaking of McCormack, bam, there he is on cue.
Yep, there he is. 20.1 in the first sector with a 46.0 in the middle. That middle sector better than a few of them out there. Certainly not purple just yet in either sector, but you never know. Sector 3 could be massive at the moment. Kamil Pawlowski, they're holding all the cards up at the very top with the only 0.2 we have seen so far. Can McCormack at least topple Schoeniger? Can he topple Pawlowski as he now makes his way up towards the line? Here comes Dara McCormack. Purple in the final sector indeed for a 136.1 and our first of the session.
Okay, the Aston's pretty good in the final sector. Thanks for that, Dara. We really needed to know that. Cheers, pal. Obviously, now dropping back to the British Formula 4 esports runner-up. Of course, it's Guild Racing's Henry Moore, who now enters the final sector, trying to get accustomed to GT racing, into RENNSPORT, into R1 as a competition itself, and this style of racing out through the final corner. Feels like a bit of a mid-pack lap around the Caruso Shill. Vasilis Belotsiotis. Maybe he's not super happy with it. It's even slower than that. 36.6, unfortunately, for Moore.
Yeah, tough visit there for Henry Moore. Just getting onto the gravel as well did Luke Bennett. We'll see how much it cost him, but I would say that middle sector is stellar, though. 45.9 in the middle, and not too bad in that first sector either, though he would have probably preferred a 20.0 in order to challenge the likes of Pawlowski and also McCormack. But you never know. Sector 3 could be the difference maker here for Luke Bennett, part of the team that went on to win the EWC team's title, as now he makes his way up towards the line of 30.0. Enough to go fastest by mere thousands, mere hundredths even as well. Bennett going first fastest ahead of Dara McCormack.
How good was Jack Keithley last round, where he qualified right up there on the front row? He was absolutely pumped. He posted a few bits on social media about, how he is quite an emotional, quite an open driver when it comes to his emotions. Ended up finishing that race in 4th position, moved on to the semi-final. Can he have such a similar story here? It was a great story there. It's going to be around Dennis Schoeniger, I think, slightly behind him. Ends up being in 6th place. Might get knocked out of the top 6 by the time Mohan Yovsky crosses the line.
Definitely been one of the bright lights as Jack Keithley of the TC Esports team, who are very, very new to the world of sim racing and have also joined the motorsports world as well. Here comes Erhan Yovsky. Certainly this has been Team Vitality's hardest start to a season that they have had to date, and the Macedonian is looking to right those wrongs as well, much like I'm sure Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman are going to want to do, as well as Thibaut Kazubon, as now Yovsky makes his way up towards the line, goes 8th fastest, just outside of that top 6. This is not ideal for the Aston Martin team.
No, so for Vitality, more struggles for them. For Redline, they're kicking off Hockenheimring in an excellent way. Enzo Benito already victorious this evening for the Redline team, and it'll be Luke Bennett starting from pole position ahead of Dara McCormack. You know all these stats that you were chucking out there about Enzo Benito? I don't have one about Luke Bennett. I do have one about Jack Keithley. This will throw you back in the history books. Winner of the Tom Onslow Cole Clio series. That was like 2012 or 2013. Just want to chuck out some old stats to
Heritage, Lewis. Storytelling. I love it. Yeah. That's exactly what we want to hear. But he has...
Don't ask him about it, though. Do not ask him about the prize.
No. But no, I mean, listen, Jack Keithley, I mean, someone who, like, we've commentated on him before in the likes of the first championship that we had with Williams. He was a little bit despondent, I remember, when I was chatting to him once when we were in the green room when we were over in for Gamers 8. And those were some of his final appearances for the Williams team back then. But coming back, I never foresaw that he would return to the championship. He just seemed that, the message he was sending to me on my time is over, George, my days are done. But he's stepped in now to a brand new team at TC Esports. I would say probably one of the main focal points around that team as well. And to deliver some of the results that he has done, he's qualified fairly well too.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's sometimes he's been in Williams for a while. He's been around the block when it comes to various teams. I remember him back in Precision back in the day, and obviously, he was in Williams for such a long time. I even teamed up with him once. Probably, I cost him a victory. It's fine. I'm not going to talk about it. He's been in sim racing for a long time. Sometimes when you've been in sim racing for a long time, having that reset of joining a new team, of starting again, of kind of going somewhere where I would say within that team, he's probably more classified as a leader, as the leader of the team as a driver. And I think sometimes that can reset yourself as a driver, and you can find that form that maybe had gone missing. That said, Jack Keith has always been pretty quick, so you never know.
It's probably tough, though, isn't it? When you're part of Williams, you've got so many great personalities like Dara McCormack. I mean, even that time you had Dennis Schrödinger, but, you know, before he moved to Maus. And then not only that, you've got other drivers like, you know, Nikodem Wisniewski, who was also part of the fold back then. You know, there were so many decent drivers part of that lineup. But, yeah, just incredible how he's come back to TC Esports, taken the helm, obviously representing Thibaut Courtois' team. Obviously, we know that Courtois is a big sim racing fan, has taken part in various sim racing events in his own right, and has brought a relatively experienced team to the field. I mean, obviously I know the likes of Danny Moreno and Nicolas Matteo from the world of the F1 Sim Racing Championship. Obviously Matteo never competing in the F1 Sim Racing Championship. Danny Moreno, a former team's champion with Jarno Otmir back in 2021 when Otmir went on to win the title. But obviously you've got other names like Coque Lopez, who's also part of the team, who's also a Gran Turismo world champion many years over. It just seems that Thibaut Courtois has kind of gone out and said, right, I want some experienced heads, some locker room leaders to come out here and lead this team. And for a new team, that's vital, I would say.
Yeah, look, that's just how it is. I mean, look, these teams, they need that little time to build and grow. And like I say, it is vital to start off with some experience. I will say, with the Thibaut Courtois team, I would take 2 consecutive weeks of Jack Keithley running towards the front, running in solid positions. I'd also take 2 consecutive weeks of the Real Madrid performance. Thanks. If we could do that again on Wednesday night, there was
some stunning free kicks though from Declan Rice. So we'll have to.
My hero.
Phenomenal. What a player.
Honestly, the fact that was all I could think about that night. Was I was like, I get to commentate about Thibaut Courtois' team on Friday. I'm going to make sense. I've got to keep this up.
Do you want to know what's hilarious as well? Do you know that Football Manager have him rated 8 on free kicks out of 20? Yeah,
that's bad.
So they've got some work to do.
It's up to 20 now. Anyway, we'll take a look. We'll stop talking football and we'll start talking the important stuff, shall we? The qualifying order from quarterfinal 2. Robbie Stableford and Henry Moore, 2 of the young future stars potentially of sim racing, starting from not so much of a starring position right at the rear of the field. Vasilis Belasiotis and Gregor Schill back there on row 5 with Erhan Yovski and Jordan Caruso on row number 4. Then it's Jack Keith, the guy we were talking about quite a bit there in 6th position, could be transferring into a semi-final for the 2nd consecutive week. Johan Arth will start alongside after seeing his teammate getting knocked out in the previous quarterfinal. Dennis Schrödinger, potentially one of the stars of the season so far, starting from 4th alongside Kamil Pawlowski. Then the front row. Speaking of young superstars, Darren McCormack, Luke Bennett, 2 of the biggest heavy hitters that we've seen in R1 competition. Multiple final winners. I mean, look, between the pair of those 2, I can see those 2 going the full distance this evening, getting through into the final and seeing one of those 2 become victorious this evening. Luke Bennett, though, will be eyeing up what his teammate did in the previous race, checking out early. Enzo Benito victorious in quarterfinal 1. Luke Bennett trying to make it a red line sweep here in the quarterfinals thus far. 10 laps onto the clock and the race will begin down towards turn 1 as Luke Bennett will instantly try and cover off Darren McCormack into the short braking zone at T1. Side by side between Pawlowski and Dennis Schrödinger goes out wide, as does Jack Keithley in 6th position. They all find themselves into single file in the top 6. There goes Keithley down the inside of Johan Hart onto the brakes though as he gets hit a little bit by Jordan Caruso and a bit of a slide from Erhan Yovski. Caruso's gone round to the Porsche and he is no longer going to be a factor here. Getting squeezed out wide was Robbie Stableford, as now Henry Moore in the background is going to work his way through, but it's a clean start between the top group. Will Darren McCormack though make a move on Luke Bennett? The 2 are good mates. The answer to that question is of course he is. Straight down the inside of the hairpin goes Darren McCormack as he's trying to take over the race lead, and it's 3 wide off the corner as Dennis Schrödinger is going to drag himself alongside towards the king.
Yeah, it's getting busy here in the middle sector now as they run 3 wide, heading down in towards the Mercedes arena. You've got Bennett on the inside. In between, you have got, at the moment, you've got the Aston Martin belonging to Darren McCormack, who's going to come out of it all with the race lead. That is absolutely unbelievable. Generally, when you're in the middle, it doesn't often work out, but for McCormack, it certainly did. Luke Bennett into 2nd now, this time with Dennis Schrödinger, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from Schrödinger right at the start here, trying to take full advantage of every moment. Came out of Spitz Curb looking a favourite, but down in 3rd so far instead. Kamil Pawlowski, who has lost a few places, got Johan Harth for company as well. Jack Keithley on the bubble in 6th place, but dismay for Jordan Caruso, who has been through to every finals so far this season, back-to-back finals, has got out of the quarterfinal every single time. It's looking like that record's going to come to an end tonight.
You wouldn't think Darren McCormack was 3 wide and also in the middle there by looking at his webcam. Looked pretty chill. Was able to work his way through half a second now the lead. Trust me, that's going to happen a couple of times this evening as Jack Keithley were looking backwards. The final driver inside the transfer spot at the moment. Erhan Yuyovsky, 5-time winner in R1, sat now directly behind him, trying to work his way into the mix. His top 6 percentage in totality in R1 is 65.9%, so he's got a pretty high likelihood of working his way past Jack Keithley here, whose percentage isn't quite as high. I'm going to tell you what it is. I think it's 20% is Jack Keithley's top 6 percentage in R1.
Goodness me. Well, he's got Aniowski for company now as well. He's trying to break into that top 6. 1.9 away from the leader as it stands. They now race down through towards the heavy braking zone at Mercedes once again. Keithley for team of Quarterfinal Esports, though. Once again, let's take a look at a replay, actually, from the very start of the race. There was lots of, jockeying for position really out on track. A little bit of a moment. That's what led to Jordan Caruso going around. Contact, actually, with the Macedonian that unfortunately left him in the grass. And as we now watch him come through in towards the final sector once more, Keithley now holding on to that P6. I get the feeling, though, that was essentially a racing incident, I would say, Lewis, from my perspective. There was no animosity there between Keithley and Caruso.
I'd agree.
Or Yuyovsky and Caruso, I should say.
I think it was just messy in the middle. I think there was a little bit of a brush as well from Robbie Stableford behind. Caruso got a little bit unbalanced. It's that awkward position, turn 2. You're a little awkwardly on the power at that, and you're trying to turn, and it just spun up the rear, and off he went. I would agree. I think that. That's the lap one, those opening couple of corners is just one of those deals where it just kind of goes a little bit skew if you have to be okay with this. Darren McCormack, half a second clear at the moment. That gap remains that sort of half a second to 4/10 of a margin. Dennis Schoeningers, though, he's the one that's going on the attack for Mouse, and again, Mouse needs some good results. They're looking all right thus far this evening with Moritz Lerner's early pace in the previous race, finishing 3rd position. Dennis Schoeningers, though, trying to at least progress 2 of the Mouse drivers through. The only problem with them, their closest rival and the ones they're trying to beat in this seeding phase of R1, it's Redline. And Redline at the moment are actually outscoring them in this competition thus far.
They certainly are. Dennis Schoeningers as well for his team, currently scoring the highest number of points out of all of the members at the moment. We were alluding to, obviously, his stellar season so far, and has certainly been one of the shining lights and one of the biggest performers. And when you compare that to where he was only a couple of years ago, or even certainly a year ago, because he wasn't really featuring much on the grid in between there and now has since moved to Mouse. And it's just kind of redefined his standard as a driver, and moving away from Williams. Some drivers do flourish in different environments, and it certainly seems, as far as Dennis Schoeningers is concerned, he's been given new life, almost revitalised here in this season of R1 as they now race through turn 1 once again. Darren McCormack still out in front, and Luke Bennett just in behind. Obviously, McCormack looking for that 4 in a row, which could yet translate to 5 in a row should he bring this one home later on. Of course, he'll look to try and seal the deal on 5 consecutive wins in the semi-final should he qualify for it. Obviously still early in the day to talk about that, with 6 laps still to race, or 7 laps if we include this one, as we now watch picture in picture. As we can see Schoeningers making his way down through towards Spitz Curve. There you can see on the main screen as well, Jack Keithley currently operating 2.3 off the top, but he has got Johan Half for company directly in front of him as they now come out of the apex, and in behind you've got Erhan Yuyovsky, who is somewhat detached really from those top 6 runners at the moment, Lewis.
Yeah, it's 0.8 of a second between Keithley and Yuyovsky, so clearly Keithley's keeping his eyes forward, and Johan Half could do with putting in a good lap time here, closing up to Kamil Pawlowski and kind of taking Keithley with him, and that will end the fight basically quite abruptly for 6th position. That said, Yuyovsky is a quality driver and will be able to close his way back up, I have no doubt. By the way, speaking of those, you were saying about Dennis Schoeningers in the past versus Dennis Schoeningers now. The one stat, if you want to just talk clear and present stats, pre-2025, so when he was a part of Williams, before he joined Mouse, pre-2025, his percentage of transfer from a quarterfinal into a semi-final, he'd only done it 4 times. It was 36.4%. In 2025, being a part of Mouse, it is 100%. He has done it on both occasions and is currently in position to do it on a third consecutive go, which means, again, just to put that out there, over the last 2 years, he's done it 4 times, and in 2 weeks, he could do it 3.
But it's not just getting into the semis as well, but he's got through to both finals so far this year as well, Lewis. I mean, that is another statement altogether, because that you're basically diluting the quarterfinals into, you know, the best performers going through to the semis. So, you know, his level has gone up immensely. Yeah.
Big time, big time. It's great to see. It is really good to see. Now, this is not us like saying that, yeah, this Williams bad, blah blah blah. We also know a lot of good drivers have come from Williams. A lot of good drivers fit in at Williams, and a lot of good drivers perform at Williams. Darren McCormack, great example of that. Dominic Blyer, a great example of that. You know, they do have really, really solid drivers. And it's not saying that Dennis Schoeninger was a bad driver at Williams. It just, I think, him moving into Mouse and the way that team operates clearly works perfectly for what Dennis Schoeninger needs. Either way, speaking of drivers that have also stepped up a little bit, Jack Keithley, I did look back on the stats a little bit here about Keithley, right? You saw the about Gamers 8. Obviously, for Gamers 8, that was in person. He had to fly out there to Saudi Arabia. He flew out to Saudi Arabia, and he's not the only driver that had to do this. Quite a few drivers had to do this. Flew out to Saudi Arabia, had a week in Saudi Arabia, took part in 4 races because he got knocked out. The team got knocked out. 4 races. That's it. That's all he did in Saudi Arabia. That's crazy.
It is crazy, and do you know what? That could be the eventuality for many drivers when we head to the EWC as well. In many cases, because it's going to be very fraught when we get to the mainstay of the championship. You're absolutely spot on. I mean, Keithley, like I said, when I spoke to him back in the green room when we were at Gamers 8, he was so despondent, thinking that his future at top level sim racing was done. But I have to say, I think there's something else here as you now watch a little bit of a moment there between Luke Bennett and McCormack at the bottom right of screen. It came a little bit close, but a warning shot fired by Luke Bennett to Darren McCormack on the run out of Spitzkirb, or into Spitzkirb. Coming out of it now, though, they are going to be nose to tail, heading down in towards the arena section, Mercedes section anyway, as they now burst down through towards the very tricky left-hander, but Bennett's now quite happy to remain behind. But I think he's just sort of letting McCormack know that he is still there and very much in a position where he could strike.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, knocking at the door. And again, Dara's raced against Luke a handful of times. They are mates. They get along, as they do with Dennis as well. The top 3, they all get along quite well. But this is the thing: when you're mates with these drivers, you almost kind of it's not like mate lobby in, like, you know, casual racing where we'll race them a little bit harder or a little bit differently because they're mates. No, that is put to one side. When they're in the race, they don't care about friendships. They know that afterwards they'll have a little chat and have a good time, go and play whatever. It doesn't matter, right? But in this race right now, the only thing that matters is winning, and they are all very aware of that. And so Dara's going to go, oh yeah, that's my mate behind me, that's Luke, yeah, don't worry about it. Luke is going to go on the attack here. Luke will want to, for one, end Darren McCormack's streak. For 2, he wants to win for Redline and keep their streak of victories up and try and clean sweep the knockouts. And 3, just wants to try and bring Dara's confidence down a little bit and boost his one back up by getting one over on him. This could be an important victory for Luke Bennett if he's going to go on to get into the final, maybe even go and win in the final later on this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about the initial steps as well. They can set the tone for the evening, and obviously McCormack could be looking to do exactly that with the prospect of maybe even 5 in a row coming up. We'll have to wait and see whether that does occur first and foremost, though he needs to take victory here at Hockenheim in the first, or should we say quarterfinal 2, in his first quarterfinal anyway of the night, his only quarterfinal hopefully of the night as well, because that is of course the only quarterfinal we do have him down for as standard. As we now watch him come through the middle sector in towards sector 3, there's Jack Keithley, who's currently operating in 6th place. Now Yuyovsky has gotten closer. He is now only 3/10 or so away and starting to move towards the rear of the TC Esports Mercedes. They now beckon down in towards the next left, coming through Sachs corner, and now in towards Sun Curve to end off the lap as well. You just see there Keithley playing with the wheel, trying to find the grip in the Mercedes AMG, but it's opening doors here now for the Aston Martin Vantage, and he can't afford to get, should we say, lose composure at the moment here, Lewis, especially now that we're coming into the final echelons of this race. We've only got 2 to 3 laps to go.
Did say that Erhan would close his way back up to Jack and to Johan there in that battle. for the top 6, for the top 5, including Johan. It's been a bit of a slow burn, this race. We've not had quite the drama that we did from quarterfinal 1. That might be about to change, George. There might be a little bit of drama brewing on the horizon. Erhan Yujovski, that one position shy of transferring, and like I say, the Vitality, they desperately need this. They need to transfer. They need to get all 4 cars in the final, or at least all 4 in the semi-finals. There's a look from Yujovski. He's going to stay behind Jack Keithley right now. They've not started out super strongly in this Aston Martin when you've got Virtus Pro, who have clearly proven that it's a worthy car for victory.
Yeah, they definitely perform better in the Audi. I would say the R8 LMS that they had before back in the prior seasons of ESL R1, as he launches it up the inside and actually tapped the rear of Jack Keithley coming out of Mercedes. It looked like there must have been contact because Keithley somehow, some way managed to retain control of the car. Another driver that's come into this is Robbie Stapleford, who has not left the rear. It's actually had a look down the inside of Yujovski as they make their way through towards Mobile 1. So now the, should we say, the trepidatiousness is starting to show, and now we're seeing a few drivers perhaps even look to march an assault. Over the next time around, we will of course be entering the penultimate lap of the race before we then venture onto the final lap, and Yujovski has got to do something now in order to try and achieve a top 6 and make his way through to the semi-finals. It hasn't been an easy season so far for Vitality, who have got prior championships in them, of course, with the likes of we also saw Marcel Cinchik earlier on tonight competing. Of course, he won the spring season title, the very first one back in 2023 at the very start of the year, and now looking to come back again to bring himself back to the very top. But obviously Vitality haven't had the easiest of runs. Like I said, minimal finals displays. They have made their way through twice this year. Of course, the only two occasions they have been in it was Monza in the last round. Of course, they do have an excellent repertoire around Monza, but Yujovski needs to dig deep now. They need to find something to get into this top 6.
Yeah, indeed, that gap's just grown awkwardly, and like I say, they haven't got another. Realistically, from this point, I'd be confident saying that you've only got one opportunity after this point, which is into the hairpin on the final lap. Outside of that, it's going to be covered off with relative ease. You get into the you get right behind into the hairpin. That's what opens up the arena section. That's what opens up Mobile 1. That's what opens up the Sachs curve, and then the final complex. But if you're not there, if you're not knocking at the door, it's basically over. And Yujovski has dropped 0.6 of a second behind Jack Keithley, who's got a little bit of air to work into Johan, who's got plenty of air ahead. I think Johan's actually pretty settled for the final portion of this race. But Yujovski's got a lot of work here to do, and I've said that about Johan, but Johan's just gone out wide a bit there, but he's all right.
Yeah, Keithley still has the advantage of having at least a little bit of drag off the back of Johan Harth as well, so that could essentially, protect him almost from what's going on behind. But you do have a queue of cars behind Yujovski that includes Robbie Stapleford, Vasilios Beleziotis, who could be making Stapleford's life a bit of a misery, and you've got Gregor Schill and Henry Moore still there as well. The only driver that's ultimately detached is Jordan Caruso after the major moment we had earlier on at the very start of the race. But lap 10 of 10 now underway, and Dara McCormack still leads, and he's advanced the gap now to 0.8 of a second to Luke Bennett, now in behind with Dennis Schoeniger, of course, with a great chance to move into the top 2. Kamil Polowski now detached away from the front 3, now 1.1 between them, and he's in no man's land with Johan Harth being where he is right now. And Jack Keithley looking to try and hold on to that P6 with Yujovski queuing up along with the likes of Robbie Stapleford as well, just in the rear. And Stapleford under attack from Beleziotis, who moves up the inside as they come through Spitz Curve, and the Williams moves up into 8th place, and Stapleford drops down.
Yeah, all of these are going to be saying goodbye, though. This evening will be coming to a close for them. Henry Moore getting past. Gregor Schill there as well, as Robbie Stapleford might look down the inside of Vasilios Beleziotis. Oh, my God, Gregor Schill straight into the side of Henry Moore, spinning around. Yeah, that'll be a slam dunk. Unfortunately, Gregor Schill round, and I think pretty much out as they drop behind Jordan Caruso. Back up towards the front, though. We've already had 4 consecutive race victories this season. That was Charlie Collins who's done it, to go to be the 3rd driver in R1's history to be able to do so. And already we've got a 4th driver in R1's history to do so. Darren McCormack through the final corner. 4 in a row for McCormack, and the record is 4. Could he be taking his 5th consecutive victory in the semi-finals? And can he break that record? Could he go for back-to-back finals? Of course, he did that all the way back in 2023. Luke Bennett and Dennis Schoeniger there in 2nd and 3rd position, with Cameron Pavlovsky. A pretty quiet race into 4th position. The other 2 in that top 6, Johan Harth and Jack Keithley.
Yeah, tremendous result for Dara McCormack there, and this will, of course, open up the question as to whether he can go on a 5 in a row and be one of the most successful race winners in the series as a whole. Let's wait and see. Obviously, that would be some record if he can broach it for us here tonight. But the Irishman getting off to a grand start, obviously representing the Virtus Pro team, who off the back of... Well, we also saw a great result as well for Team Falcons. I want to talk about Kamil Polowski because he has not achieved a semi-final visit so far at all in this championship. Last time out, finishing P12 in the last quarterfinal. So it's a great effort for Team Falcons as well, Lewis.
Yeah, a big step up, and they needed it. They need a good result. They need to keep these results coming in. Kamil Pawlowski, like I said, jumping in last round for the team, missing the first one. Looked really strong, looked really confident behind the car, and maybe he'll go on for a decent result in the final as well.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have a quick word as well with our race winner, Dara McCormack, who is standing by with us as well. Here he is, Mr. 4 in a row here so far in this championship. Welcome back, Dara. Another great victory to add to the plethora that you picked up last time out at Monza. Still looking good. You haven't skipped a beat, obviously, since we last saw you. Thoughts on 5 in a row here tonight?
I don't want to look at those stats, to be honest. I don't really care. So, yeah, I mean, I'm here to win. I'm here to do my job. Of course, if I get 5, 6, 7, whatever in a row, I'm happy. I don't really care. I'm over the moon to win. I'm happy.
Now, obviously, these stats, they mean more to us than to you. That's very clear. That's been spoken about by quite a few drivers. But still, 7 consecutive podiums, like you say, 4 consecutive victories. Things are looking good. They're trending well. And of course, let's talk about the Teams Championship, because Virtus Pro are in a really good position. The Teams Championship, you're already not quite confirmed, but basically in Group A. What's the game plan this evening then? Is it just try and overtake Porsche in those points? They don't seem to be quite as strong this evening as they were before.
Yeah, I mean, that's an aim, of course. I don't think it's one that's possible, but yeah, I mean, if we can come away from this weekend in P1, I mean, that'd be a big morale booster, I think, for the whole team, not just personally. So yeah, it would be really nice to see that kind of performance. I don't think it would be possible, but you know, we'll give it our best as always.
Well, thank you very much, Dara, for that. Great having you with us as well. We wish you all the very best heading into the semi-finals, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you again as well. That's Dara McCormack, everybody. That is a focus, Dara McCormack. Lewis McGlade, I would say, take us through the highlights of that last race.
Indeed. Well, Caruso got bitten early, didn't he? Spun off after contact and into the grass. McCormack, though, going on the attack early and putting on one of the best moves so far that we've seen in Arm. We've seen some great moves so far this season, but this one is right up there. 3 wide through the middle. Dennis Schoeniger on the right-hand side of him and Luke Bennett on the left-hand side of him in that red line car, side by side, out of the hairpin, all the way down to the arena section. A little bit of brush in between them, but that's fair. A little bit of rubbing his racing's absolutely fine. It was McCormack who was able to come through and take over the race lead. Luke Bennett was able to hang on a second position, and Dennis Schoeniger there in third. The 3 of those would come across the line in that way. A bit of contact from the rear end as Hanyuski would touch the rear end of the Thibaut Courtois driven car of Jack Keithley. Late on in the race, final lap, and a bit of a move to the inside as Henry Moore would also make a move, as would Belletsiotis. And then this move, Gregor Schill straight down the inside. That one not quite as good as Darren McCormack's move earlier on in the race.
Yeah, that was a bit of a sticky wicket, that one, I think, unfortunately, for Gregor Schill. I think he might face some repercussions for that one. I think, though, going off the interview we just had with Darren McCormack, that is a man with focus, isn't it? I think at the moment. He just clear on just one goal, and that is win. And that is all that comes into his mindset.
Yeah, which is expected. Like I said, for one, we do mention this a lot. The stats and stuff, they do genuinely mean way more to us than they do to the drivers. The drivers don't care. They're aiming for one thing each race. They're aiming for the victory. It doesn't matter how many in a row you get. They, like I say, they want to get as many as possible. They matter more to us. But it's testament to the focus required to kind of keep going at this level and keep taking victories. Here's the provisional results, of course, from quarterfinal 2. It's Darren McCormack taking that victory, making it a 7th consecutive podium and a 4th consecutive victory. Luke Bennett in 2nd position, Dennis Schoeniger in 3rd, Kamil Pawlowski, Johan Haaf and Jack Keithley will be the top 6, with Hanyuski just below the cut line, missing the cut to get into the semi-finals for the second consecutive round as well. Robbie Stableford, Vasilius Belletzi, Artis, Jordan Caruso, Henry Moore and Gregor Schill, the other drivers that will go missing this evening. Those in the top 6 moving through, and we're seeing them in semi-final 1. That will be in that'll be in a few races time. We've got 2 more quarterfinals though to deal with.
Yeah, there'd be some mouth-watering ones as well. I can't wait to see what's going to unfold. Obviously, already some storylines starting to brew. Team Falcons getting 2 drivers through the semis, which is obviously a good start for them. Team Redline back with a flurry as well. Lewis, first 2 races so far, both drivers achieving top 2 finishes at the very least. So, that's not a bad place to be. And they've got the man who went on to win the EWC Drivers' Championship, Kevin Siggy, coming up next in this next qualifying session. I mean, what a phenomenal superstar he has been. Even when he's bloodied and bruised, he can still perform at the very top.
Yeah, indeed. He's not smashed his head into a steering wheel thus far in 2025. That's I think that's a Riyadh special for the Sixter. I mean, look, we'll keep our fingers crossed that he keeps his head clean this season. But so far, like you say, so far, I will say the BMW hasn't looked, or at least whether it's the BMW itself, whether it's Team Redline, I'm not going to draw any major speculations either way. It hasn't looked as strong as it did back in 2024. In 2024, they seemed bulletproof. And we kind of spoke about this quite a lot last round. Now they do find themselves in 3rd position in the team's championship. With the results they've already put in this evening, with a 1st and a 2nd, with Kevin Siggy topping this practice session at the moment, before we get into the qualifying session, things are looking really good for Team Redline. Of course, like I said, it's Kevin Siggy out in this one, and then it'll be Jeff Rieveld who will be out in the quarterfinal of the evening. Considering the form of the other 2, I would be shocked if Kevin Siggy doesn't go through into the semi-finals. But again, the most important thing, and this is where it really builds that pressure. The most important thing for all these drivers, that one single lap in qualifying. No matter how good you are, how good your form has been coming into this, you make a mistake on that lap, you're as good as done.
Yeah, absolutely. And Siggy didn't come off the last round in the best of shape either, did he, Lewis? Finishing outside of the top 6 in the first quarterfinal phase that he had to take part in. Could not break into the semis whatsoever. So he'll be ruthless, I'd imagine, in looking to bounce back from that initial moment.
Yeah, he obviously in the first round of the season finished 2nd, I think it was 2nd, 3rd, 4th in the opening round, the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. You're quite right. Then in the next quarterfinal for Monza, finished in 7th position in his respective group, meaning he didn't progress through. It's possible to happen. We'll have to wait and see. The BMW and Team Redline Racing Bulls, they've looked okay over the last couple of rounds, but have they looked like a team that's properly challenging for victories, that's properly challenging to get through all 4 drivers into the finals? I would say in the first 2 rounds, no. This round so far, 100%. 100%. They are the Team Redline that we always knew that they were. They've found their feet.
Yeah, they certainly have, and they're going to be back again with yet another juggernaut behind the wheel. And then coming up later on, you mentioned Jeffrey Rietveld, someone who made it to the final last time out, finishing 5th. We welcome back also Danny Moreno for TC Esports. As I said before, part of the Mercedes fold that went on to win the team's title in the F1 Sim Racing World Championship in 2021, where Jarno Opmeer would go on to become a 2-time F1 Sim Racing champion. Moreno now part of the GT3 fold and looking for a change of scenery. Once again, donning a Mercedes, but this time for Thibaut Courtois' famed team, and that first sector isn't bad at all. 20.1 for Moreno as it stands. Of course, the driver that has taken part already in prior rounds in this series made it through to the semis back at Spa as well, finishing P10 in that visit in the semi-final action. Then came back last time out at Monza, only able to finish 9th though. But he had a late opportunity to try and challenge and move his way back into the lead fold. This isn't a bad lap so far, I have to say. 20.1 in the first sector. May expect perhaps a little bit better as well in the middle sector, but we know how tricky it can be. It's all about the third sector though, as he looks to dial himself in, still retaining that purple middle sector, but has lost the purple first sector. Here comes Danny Moreno coming around the final corner now out of turn 17. Let's see where this stacks up here for the Spaniard as he does stretch towards the line. That's going to be a 30.1 and a time that is a 36.4, but we have seen plenty of 3s and plenty of 2s.
I believe the purple first sector is in the hands of Ferris Stanley. Certainly isn't the hands of this man here, Max Benneker, but the purple second sector certainly is looking strong at the moment. Max Benneker, 100th race in R1 for him this round as he'll work his way through the final corner and up towards the line. Can Benneker better that 36.4? The answer is yes, definitely. It's a 36.3. That's not as good as I thought it would be.
No. 136.3 is certainly beatable. We've already seen that earlier on tonight, but the Gamers 8 champion now sits at the very top as Ferris Stanley currently holds onto the purple first and middle sectors as well. 46 flat in the middle, 46.0 I mean, is actually very, very smart indeed. Not quite the 45 that we saw earlier on here tonight, but let's see what the BS Plus competition driver can do as he makes his way towards the line. A big final sector would be the cherry on the cake. Purple in all three sectors and a 36.2. Ferris Stanley. I would imagine Florian Haspar gave a golf clap after that one.
Yeah, certainly so. Do you think he's watching the Masters? That's the golf, but it's fine, doesn't matter. Ferris Stanley was actually looking pretty good over in the previous round, especially back in Spa. I remember him going very, very strongly. Indeed, did Ferris. 4th position, he finished in his quarterfinal, 8th in the semi, and then obviously finished only in 10th position in the quarterfinal last week. John Robertson out through the final corner, bit of a shake of the head, but I think it's actually an all right time. 36.5. It's all right. It's just not great. He lost all that time in that final sector, though.
Yeah, he did. Lost quite a considerable amount of it there in that final moment, but 136.5. You saw the grimace on his face just a little bit. Here comes Yuri Toman, another driver we would probably expect a little bit more from. Has had, I want to say, a tricky start of the season, but he's had also one of the best results for Team Vitality so far this year. Joint P3s, of course, with Thibaut Casibon. Comes across the line here, does Toman. That last sector was indeed purple, enough to go 3rd fastest and join the 0.3 club just behind Max Benneker.
Yeah, indeed. Next one, I say Solomon, who's struggled to find feet maybe in this championship thus far, as is the ERA team really across their entirety. But you never know, it just takes one round for everything to click, and those sector times are clicking. George out through the final corner. This could be the fastest time of the session, going ahead of Ferris Stanley. Potentially lose a bit of time in that final sector. I'm not sure the Porsche is ideal as it drops down then 4th position as Marco Page is going quick.
Yeah, and he's had form around this track as well in the past as well. A 46.0 in that middle sector, enough to go purple, taking it away from Gabriel Solomon. Solomon, incidentally, just to say, maybe in 4th place for now, but in prior results in quarterfinal action, 9th and 12th have been his results so far. Has not yet visited a semi-final. Marco Page knows how to get through the semis, though. He knows how to get through some finals as well. Can he topple Ferris Stanley? No. Again, the final sector eluding him. 4th fastest for Guild Esports.
6 consecutive podiums for this driver here this season. 4 of those being victories, 4 of those victories being in a row as well to start out this campaign. And once again, Charlie Collins going really well in that middle sector, a 45.9. Not seen many 45s this evening. He probably won't across the evening in that middle sector. Collins out through the final corner to challenge Ferris Stanley for the pole position. Is he able to do it? Not quite. Ferris Stanley with BS competition. What a worldy lap that is.
That is a stellar lap. The only driver to set a 0.2 in this session. If anyone you would have expected to take it away from him, it would have been Charlie Collins. But don't forget, we do have Siggy coming up later on. At the moment, though, we watch Tobias Pfeffer making his way around the circuit. 20.2 in the first sector is a couple of tenths off where he would like to be. 46.0, though, is fairly decent in the middle. As we now watch Pfeffer come around the final quarter, the man who provided us with the hot lap at the very top of the show. Let's see whether Williams driver can park himself. He will move his way through into P6. But next up, it's Lemon M.
It is indeed the Falcons team. Like I say, they've got pace. Pavlovsky's put in a great result in the previous one. Tattler's shared his paint with pretty much half the grid of quarterfinal one. Let's see if Przemysław Lamanek is able to find his way through the middle of those two, find his way through without making any major contact and having a good drive. I mean, so far the sectors are looking pretty decent. A couple of tenths off around where Yuri Toman is maybe. 3.81, drops back even behind Pajic.
Yeah. Bit of a tricky lap there for Przemysław Lamanek. You could just see maybe a degree of frustration coming in as he looked to pull his hair out of his head. I can imagine it being quite stressful, especially in this one-shot quali that we have here in this series. There's now Kevin Siggy, of course, the man you would have expected to challenge at the top. That first sector isn't necessarily the best we've seen. That middle sector is okay. Let's see where he'll dance now around the final corners and in the final sector. Enough to go fastest. My goodness, by mere hundredths, he topples Ferris Stanley. It's 2 BMWs on the front row, but obviously for different teams.
That's an incredible lap, an incredible final sector from Kevin Siggy. Wojtek Fiala, the next one to come through, and the final one to come through for the Virtus Pro team. No emotion on his face as he works his way into the final corner. The Aston Martin proved itself pretty capable in the final sector in the hands of Darren McCormack as he comes up towards the line. It's a 0.4. For a 0.4 to be the second slowest time of that session, this session's been a lot closer than we've seen thus far this evening.
Well, you can almost see the relief coming out of Kevin Siggy's face. Looking to bounce back after the very difficult visit to the Temple of Speed at Monza last time out, where he was evicted in the quarterfinal phase. Well, he's going to right that wrong. And that just goes to show the elements of pressure that can be thrown in and thrusted upon you when you're competing in this championship. Obviously, it's a very fine threshold, very fine margin for error, especially around the Hockenheimring circuit, where you can extend around that circuit. We've seen people get it wrong, drivers get it wrong, especially around the final corner as well, not to mention the initial stages. We've seen drivers lose time, especially in that first sector as well. Turn 1 is vicious as well, Lewis. But fair play to Kevin Siggy, bouncing back after the hardships at Monza. He finished 4th in the final back at Spa as well. This is setting the tone. It's so far so good for Team Redline. They're looking in a very good place right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, 3 qualifying sessions done this evening and 3 pole positions got for Team Redline. Of course, pole positions mean nothing when it comes to actually progression or points or anything like that. There's nothing for it. It's literally just where you start in the race. That's it. But obviously, starting from pole position does put you in the best possible position, at least to move through. Of course, it didn't work out in victory for Luke Bennett, but at the moment, it is looking good for the Redline squad. It's going to be... to be fair, I was going to say it's going to be a tall order for him to win the race, but I would say of that top group, this is no disrespect to Ferris Stanley and the likes. He is the strongest driver up there, and I'd say it should be, on paper, a relatively comfortable victory for Siggy, but that's not always how it goes.
Well, you would expect so. I mean, we've got to applaud Ferris Stanley as well. I think that was an absolutely stunning lap. I mean, to be in the 0.2s to begin with is obviously a pole lap, essentially, by and large. But, it's so, I don't want to say out of character for Ferris Stanley to pull off something like that. But if you look at the form book, you never would have expected anything like this before anyway, certainly given, what he has shown in the past. But I must say, what a stellar performance, a 0.2 brought to the table. He's put himself on the front row, and BS Plus competition in a time where they probably do need more points to obviously reflect in the dynamic group stage that we've got coming up very, very soon. Obviously, this being the final seeding phase before we then head into the dynamic group stage. These moments, these little moments where you take top end places on the grid before we then take it to the race, it puts you in good stead for a decent result and therefore more points. That's exactly what BS Plus need right now.
Yeah, and Ferris Stanley, he is a good driver. He has proven that before. However, in the 28 races that he's done in R1, just one of those has been on the podium, and that wasn't even online. That was in LAN on day 2, which was the first day of the Teams Championship at last year's Esports World Cup. So, like you say, it's kind of one of those ones where you look at it and you think about Ferris Stanley. We don't normally typically see him as one of the top drivers, but he is a driver that can get the job done. I've seen the pace of him. I know he can do it. I just think a bit erratic in those qualifying sessions, whether he's getting the lap on or not. If he's on the lap, you get a lap like what we've just seen. And most of the drivers in this field are capable of doing that kind of time. It's just piecing it together and then making the most of it in the race. And for Ferris Stanley, there'll be so much pressure on his shoulders to, at a bare minimum, stay in the top 6. Otherwise, he'll be very disappointed.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's a pressure cooker scenario, isn't it? Especially when you're doing one solitary lap and, the thresholds of success and failure are just so minor, so narrow. But incredible. I mean, Charlie Collins as well, a bit of a different, scenario for him. He's starting on the second row this time as well, Lewis. I mean, it's obviously going to be a mission for him to take yet another victory, but certainly a top 2 isn't out of the question. It hasn't necessarily been the best of rounds so far for Porsche Coanda. Very out of character when we look back at Spa and obviously from what we saw at Monza as well.
Yeah, and I'd almost lean a little bit to saying maybe, and this is a maybe before any driver messages me in the DMs and say you're talking absolute rubbish. We're only basis of what we're seeing. It doesn't look as though this track favours the Porsches as much as the previous 2.
No. Well, let's go through the starting grid from back to front. It's John Robertson on the back row alongside Wojtek Fiala. We then have in P10 Danny Moreno. We then get Gabriel Solomon down in P9 as well. Tobias Pfeffer in 8th place with Zemislav Lamenek in 7th place. 6th place for Marko Pejic in Guild with Yuri Toman in 5th as well. Max Benneker, the Gamers 8 champion from 2023 in 4th spot with Charlie Collins, who's on a rampant run at the moment in the championship, starting on the 2nd row in 3rd. Ferris Stanley, what a stunning lap from the BS Plus competition driver to initially go on provisional pole, but 2nd place is where he'll stay because Kevin Siggy, the reigning EWC Drivers Champion, will be starting on pole position as the cars now get set here in the final phase of the formation lap process. And the pace car is going to take them through around the final few corners before they get underway. Where's your money going? Let us know in the live chat as to who you think's going to win this one. Kevin Siggy on the front row. Lewis McGlade reckons Kevin Siggy is going to be the one to beat. Ferry Stanley, though, will do his damnedest to try and take something out of this race, I am sure. But I'd imagine he'll try and solidify his place in that top 6. And that's exactly what every single driver is vying for here in quarterfinal 3. As now they put pedal to the metal. And it's go, 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 go. Great start indeed for Siggy, gets a good run in towards turn 1, and also Charlie Collins up the inside is met by Max Benneker around the outside as well. Just look at Marko Pejic further back, he's going wheel to wheel as well with a fellow Aston Martin of Yuri Toman as they come through turn 2 and very shortly in towards turn 3, and it's Charlie Collins who's going to try and challenge for that P2, can't quite find the leverage, and it's still side by side. We've got a car off at the back, and that's John Robertson who has gone out coming out of turn 3 through towards turn 4. It's still side by side between Pejic and Toman on the run down through towards Spitz Curve. We have got now Ferris Stanley funneling out to the outside as he looks to try and challenge Siggy for the race lead as they now battle side by side. Through they go. The mouse of Max Benneker has got past Charlie Collins as now we witness a 3 wide scenario make it nearly 4 wide as they come down through towards Mercedes, and Zemislav Lamenek is holding on to 5th, but Toman's in his rear and entering the fray as well. Gabriel Solomon as they make their way through Mercedes corner, but it's Siggy who leads.
Yeah, indeed. And like I say, Ferris Stanley being right out there, bit of contact there as Solomon gets into the side of Yuri Toman. Ferris Stanley battling between the 3 drivers he was battling there is 48 victories. And he's never won a race, right? And he's battling with that winning pedigree in R1. That's crazy. You know, Siggy's got 18, Max Benneker's on 25, Charlie Collins is obviously on 5, but is fairly new to the championship, 4 of those again being consecutive at the start of the year. That's an incredible to have the bravery to leave it in with them and really try and battle and go and try and take this victory. Again, hats off to Ferris Stanley, but for BMW I think this is proving their strength round here. 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Remember, each manufacturer only has 3 cars out on the grid. There's 3 Aston Martins, there's 3 Porsches, there's 3 Mercedes, and there's 3 BMW. Those 3 BMWs are at the front as there goes Marko Pejic straight down the inside, straight into the side, and down the order, and I'd be shocked if that weren't a pen.
I wouldn't be surprised. That was very aggressive coming down towards turn 3, I have to say, out of turn 2. But unfortunately, Gabriel Solomon has fallen back as a result. Wojtek Fiala now up around his outside, coming through to, well, his inside coming through out of turn 4, now down in towards turn 5 as they race down through towards the right-hander coming out of Spitz Curve. And again, a little bit of argy-bargy between Solomon and Wojtek Fiala as they now stretch out, which you can just see Danny Moreno at the top of all this as well. He's currently got a thoroughfare of cars in behind him, includes Marko Pejic and Tobias Pfeffer, and now Pejic going late on the brakes once more. Bear in mind they've become quite detached in the background. There goes Pfeffer. Pfeffer coming through in towards Mercedes, getting it all wrong, and unfortunately has left himself a limping and sitting duck right at the rear of that train, that fight. And now maybe even John Robertson can catch him, but there is Danny Moreno at the moment, 7th place, but has got a mountain to climb to catch Yuri Toman.
Yeah, which is such a big shame for Pfeffer and the likes. And Pfeffer actually calls it a day, thinks that's it, I'm out of it. So has pulled the plug on this one. John Robertson back there. The 1 point don't really matter that much to the Atlassian Williams sim racing team. That's a big shame for Pfeffer, who obviously now will end the seeding stage. He'll no longer be seen until we get into the group stages that begin next week. And for some of the drivers, they'll be desperate to get into that, as it hopefully will see them have a bit of a reset. Marko Pejic down the inside of Danny Moreno, but that's for 7th position. The top 6 are clear and gone.
Yeah, the only benefit to making that move is increased points. They certainly won't be going through to the semi-finals at this moment in time. Obviously, this semi-final populating semi-final 2's grid that we'll be seeing later on as we now watch them stretch down through towards Spitzkirch once again. Quite a deficit between Pajic and Toman, stretching over to near enough 2.3 at one point, so now 2.2, stretching out to 2.4 as we now watch as they sprint down through towards Mercedes. Let's watch the replay of the getaway. Now this was the moment where they all clubbed together. Now you can see Pfeffer on the outside as well, side by side, and contact as Robertson got spun, heading out onto the grass, exiting out of turn 4 and turn 5. Then we witnessed again a side by side coming into Mercedes. That's where Tobias Pfeffer got launched as well, and this is what led to his retirement, his ultimate retirement later on. Obviously, he'll disregard the point as a consequence of that. I don't think John Robertson had actually caught him at that point, so essentially Robertson has been handed a points finish.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, I think sometimes when you get spun out, when you've had one of those starts of the race where it's just contact, sometimes it is good just to be like, look, I don't want a quali ban, so I'm going to remove myself from the race before I do something stupid trying to battle with these people. And sometimes that is the better way. Focus on next round, accept that, you know, whether you score a point or not, it's not really going to make that much of a difference. Sure, it might make a difference on what group you're in, but it'll be B, C, or D. Right, it's not. It's whatever at this point. They'll focus on the group stage when they get into it. But yeah, that's a bit of a disappointing one for Tobias Pfeffer. Though focusing more on the positives for this round, we look at Yuri Toman. Marcel Cimcik's already got through. Erhan Yovski has not, and at the moment, Yuri Toman is working his way through. But even still, Yuri Toman's not got through into a final so far this season, has he?
I would suggest, looking at Vitality's prior form, Yuri Toman has not got through to a final. No, I mean he's been eliminated in both semi-finals so far. No problem getting out of the quarterfinals phase, but it just seems to be the case that he struggled to get through to the finals. But that's not an unknown trend, really, as far as Vitality is concerned, because Erhan Yovski suffered the same fate as well. He didn't actually even make it through to a semi-final at Monza. So again, there was more struggles for the Macedonian, and then we look further up. Even Marcel Cimcik had struggles back at Spa. We know that he had some technical concerns as well as everything else, but unfortunately he didn't have the best of starts either, and that has almost set the tone for the rest of the team as well for the rest of the campaign. So Toman with a great chance obviously to try and right the wrongs of prior rounds, maybe even get to his first final of the campaign so far. Team Falcons on for 3 cars through to the semis phase, which would be useful for them to try and yet land more cars into the finals, but also Ferris Stanley marking a second appearance out of 3 in the semis himself as well, because he was last seen in the semis back at Spa as well.
But focusing on the transfer position, so two major things here. Although Wojtek Fiala being that low, and Porsche Commander being up there, I was going to say maybe Virtus Pro might have a chance of taking over the lead spot from Porsche Commander, even though it is really, really unlikely. Either way, the top 2 positions is really between Virtus Pro and Porsche Commander. Those two probably a little bit out of reach of the rest of the field. The big talking point, though, is that final position in Group A. Although, to be fair, if Virtus Pro fall asleep at the wheel, they might get overtaken by 2 teams. That's with Darren McCormack in the wheel, but you should be all right. And Kevin Lewis Jr. obviously coming up. The final position inside Group A, it's a battle between Redline and Mouse, really. I think Falcons and Vitality might have a chance, but really it's between those 2. It's between Mouse, it's between Redline. Now, the thing is, Mouse obviously need to outscore Redline here. The problem with them is that they're scoring quite well thus far as Mouse. But Redline scoring, they're scoring better. They're a position ahead of them in each of the races. That must be so frustrating for Mouse right now. They're having a quality round thus far, and yet still their main rivals to get that final position in Group A just a little bit ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Maus are having a better round than what they've had already so far, but Redline, I would argue, have taken what has probably been a mediocre season for them as well so far as they're concerned. They've stretched it up to be an OP round here at Hockenheimring, so that's the frustration, isn't it? You improve, but yet your competitor improves better, I suppose, in that instance. But don't forget as well to get involved and scan the QR code for the RENNSPORT app as well to stay up to date with the live timings that we have here in the R1 Championship, especially here at Hockenheim. We are here in round 3, closing closing out the seedings phase ahead of the dynamic groups we've got coming up. If you scan that QR code, you can interact with your account on the app and stay up to date with all the live timings, and also follow your own profile and see your own results that you have managed to register in the RENNSPORT game, as well, the RENNSPORT sim in itself. So get involved. You can find it on Google Play and also the Apple App Store, as we now watch as the drivers make their way around on lap 6 of 10. It's still Kevin Siggy out in front, and he's very nearly broken that second gap to Max Benneker. Of course, Benneker, former Team Redline driver in his own right, so will obviously like to impress and advance his own team, Team Mouse, to the forefront here in this big fight here on lap 6 of 10. But now losing yet more time, and now beyond a second from Mustachio, who still leads the way.
Yeah, and obviously for Mustachio, Kevin Siggy, his last victory had a lot of weight behind it. Obviously, that was the victory required to bring home the championship. I think it was that the final race that he did. The final victory was that it was the drivers' championship. Because I don't think he won on the team's championship. Did he not? Mate, I'm concerned by my own stats here.
It was a long time ago, Lewis. I'll give you that.
But he didn't win in the team's championship.
Well, I would imagine he would have. It would have played a part, him winning in the teams, because he was obviously part of the group that made it through. I do remember it was Sebastian Jobs. Job did do the donkey work, I would say.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie. I don't buy those stats. I need to go back and check now. I'm not checking this podcast. That's a lot of checking. But no, I don't buy that. Literally sat here having an argument with my own. So actually, no. Do you know what? I've checked. There you go. It's third and second. He didn't win on there. Yeah, so his last victory was the one that's bringing the Drivers' Championship. God, I'm going insane here in the comms booth, George. What are you doing to me?
Well, it's quarter-final action. That's probably why we're not yet down to the semis. We've got a long way to go yet, Lewis, so stay with us. But we do have, of course, Charlie Collins on the tail here of Ferris Stanley in a battle with P3 at the moment. More points in the off here. Now, this will go down as Charlie Collins' worst result so far of the season. Not that it necessarily is going to panic him too much, because, of course, it will still mean that he will move through and ascend into the semi-final stage, but I'm sure he'd love to gamble for more points, especially considering that despite Porsche Coander's dominant form in the first 2 rounds of the season, you know, they could still very much lose tread and maybe open the door to Virtus Pro, who already have Darren McCormack right at the head of things at the moment. Of course, we still yet to see Joshua Rogers come through and race as well. Obviously, that's another formidable force that Porsche Coander have at their disposal. And he, of course, the fall season champion from back in 2023 as well, has got immense form here in ESL R1. One of the big cheeses certainly here in this championship that we can sort of coincide with the likes of Kevin Siggy, Max Benneker being Gamers 8 champion, and of course Marcel Chinchik, who is of course going through to the semis as well. But yeah, just a vast group of heavyweights in this series. But Porsche Coander could be in real danger here of, like you mentioned earlier on as well, losing tread. Virtus Pro, given the numbers that they've got behind them, the only thing that they're missing at the moment is obviously the likes of Mikhail Statsenko, Wojtek Fiala, who's currently sat in the bottom 6 and at this moment not going through, currently sat down in P9. You know, they've still got, though, Kevin Ellis Jr., I suppose, who's coming up next very shortly, as now we see Charlie Collins up the inside having a look on Ferris Stanley as they make their way through Mercedes, wheel-to-wheel between the BMW M4 and the Porsche, but denied. Stanley showing certainly the way to the BMW M4 here right now, and Charlie Collins forced to renege, but a little fragile moment there for Ferris Stanley.
This is kind of one of those ones, like, if you're Ferris Stanley, at the moment, the top 6 is a guarantee. You're moving through into the semi-final, but you want that podium, right? By battling with Charlie Collins, because basically, if Ferris Stanley says, look, I'm not going to battle anyone that gets up to the rear end of me, I'm not going to battle them, he's not going to drop back into the clutches of Marco Pajic. That's not happening. If that were the case, Collins would go through, Laminate would go through, maybe Yuri Toman. Like, if he were to basically hold the white flag up and let them basically all go and reduce the risk. Obviously, he's never going to do that. But by not doing that and by putting his neck on the line, if he gets one tap going into the Mercedes Arena section, one tap at an awkward point from Charlie Collins, and he goes round, and that's it. His dream of going through to the semi-final is done. But he wants his second podium in R1. That is a very big possibility here for Ferris Stanley, and I think he might have it slip through his fingers, as I think Charlie Collins might be able to extend his streak of podiums so far this season.
Yeah, looking to maintain a 100% record so far here in 2025. Charlie Collins launches up through Spence Curve on the outset now of turn 6. Will indeed take P3 away from Ferris Stanley, and that might not be all that Ferris Stanley loses, because there's another Porsche in behind belonging to Zemislav Lamenek of Team Falcons, who's looking to make it 3 Team Falcon drivers out of 3 to make it through to the semi-final so far here this evening. At the moment that will be the case because he's sat in P5 and sat also with 1.2 seconds of a gap in between himself and Yuri Terman. We just saw there Yuri Terman in shot. There is Zemislav Lamenek on the right-hand side, just under Ferris Stanley's camera as well on the right-hand side as they fly through the final sector once again. It's still Kevin Siggy who's now advanced a gap of 1.2 seconds against Max Benneker as they now stretch through on the penultimate lap of the race. Now that will soon become the final lap after this one as they now make their way around the final bend this time. It's still Ferris Stanley. They'll begin the final lap now, I should say. Kevin Siggy leading the way, but Ferris Stanley locked into P4 as it stands. Could yet challenge for that third place spot.
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of done for third. I think he's more looking backwards towards Lamenek. Depends on the run out of this corner, although I think Charlie Collins will be pretty handy with the right foot and the loud pedal as they work their way out onto the Parabolica. And I think for Ferris Stanley, fourth is about as good as it's going to get. But again, the important bit is Siggy's looking really strong, Redline's looking really strong, the BMW's looking really strong because Benneker and Stanley are both up there. I think a lot of teams that aren't in those BMWs, they've got a lot ahead of them this afternoon.
They certainly do. So they now come out of Spitz Curve. No opportunity for the overtake was there at the Parabolica for Ferris Stanley. He's going to stay in fourth. Charlie Collins will hold on to third for now. Could all change though. Dramatic final moment could twist this entire field up, but certainly no dramatics here for Kevin Siggy, who is in a world of his own right up at the front. The man who went on to take victory in the R1 Championship last time out at the EWC to take the crown in 2024. For Team Redline, also extending that to aiding his teammates into bringing Team Redline back to the top as well in R1 competition as champions as a whole. But back in the BMW M4 GT3 again, this time at Hockenheimring. It's been a tricky season so far for Siggy. He did not progress to the semis back at Monza, but he will here in Hockenheim. It's Kevin Siggy, your victor, here in quarterfinal 3, and takes a vital victory as well. No doubt the confidence will be flowing for the young man, and Max Benneker will come across the line in second place for Maus as well, which will, I'm sure, go on record, and it does go on record as Max Benneker's best result so far this season, in fact equaling his best result back at Monza as well. There's Kevin Siggy, who is now sat in charge and in control. P1 goes his way with a view to taking perhaps more as we make our way through this evening. A grand display, Lewis.
Yeah, really, really good drive. A 19th victory for him in R1. So that moves him clear into 5th position in the all-time winners list. Of course, behind Josh Rogers, Sebastian Job, Max Benneker, and Darren McCormack, who has 22 victories to his name. So McCormack's not even catchable. So he's going to remain 5th. Luke Bennett, though, is one behind him and could well join him once again in 5th if he's able to take victory in semi-final 1. But again, that's later on this evening. Our focus from this, of course, in a moment, we'll move on to quarterfinal 4 and whether Redline. Jeff Refo's got a little bit of pressure on his shoulders, hasn't he? 3 pole positions for Redline. He's got to make it 4 from 4.
There's going to be a high level of expectation, I think, Lewis, for him to actually go in and usher his own name to the very top in qualifying later on, which is going to be very tricky to do. But we know that Rietveld on his day can be that driver that can really perform his very best. And has also been pulling double duty really for Redline as a whole, working as an engineer as well for the I was about to say AlphaTauri team. Of course, nowadays they've had loads of different names, haven't they? RB now this time after being part of the Visa Cash App RB racing team. But others are available. But obviously the incredible. He's very much. He's got a huge sim racing brain on his shoulders, and Redline, of course, value him very much as a team competitor. He's been part of the R1 competition for quite some time. Here are the highlights, though, from the race. It was very busy right from the very get-go. Drama already straight away. John Robertson going off into the grass was a very unfortunate getaway for him as well. They came down in towards Spitz Curve. Ferris Stanley, of course, meeting side by side with Kevin Siggy once again. Yet more drama as well for the ERA Esports team, who are flurrying their way out, looking to try and work their way forward. But yet again, we saw a big moment. Pajic as well going up the inside, making some severe contact, and then entered back onto the track. The stewards might want to intervene on that one, we're not quite sure. And another launch up the inside again, and it was an uprooting for Tobias Pfeffer, who would eventually just DNF from the session. Not happy with how that unfolded, and therefore brought his race to an end, allowing John Robertson back through to take that final points paying position in the quarterfinal. In fact, Robertson clouted straight into him again, so not quite sure what had happened right at that moment in time. In fact, we're going to see Robertson again. Oh my goodness, a slap back in return as Pfeffer rotated, coming in towards the final sector. But as we now watch them once again battle wheel to wheel, Jordan Caruso, also a driver that did not manage to get through successfully. Charlie Collins, though, different kettle of fish, goes up the inside straight away, this time on the BS Plus competition of Ferris Stanley, and was able to move in front of him. But still, nonetheless, a great result for Ferris Stanley. But Team Redline continuing to excel here in the quarterfinals phase, and we'll move through to the semis with 3 drivers performing, in fact, and 3 of the drivers actually featuring in the top 2 in those quarterfinals as well. Like you said, no pressure on Rietveld.
Look, again, Rietveld knows how to win. Rietveld knows how to get it done. I'm trying to see where he is in the all-time winners list. He's not actually that high, despite winning the first ever race in R1 competition, which is bizarre. He's won 12 races in R1. But yeah, he has the record that obviously no one else can take. Obviously, you are one of those drivers that are in that first race, which obviously there was only 12 for 48. But the fact is that he did win the first ever race of R1 competition. It's quite impressive.
Yeah, we can now go across to an interview with the one, the only Kevin Siggy, who re-announces his arrival back to the top. And there he is, moustache and all. Welcome back, Kevin. Great to see you here in the R1 Championship once more. Hope you're keeping well. Great victory. I'm sure you are feeling well after that one. And continuing Redline's rampant run so far tonight. And I would say, would you say an improved performance based on what we've already seen in the first 2 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, not so much comparing to my own performance in round 1. Definitely better than round 2. So, obviously we're very satisfied with our results currently, but we're still trying to push for more in the coming races.
Now, no, obviously, blah, 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 BOP, blah, 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 blah. We all talk about it. It's fine. We're not going to go into it too much. Don't worry. But it does seem as though the BMW is pretty strong around here, because considering the race you were just in, obviously there was you, Ferris Stanley was up there, Max Benneker was up there, and Redline have been looking by far the strongest of the BMW contingent. Anyway, is this a circuit that suits the BMW? Obviously, we saw Spa really suited the Porsches earlier on in the season as well.
Yeah, it definitely suits it much more because of the curb strikes and everything. And I think overall, looking at all the seasons that were done in this game, I think the BMW always suited this track the most. But I think the Porsche is also one of the stronger cars, at least that's what we believe. But nevertheless, obviously, we have a pretty decent car in comparison to the previous 2 rounds. So, I mean, we're trying to really extract the most of it. We've done our job, we've done our prep, and I mean, I think it's showing its true colors. So yeah, we're just gonna keep on working what we can.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you for joining us. We wish you all the very best in the semi-finals. Great having him here as always. Kevin Siggy, everybody, from Team Redline. Superstar, no doubt, after winning the Esports World Cup last time. Let's take you through the results here in quarterfinal 3. Kevin Siggy, your winner once again, and stormed clear of Max Benneker by 1.1, nearly 1.2 seconds if you added a bit more on to that. Charlie Collins managing to get the move done on Ferris Stanley to move up into 3rd place as well. Stanley still getting through, though, into the semi-finals. Semislav Lamenek moving 3 Falcons cars now through to the semi-finals here tonight after achieving a 5th place finish, and Vitality moving through with Yuri Toman as well. TC Esports lose Daniel Moreno with 8th place. Wojtek Fiala will not be adding yet another Virtus Pro car into the semis either. Marco Pajic brought his night at Guild to an end with 9th place, and Gabriel Solomon, after a promising start to the race, it kind of went a bit layward towards the end, and 10th place went his way. John Robertson finishing in the last points paying position with, of course, P12 and retirement going to Tobias Pfeffer. But we're back with practice for quarter-final 4, and some familiar names returning as well back again, including the likes of Dominic Blyer, Jeffrey Rietveld, and this man, Joshua Rogers, the winner of the Fall Season Championship back in 2023, a proven contender. He's also a team's champion back at Gamers 8 with Porsche Coanda as well. A lot of promised. We just witnessed Charlie Collins once again add his name into the semi-finals phase, and Joshua Rogers will be hoping to join him in semi-final 2.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, just to go back to the interview very quickly there, there is Josh Rogers. Going back to the interview with Kevin Siggy. A couple of interesting things he said. Number one, obviously confirming BMW does really suit the circuit. We've seen that before, like we said. But obviously just confirming that for us is always pretty handy. Also said the Porsche was quite strong around here. Now, that is not something that we've seen so far. And I will say right now, I am not going to say that Kevin Siggy is wrong. What I will say is that from that information alone, that tells me that the Porsches are underperforming thus far. Now, that means that if a Porsche gets through into a final, again, reset it all. Like, I think then they've got a really good chance of going after victory. I would take what Siggy said there with a pretty good pinch of salt. Like, he knows what he's talking about. Maybe the Porsches haven't looked so great this evening, but maybe that means they will be looking good the further we move through. There was Kaiki Oliveira, there is Yuri Kasdorp. We said about Jeff Rietveld and the pressure on his shoulders to kind of show what the Mouse team, what the Redline team can do. Obviously, Yuri Kasdorp's got the same thing for Mouse, because we've already seen 3 Mouse drivers work their way through. There is Jeff Rietveld out on circuit, the first driver to go round.
And he is. Be the first driver to make an impression here in qualifying already, right at the get-go. I mean, back to what you were saying as well, Lewis, about the Porsches, alluding to Kevin Siggy's comments being quite strong. Team Falcons have got 3 cars through to the semi so far. Yeah. I mean, I would say that's a pretty solid declaration of his statement, really.
Yeah, look, honestly, like I say, the only reason why we're saying the Porsches maybe look weaker, I think, is because, for one, they were so strong at the first round. And they haven't. And they were obviously pretty strong last round. Obviously, we did see a victory from Charlie Collins and such. But it's just they haven't looked as strong so far this evening. Now, obviously, they now have the driver with the most victories in R1 competition behind the wheel, and that is Josh Rogers. He'll be the 3rd car, we believe, to go round in this qualifying session. But the first of which is Jeff Rietveld. First sector, tiny bit off where he'd want to be. The second sector, pretty close to where you'd want to be in the BMW, to be fair. Obviously, we have seen a 45 in that middle sector. So see him come through into the final, really aiming for a 0.2 here if he wants a solid qualifying. I'm not sure it's going to be it, though. It might be like in the 0.3. No, minus 0.2. Exactly where he wanted.
That's a solid lap there from Jeffrey Rietveld, who hasn't actually achieved a single podium so far this season in the R1 Championship so far. In fact, every time he has gone through as Jeffrey Rietveld, it has been either P6 or a P5, which is unbelievable. So looking to start right at the very top, and that would certainly change the game as far as he's concerned. And speaking of changing the game, that's what Ibrahim Khan needs, but that first sector is certainly not brilliant. And the middle, he would have preferred a 46.0, but crossing the line, this is going to be around the realms of a 0.7, a 136.7 indeed. But Joshua Rogers back with a bang, and purple in the middle.
That's towards the back of the field for Ibrahim Khan. Don't want to be that guy, but I will be. Someone who isn't being that guy, Josh Rogers. Look at that first sector. George, I think even you might be able to challenge that one. 22.7 in the first sector. Obvious slowdown. Fastest middle sector of the session. It ain't going to matter. This is destined for the back of the field as Josh Rogers will come through the final corner. It's going to be a 38.8.
And usually we would say that Joshua Rogers is the ace in the hole for Porsche Commander, even though they've got quite the rostrum of drivers. Nicholas Matteo taking the fastest first sector, but making an error coming through into the very fast turn 12, out in towards turn 13. I think it's actually cost him a grand deal of time. A 46.1, nearly 46.2 isn't great in the middle either, and I think he might have lost quite a degree of tread after that mistake in Sector 3 as well. Let's watch and see how he gets on crossing the line. Of course, his friend and colleague Danny Moreno, we saw earlier on as well, 31. He registers in that final sector, and just a little bit, well, yeah, he's a little bit slower than Ibrahim Khan, which will solidify him to the back.
Yeah, Matt Emery, the next one to come through, and another one with a poor first sector, though. He's going to be starting on the rear of the field with Josh Rogers and Nicholas Matteo. This is not going well in this 4th and final quarterfinal, where the 3rd quarterfinal was so unbelievably close. This one, it's not feeling that vibe. We've had 5 cars now cross the line, and Jeff Rieveld's got a pole of half a second, and Ibrahim Khan's on the front row. That's not going to hold up. Here comes Maszewski.
Yeah, Maszewski going purple in the first sector and a 46.0 in the middle. And we've already seen 2 Team Falcon cars go through to the semis. Well, we could see a trio, but he's just lost the purple first sector elsewhere. Now, I can tell you that Don Blyer was fastest in the practice session. He might be faster again. Here comes Maszewski up towards the line. Can he jump and certainly go ahead of Rietveld? Yes! And registers a 0.1.
Wow.
A 136.178 to go fastest for Team Falcons.
The Sixter told us the Porsches were strong. Maszewski really proving that there with a 0.1. That's an incredible lap time from Jakub Maszewski. Few big heavy hitters still to come. Of course, we've got Kike Oliveira, we've got Kevin Ellis Jr. later on, Don Blyer as well. But before all that, it's this driver here, Yuri Kasdorp, 10th and a bit down the second sector. It's going to be behind Jeff Rietveld, I think. Yep, a 0.364. What a first sector from Kazamon.
That is a stunning first sector, 20.1. Right, well, he's further than the dance floor. He has gone and has sailed higher. And now the Vitality team, who haven't had the best of fortune so far this season, arguably, Kazubon has brought some of their better results in recent times. He was smart back at Monza, if you remember. 46.1 in the middle, though. Maybe a 10th off where he would like it to be, but this could be enough to challenge Maszewski should he bring together a stellar third sector. Here comes the Vantage. Will it give Kazubon the advantage? No! Only enough for fourth fastest and just within a 0.4. He joins the 0.3 club.
Yeah, indeed. I always remember one thing from this circuit, which was the person who was the best in the first sector was in a BMW, was in the G2 BMW. Yoni Tormula. Yoni Tormula was always so good in that first sector. Once again, that one from Kazmon's kind of up there. Let's see what Antunes can do. Sector time's looking all right for the MSI car, up towards the line, 36.3. Yeah, it feels about right with that kind of time. It's the exact same time as Thibaut Kazamon.
Well, we take a look at the man who went fastest in free practice just prior to us getting into the qualifying session. He set a 136.047 in practice, and now looking to try and muster that same pace, but that first sector is looking a little bit tight at 20.2. The middle sector's okay, though. Needs a brilliant final sector in order to launch himself to the highest order, but has got to try and dial this portion in. As now he makes his way towards the line, as now the Mercedes storms through towards turn 1 again. P3 with a 136.2, and only the second 0.2 we have seen so far in this session.
Kike Oliveira, though, next up, quality driver, and then the next one after this, Kevin Ellis Jr., someone who's won this season. Can Big Kev do it once more? Let's see. Kike Oliveira into the final complex first. The first sector leaving a little bit wanting. The second sector's all right, but that first sector is a little poor for where he would need to be. Out through the final corner, it's that curb strike through T1 where he's clearly lost a little bit too much time in the BMW. He's pretty solid, and it goes on to the second row. I think that might become third row once this lap's complete.
It was a very good final sector for Kike Oliveira then, but Big Kev is up next and has already beaten Kike in that first sector. 46.0 is right in the centre of the dance floor as well. Once more needs a mighty final sector as well to try and assail and join Darren McCormack in the semi-finals as well. Let's see where Big Kev can go as he storms up towards the line in the Virtus Pro car. Can he indeed jump into the top 4? Yes, he can. A 136.293 for the second row.
Do you know what? I thought I was first place. After that final sector, I thought he was going to hook it up, but didn't quite. There we go. There's the guy with the finger, Jakub Maszewski. What a qualifying, what a lap. First time Redline's been defeated from pole position this evening, but a 0.1, that really is impressive.
Falcons looking good value for all 4 cars going through to the semi-finals, which would be absolutely mighty as far as their point situation is concerned. They're currently locked at horns with the likes of Maus and also with the likes further down of Team Vitality as well. So, you know, there's every chance here for Falcons to really assail and should we say, fly higher here in this championship. Maszewski, what a performance. I mean, that lap pretty much came out of nowhere, really.
Yeah, needed it. Yeah, like I said, the drivers that need those good lap times. Maszewski, Falcons, yep, fair enough. But also Maus, Yuri Kasdorp, and Jeff Rietveld as well. The fact that, like I say, we're seeing a lot of these teams potentially move quite a lot of their drivers through into the semi-finals could be a very impressive evening thus far, of course. Still a long way to go this evening, but halfway through this race is really the halfway point, of course. We've got this one, 2 semi-finals, and then the big final yet to come. Looking at that, though, who's your pick for victory looking at this? Because obviously, yeah, sure, you've got Maszewski up there, but you've got Jeff Rietveld up there as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few names I would rather say. First of all, I'm shocked that Joshua Rogers, obviously, the crucial error. I will say this, that there were several drivers that were matching 36 zeros in free practice. Joshua Rogers was one of them, Jeffrey Rietveld as well. Kike Oliveira was also up there and dancing. I think Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to be one to watch as well. I think even from the second row of the grid, I think if he gets a good start, I think that you can always stack your chips to the centre of the table as far as Big Kev's concerned. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. Going to be very tight at the top. It's strange. It wasn't the best qualifying session we have seen, though, Lewis. I think in comparison to what we have seen already tonight, plenty of slowdowns, drivers struggling. Ibrahim Khan struggled, Matt Emery struggled. To a certain regard as well, we saw many others struggle. We also knew that Joshua Rogers, we mentioned the high-profile nature of that first sector being so poor. This really puts Porsche Coanda in a bit of a hole here. And while other Porsches have been performing, it kind of highlights the lack of performance in comparison to previous rounds that Porsche Coanda have suffered here.
They are struggling more. That's one thing that's for sure. That they're, I know, like, obviously the Caruso thing, like, they're a bit up against it. I get that, but they are struggling more. And now, Josh Rogers from the back of the grid. It's kind of one of those ones where, in quite a lot of championships, I'd sit there and be like, "Oh, Josh Rogers from the back of the grid, he's still going to get a decent result. He's still going to get a solid result. No worries."
Dom Bly is another one as well. You got to watch out for.
That's true, but I don't know about Josh. I don't know if Josh is going to be able to get into the top 6. Genuinely, and that sounds crazy. But I mean, like 2 years ago, I would have said, yeah, no doubt. Having seen plenty of R1 competition before, genuinely, flip of a coin. It's 50-50 whether he actually does or doesn't.
Well, the danger he has, it's not just about, well, it is about getting through, but it's not just about weaving through those that are in the bottom 6. The danger is the bottom 6 getting disconnected from the top 6. That's the major issue you've really got, because as soon as you get into that scenario, say for example, Thibaut Casibon loses tread on Yuri Kasdorp by over a second, well, you can almost count yourself out in that stage. You've got to hot lap every single time in order to get yourself within the window, in order to be able to challenge for a semi-final place, or indeed a final place if this is a semi-final situation. So yeah, it's going to be an almighty challenge here for Joshua Rogers to pull this off, and you almost need to drive in a bit of a manner much akin to the likes of Thomas Tatler in order to achieve that, because that's exactly what Tatler did.
Take him out. Obviously elbows out, elbows out, the other out. No, obviously, yeah, you got to get feisty here. I've seen some feisty driving from Josh Rogers in my time. In fact, we have seen him go from the back of the field up inside the top 6. I'm pretty sure we saw him do it around here. But he'll need to do it once again. Let's take a look at the starting grid, though. Josh Rogers and Matt Emery starting from that final row of the grid with Nicholas Mateo and Ibrahim Khan directly ahead on row number 5. Then it's Jimmy Antunes and Thibaut Casibon. Going to be the last time we're seeing that group this evening. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Yuri Kasdorp needs a good result for Mouse, needs to keep in contention of getting through into Group A of the group stage. Kike Oliveira alongside for BS competition. Kevin Ellis Jr. on the second row with Dom Blyer alongside on the what will be the left-hand side for him. Jeff Rietveld denied the pole position for Team Redline. The first driver from Team Redline to not start from pole position this evening, because Jakub Masiejewski went absolutely berserk, to be perfectly honest, in qualifying by setting a 0.1. Absolutely incredible for Masiejewski, and the chances for a Falcons victory pretty high. Do you think it's happening, George? Do you think Rieveld's doing it? Do you think Dom Bly's doing it? Do you think Yuri Kasdorp's doing it?
Well, I mean, whilst there's 3 drivers that really stand out for me. Obviously, you've got to factor in Jeffrey Rietveld for a certain degree, but don't count out Matuszewski. Blyer could be the one to watch, but he's got Big Kev alongside him. I would say there's about 3 drivers that can win this one.
The top 4, Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Aston Martin, all 4 manufacturers represented in the top 4, as Masiejewski will get us started from the 4th and final quarterfinal as he tries to cover off Jeff Rietveld down into turn 1. Still down the inside goes Dom Blyer as they all go all over the escape there at T1, as did Yuri Kasdorp in that mouse car. Still side by side with Kike Oliveira as a bit of a look down the inside comes Thibaut Casibon in that Vitality car that we're looking at now. A little bit of a brush on the rear end of the mouse car of Yuri Kasdorp. Kasdorp as they work their way out onto the Parabolica. Still side by side between the two BMWs for 5th and 6th position. Geico Oliveira and Yuri Kasdorp, but a good clear 0.4 of a second ahead of the field comes Mashievsky in the Falcons car. The side by side goes back single file behind as now it's Jimmy Antunes trying to make a move to the inside. Geico Oliveira out wide as Jeff Friedfeld tries to make a move on Don Plyer, 3 wide off the corner as Yuri Kasdorp's just about going to hang on a 5th position, and 6th is going to stay the way of Geico Oliveira.
Perfect start for Jakub Matuszewski to hold the lead. Jeffrey Rietveld formulating in behind. Dominic Blyer also sending some keen messages as we now watch Jimmy Antunes going very late on the brakes and collecting what looked to be, I think, looking back, that was Yuri Kasdorp getting held up at Mercedes curve. And we're now watching the the Vitality car now going side by side here with Geico Oliveira over 5th place as they now fight tooth and nail. It's now Thibaut Casibon with the nose in front, all but briefly. Back comes the BMW M4 now as they go wheel to wheel again, coming in towards the left-hander at Sachs curve, but who's been sacked from that P5 position is indeed Geico Oliveira. Thibaut Casibon taking the place away, and now the BS Plus competition car faces Ibrahim Khan on his tail. Joshua Rogers has moved up 2 places since the start and is now in 10th.
Yeah, indeed. It does seem as though that the drivers back here are fighting over 2 transfer positions now, 5th and 6th. Thibaut Casibon and Geico Oliveira, the current holders of that. But a hungry pack behind. Ibrahim Khan behind the team. Obviously, he left to go and join ERA. Of course, it is Geico Oliveira in that BS competition. You've got Nicolas Matteo in that Thibaut Casibon car. Then Jimmy Antunes, Yuri Kasdorp being pushed down the field courtesy of Jimmy Antunes. Go and give Yuri Kasdorp a hug. Man, he did nothing wrong in that. He just got pushed out wide.
Yeah, I'd imagine he's probably feeling rather fraught after this. This is the replay of the moment itself. Very late from Jimmy Antunes collecting the BMW M4. He's going to face repercussions surely for that. I think Kasdorp will be relatively fortunate. There's a bit of argy-bargy going on as well as we're just witnessing live cameras now of the TC Esports car that was actually making a little bit of contact coming through that middle sector. We got wheel to wheel once again, this time with Kasdorp and also including Ibrahim Khan in all of this. Jimmy Antunes has found himself back in 7th. Kasdorp has recovered somewhat, at least brilliantly. Ibrahim Khan now looking to be the thorn in the side of Jimmy Antunes as they now fly through in towards Mobile 1 curve, and still holding position is Jimmy Antunes. Ibrahim Khan now separating the 2 assailants who came together coming through Mercedes, and Kasdorp, he's going to be feeling frustrated, and I'm sure he's going to want to respond in the only way possible, and that is to jump into that top 6. But just look at the disconnect here now, Lewis. Jimmy now 4.7 off the lead. The gap now over a second. It's 1.4 as such between Oliveira and Antunes right now.
Yeah, it's I understand battling for positions, obviously. Like we say this every single week. But it's when they're battling so aggressively for positions, they lose so much time. The top 6 is clear. The top 6 have gone as there comes a look down the inside from Yuri Kasdorp. None of these drivers are progressing. Kasdorp making a move on Ibrahim Khan. Josh Rogers now into the mix, and I can tell you for sure now, Joshua Rogers is not progressing through into the semi-final. Unless some unreal levels of drama happens, he ain't going through.
He needs a miracle, Lewis. Needs a complete and utter miracle. Kasdorp trying to defend the place as well against Ibrahim Khan on the run down through towards Spitz curve, and Joshua Rogers dipping right to the inside and has somehow found a way, not costing or certainly not spinning any of the cars. They come out of it cleanly. Rogers now going wheel to wheel with a fellow Porsche of Ibrahim Khan, the ERA Esports car now behind the Porsche Cayenne. Had a late look up the inside, just fired the warning shot against Joshua Rogers immediately, though stepping right back into the aero of Rogers' Porsche as they now make their way through towards Sector 3 out of Sector 2. It's still Kasdorp at the head of this little 4-car train that they have here. Of course, this stretches all the way down to P11's Matt Emery. He's just currently watching everything unfold right in front of him now at the moment is Emery, and Nicolas Matteo ultimately, after the little bit of contact we saw earlier on, has dropped all the way down to P12, so has somehow lost it. This might be the moment actually where we saw him come together. It looks like Ibrahim Khan on the outside, rear-ended. That's Jimmy Antunes, I think, who actually caught him on the rear. So Antunes has been caught twice, I think, as far as I've seen throughout the course of this race. He could yet be slapped twice here, Lewis.
I mean, look, again, race control got a lot to look at, but it's kind of one of those ones. Oh my goodness, that is not how you respond to that absolutely smashing Matt Emery out of the way and then going for a spin courtesy of it. He kind of cut across Matt Emery there, and I think you kind of get what you deserve when you do that.
Probably saw red after the initial moment, do you think?
Probably. Probably a little bit of that, but I mean, look, it is what it is. But at this point, none of them have anything to gain or lose. It's all basically done. That's the thing. It's like race control will take a look at it and blah blah, and it'll take points away from some of them. But at the end of the day, none of these are going through. None of those drivers are realistically going through. Maybe Jimmy Antunes might be able to. Of course, we've still got a fair way left to go in this race, but I don't know. I don't necessarily see it.
Not to mention, he's been involved in 2 hefty impacts already through the course of this race, so he could yet be brought to task here by the stewards. As now, here comes Joshua Rogers up the inside. He's just going to look to maximise the points he can muster here now, going wheel to wheel with Yuri Kasdorp on the run now, coming out of turn 8 and through towards turns 9 and 10, forced to stay in behind the BMW M4, and now fly through Mobile 1. You can just see there the face of Joshua Rogers, still pensive as ever, but no doubt probably frustrated as how this race has panned out. It could have been oh so different, and again, this points to the importance of qualifying again, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. If you get that slowdown penalty, like you're basically done. You're at the back of the field. And like I said, I said flip of the coin, and I do genuinely mean that. If you're starting from the back of the field, it is 50-50 whether you go through or not. And that's when you're at a driver at the level of Joshua Rogers. Anyone lower than that, your Joshua Rogers, your Sebastian Jobs, your Darren McCormacks, your Kevin Siggies, that lot, they start from the back of the field, it's 50-50. Everyone else is like, yeah, it's like 99% you're not going through. It's only because these drivers are so good, but they have to make a lot of that work early. And Josh Rogers made quite a lot of that work early, then dropped back to the rear of the field by contact, then went back up, then back down, back up, back up. And as soon as that happens, like, yeah, no, you're done. By the time you already got up into 8th, 9th position, the top group has already checked away. This happens all of the time. As he looks down the inside and the tiny gap of Yuri Kasdorp fires his way through, and Joshua Rogers should be up now into 8th position, but the up and under coming from Yuri Kasdorp squeezes Joshua Rogers off the road a little bit, side by side between the pair of them as they work their down towards the fast kink and then to the Mercedes Arena section. Yuri Kasdorp's he's pretty versatile in the world of sim racing. He's well versed with what's going on. Gets a little bit of contact there onto the side from Joshua Rogers, squeezes him off, holds him off as we now head down towards Mobile 1. Josh Rogers unable to find his way through on the... Hold on, here we go. Another throwback for you. The 2017, I believe it was, maybe 16, massacre of the brake marker boards down into turn 1 at Winton in the SRC V8 supercars. That was Yuri Kasdorp. I remember it.
That is extraordinary. Thank you so much for that.
I'm so sorry. Now, as soon as you threw out one stat earlier on in the evening, I'm like, right, now I'm really delving into the memory books as to who's done what in sim racing.
I could go one step further. I was going to talk about Elvis Rankin's 2022 Skip Barber Championship earlier on as well. But as we watch as Kaiki Oliveira in 6th place will be going through. Again, it's been a good evening for BS Plus competition. One of their strongest performances, I would say, throughout the course of this championship so far. We witnessed Ferris Stanley doing brilliantly to get through. Kaiki Oliveira is looking to send yet another BS Plus competition car through, no doubt, much to the delight of team boss Florian Haspar.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, things are looking pretty good for them. They're taking advantage of having effectively what might be either the best car or a very good car around here, at least. You know, it's a car that's working for the circuit, and that almost puts on more pressure, right? If you are in the best car for, in air quotes, the best car for a given round, which obviously will ebb and flow as the season goes on. That's BOP. That's just how cars work for each circuit. When it comes to your circuit where you're in the best car, that can sometimes add that little bit more pressure because you have to take advantage of this round. Now, BS competition kind of are. Ferris Stanley, great result. Kaiki Oliveira here, looking to move his way through. They are looking good in this car right now. They are looking confident. They are taking advantage of it. And Kaiki Oliveira gets through in the semi-finals. Sure, he might be in 6th place here, but I would say Kaiki Oliveira, he's a good shout to get through into the final this afternoon. Maybe not win the whole thing, but I'd say he's pretty odds on to get through to it.
Yeah, he's one of the most reliable drivers behind the wheel as well for BS Plus competition. Has performed well in the past and took 2 P4s back at Spa, but his best result so far this season, the P3 back at Monza. At the moment, though, he's on for a P6, which at the very least will get him through to the semi-finals later on here this evening. Of course, 2 semi-finals to bring you folks as the top 6 from each quarterfinal get diluted down into the semi-finals phase, and once again we'll set the grid up with the top 6 from each semi-final going through to the finals that comes up later on tonight. We run on board here with Joshua Rogers, who now comes out of turn 4 and 5 and through towards turn 6 very soon at Spitz Curve. as he once again follows Yuri Kasdorp, who's 2.2 away from Jimmy Antunes at the very top spot, just outside of that top 6. So they now fly downhill through towards the hairpin bend at turn 6 now, feathering that throttle, picking it back up again, and Rogers now catching up, seemingly better in the corners here at this point against Yuri Kasdorp in this first sector, and now into the middle as they rumble over the curbs now. Does Joshua Rogers look to the inside, coming through towards Mercedes? No, doesn't want to leave anything too late, with rather a certainty, I think, in this case, especially with Ibrahim Khan waiting in behind, waiting to pounce on any mistake as Kasdorp's rear gets stepped out just ever so slightly. We just saw it from view inside Joshua Rogers' car. Now, you do have to wonder, tyres overheating, little things like that, they all matter as they try and avoid dipping into the gravel too much. You just see that using all the track as they enter in towards Sector 3. Kasdorp 2.2 away from Antunes. No drag or slipstream to protect him against Rogers at the moment. So he's got to try and put his best defensive foot forward in order to at least bring home a P8 here so far tonight.
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing with just with this championship in general that we've always kind of spoken about, and how strong the fields are. We speak about this quite a lot. You have got a driver who has taken part in the most races in R1's history. He's got 118 races under his name, which is more than any other driver on the field. He's got more wins than everyone else. He's got more podiums than everyone else. And he's currently being held behind Yuri Kasdorp, who has a single victory to his name, who has 10 podiums, who has nearly under half the amount of races done in R1 than Josh Rogers, the driver behind him. So you would assume that on paper then, statistically speaking, this should be very easy for Josh Rogers to cruise up the back of Kasdorp, work his way through and move on. Goodbye. That doesn't happen because it's those tiny fractions, that tiny percentage that Josh Rogers is better than Yuri Kasdorp on a consistent basis that has given him them 38 victories, that has pushed him into that position. But when you're sat behind him, it's those tiny percentages don't matter. You're in a 1v1 battle with Yuri Kasdorp, and it's hard to get through. It's as hard racing Kasdorp as it is racing a Siggy or someone like it's just as difficult to get past.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. It's, I mean, he's a truly phenomenal juggernaut in the world of sim racing. Hasn't had it all his own way, though. I mean, the last couple of seasons in R1 have been a struggle, but I would argue that this is probably the best we've seen from a Yuri Kasdorp in a long while. If you take a look at his previous results already this season, I mean, we look back at Spa, for example. I mean, 5th and 6th in the first. Well, it was 5th in the first quarterfinal back at Spa, and then the semi-final that came up afterwards that he took part in, a 6th place finish to move through to the final. I mean, we saw a Kasdorp in prior seasons that couldn't even get through to a final, Lewis.
Yep. Yeah, and so, honestly, he's looking good. I agree.
Yeah. So I would say that this is a very different Yuri Kasdorp, and I think we'll see the improvements flourish when we move through as well into the dynamic group phase, and that'll be interesting to see how Mouse deal with that, because they're one of those teams that currently fluctuate in the midfield. They're kind of on par, I would say, at the moment with Team Vitality. Yeah,
and Yuri is, and this is an open thing, so no one get offended, all right? He is one of the older drivers on the field, and we get kind of like lulled into this whole thing of it's always the younger drivers that really improve. It's always the younger drivers that we're looking forward to, who's going to move forward. Just because you're one of the older contingent, you're in your 20s, mid-20s, late 20s, that's one of the older contingent right in sim racing these days. Crazy, isn't it? As here comes Josh Rogers on the attack. But Yuri Kasdorp is one of those ones who's been in sim racing for a while. That doesn't mean that he can't improve, right? That doesn't mean that he can't find the speed, that he can't find that extra little bit that's been missing. Just because you're one of the older contingent, you can still find that pace and that consistency, or you can just have a good few rounds where everything starts to click. And I think that's what we're seeing here from Kasdorp, where he's finding maybe that little bit more time. He's feeling a little bit more comfortable and confident in the car. And I know he's not moving through today. Like, that's fair enough. We get that. But at the same time, it's still a very clear improvement from season to season. Final lap finally beginning here in quarterfinal 4 of what has been a somewhat quiet, and some could say uninteresting
mellow.
It's been calm. The calm that feels like it's the calm before the storm, George.
It does. I have to say, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what the semi-finals and most definitely the final bring out, because obviously we know that they're going to be battling over the major points when we reach that point. But obviously I'd imagine the semis are going to kick things up a notch. But I mean, what a performance so far for Team Falcons here in this round. Easily they're one of the most prosperous rounds of the championship thus far. Up on record, up until now. Thomas Tatler has been their only race winner so far this season, but Jakub Matuszewski looking to register his name to the top for the first time in this series, this season, shall I say, at the moment in 2025, has shown promise like this in the past, but in a renewed campaign here, back in a Porsche for Team Falcons, it definitely looks like they've stepped up a level. And I remember when we spoke about this team back at the World Cup last year, Lewis, we said Team Falcons were the main standout of all the new teams that joined the championship, and they're showing us why once again.
Yeah, indeed. Into the final complex of corners. Has gone out of the quarterfinals on both occasions so far in 2025, but has failed to progress through into a final. Today could be the day that changes. Has got one victory, but that was in LAN to his name in our one competition last year in Riyadh. But now is an online victory as well to add to the list. We're seeing a few people chucking their names into the winners list this season. Jakub Matuszewski, one of them. Look how happy he is. Man, he is pumped. And I can understand why. Excellent qualifying and a perfect race to beat the first ever winner of R1 competition. Great stuff from Jakub Matuszewski.
What a reaction from a young man who has certainly strived to get better, strived to be better, and he is certainly a race winner here this time around in 2025. And in quarter-final action, all Falcons cars are going to fly into the semi-finals, but the question is, can they move into the final? Can they challenge for yet more grandeur? They've got some phenomenal talents there in that team. We've already seen some fantastic results from the likes of Thomas Tatler, Zemislav Lamenek moving through, Kamil Pawlowski as well. Remember, going fastest in his session for a brief time, and also not only that, racing well as well. So all four Falcons going through to the semis. What a performance. Obviously some other big news obviously to bring. Where was Joshua Rogers? Not moving through to the semi-final, I can answer you. How much of a blow is that to Porsche Coanda here, Lewis?
It's a big one. It is a big old blow for them. It is a bit of a shame, but you know, it's kind of that's what you get for getting an off track at T1. And I was thinking the lap's over almost before it started. I've got some really bad news for you, George. I've checked. I'm just checking using the RENNSPORT app here. Looking at the top 6 from quarterfinal 1. We've got Enzo Benito, we've got Dane Warren, we've got Moritz Lerner, Marcel Chinchik, Daniel Pausdor, and Mikkel Schmiedel. Who's missing from that? It's Thomas Tatler. Falcons
penalised right at the end, so it's no longer 4.
So it isn't 4. Just double checking that one. Of course, some of the results that we've seen this evening, they are provisional. We'll update you as to who's going through into each of the semi-finals. But yes, indeed, Thomas Tatler will not be going through into the semi-final one that will be coming up this evening. Of course, those 6 drivers that I did just read out as well will be joined by the 6 that got through from quarterfinal 2, which was McCormack, Bennett, Schoninger, Pawlowski, Hart, and of course Jack Keithley.
Incredible. Well, Falcons no longer with 4 going through to the semi-finals, it would seem. It's 3 this time. Blew my spot there, Lewis. No, not joking. But there we go. I mean, they've got plenty of talents, though, still behind the scenes, though, haven't they? I mean, at the end of the day, Matuszewski proving that he can be that race winner that Thomas Tatler's proven to be in the past as well. But we can't also forget about the likes of, Zemislav Lamenek. Let's actually go across for an interview with Jakub Matuszewski this time, and no doubt he's going to be absolutely thrilled. Jakub, welcome back to R1, and welcome as well as a race winner for only the 2nd time in R1 history. What a result. It's looking good for Falcons at the moment.
Yeah, hello. Thank you. Yeah, it's looking good. I don't know really the points how they're looking. I'm speechless, Hockenheim was always my good track, but I never delivered anything here, and this just came out of nowhere, kind of. So yeah.
Your first ever race in R1 was actually a 3rd place finish, which is very impressive. And you looked like you started out really, really strong. That was obviously on the online season last year. Kind of dropped off a little bit, picked up again at the end of the season, and then was relatively decent through LAN, proving yourself as a worthy competitor here. This feels, though, like a statement victory. Looking at some of the names that were in this quarterfinal, looking at that qualifying lap, do you feel that's the case, that this is maybe like a really big turning point for you, taking that victory, being able to hold back the likes of Jeff Rietveld and drivers that have proven themselves multiple times as winners in this championship?
Yeah, for sure. This means a lot. The pace is really always there. It's just a matter of putting the lap in quali. Hockenheim is like, I think, one of the worst tracks to put it together, and seeing myself on pole after what I thought is average lap is like insane looking at the grid, you know. So who knows, maybe it's turning point, but I will just keep doing what I'm doing because it looks like it's working pretty well. And yeah, I don't really know what else to say.
Well, it definitely does seem to be working rather well. We'll let you recover, Jakub, and prepare for your semi-final that's coming up later on tonight. But congratulations, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you later on. That's Jakub Matuszewski, everybody from Team Falcons, taking a very special victory. Lewis, take us through the highlights. There were lots of them.
Yeah, there was a fair few, most of them being very early in the day. Jimmy Antunes getting into the side there of the mouse of Yuri Kasdorp, some contact as well as they're all trying to muscle their way through the battles. This was the battle for 5th position. Thibaut Casmon working his way through on Kaiki Oliveira, and the likes behind would all get caught up amongst themselves, allowing the top groupings to basically check away. This was a big hip check between the Thibaut Courtois and of course the Porsche commander Joshua Rogers, starting from the rear of the field, unable to work his way through the field, and after that bit of contact, then Terry was basically accepting being at the rear of the field. Bit of red mist and then straight into the side of Matt Emery, and then being sent all the way round after Matt Emery left down the inside, exiting from the Mercedes Arena section. Yuri Kasdorp putting on a great fight and was able to fend off the Porsche commander of Joshua Rogers, and of course the Porsche from the ERA team of Ibrahim Khan as well. Despite some big late efforts from Joshua Rogers, wasn't able to quite do it. Again, some big looks to the inside, big looks to the inside, going into the hairpin as well. Lovely up and under here, says thank you very much. Yuri Kasdorp showing, yeah, again, he's a wily old fox. As here's another move and an attempt down into the inside of the Mercedes Arena section, that the Mouse driver was able to hang on and score some important points for the Mouse team. Of course, the results here, provisional, fair enough, but Jakub Matuszewski, no doubt about that one. An excellent drive from lights to flag. Matuszewski on top for the second time in R1. Jeff Rieveld in second position with Don Blyer in third. Kevin Ellis Jr., Thibaut Casmon and Kaiki Oliveira, the 6 drivers to progress through into semi-final 2. Yuri Kasdorp, by the way, I think has been given a penalty as he drops back to 11th place and scores just a single solitary point, which is a bit of a shame. Joshua Rogers, Ibrahim Khan, Matt Emery, Jimmy Antunes, Yuri Kasdorp and Nicolas Matteo, the 6 drivers we will no longer see anything of this evening. Of course, the big one in that is that of Joshua Rogers. No more action for him, which after an excellent opening round of the season at Spa, it wasn't great last round, really, from Rogers. Sure, I know he won his quarterfinal, but then obviously 9th position in the semis after starting from the rear of the field, actually. I think that was from exceeding the track limits as well. And once again, out here for exceeding track limits and starting from the rear of the field.
Unbelievable stuff indeed. Great work, though, from Jakub Matuszewski to take a stunning victory and sending at least 3 drivers through to the semi-finals for Falcons. But we're now back with free practice for semi-final 1. We're now moving into the next 3 races to take us through to the rest of the evening. Of course, we'll have 2 semi-finals to bring you to tee up the final race of tonight to decide who's going to be the round victor here at Hockenheimring. Michael Schmiedel, as you can see in picture, currently the fastest man on track at the moment, at 1:36.309 to send him to the top. But just look at this, we have got a flurry of teams now with more than 1 car in this one session. Redline, of course, one of the main figments, as you can notice there, with Enzo Benito and Luke Bennett. What a strong force they have coming into this first semi-final here, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed, and the confidence to boot as well. They have looked incredibly strong all 4 through, and looking really, really strong, looking capable. Again, we said it before, of the 1, 2, 3, 4 in that final, to be perfectly honest. The fact that I would genuinely be shocked if any one of the red lines gets knocked out. Like, that shows you how strong Redline are around here, how strong that BMW is around here. It's pretty impressive indeed. Who's going to get pole position in this one, though?
We'll have to work this one out. I mean, listen. I want to look at the. I'm looking at the fact as well that we got only 2 teams that have got 2 drivers going through to the next session. We've got 2 Maus, 2 Redline at the moment. We've got Moritz Lerner, Dennis Schoeniger as well, who's currently also making his way around the track. Was registered at 1:36.239 onto the board. Moritz Lerner, though, fastest at the moment for the Maus team. Two almost forces colliding here. Obviously, Maus have got some way to certainly be I suppose, in the same category as a Team Redline. But we know how good Moritz Lerner can be, a DTM champion of years gone by, also a GT Masters champion as well in his time as well. Dennis Schuttinger, who's no stranger to winning races in his own right. And then, of course, you've got Luke Bennett and Enzo Benito, two proven successful sim racers. We mentioned the IMSA GTD championship for Benito, but also with Luke Bennett. He is one of the winners with Team Redline to take them to the title at the EWC. So, you know, that just goes to show the sheer CV power that many of these drivers share. And you never know, maybe with time, we'll see Mouse get to that same ascent to that same level as Team Redline in the future.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're in their third year of sim racing, right? Really, like taking it seriously, taking it properly, and obviously most of that competition has been here on RENNSPORT. We have seen them outside of it, a little bit with Porsche Esports Super Cup and a couple of other bits here and there, obviously with the likes there of Max Benneker. But it's kind of one of those ones, like, maybe we will see them rise to the top and be one of the strongest outfits in sim racing. I think for that we need to see them outside of just R1 competition, but yeah, again, that's just is what it is. Right now they're looking good here in R1. They're looking strong, and I would say, looking at the 12 drivers in this, there's at least 9 of them that I wouldn't be surprised if they got pole position. But it's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's a very strong lineup, very strong field. I would not be surprised to see any of this lineup actually go on to take a pole position. I mean, obviously Redline in the pound seats, but you can't forget that there is obviously a Dara McCormack to consider as well in all of this. But he's in a bit of a sticky wicket here, Lewis, because he's the only Virtus Pro driver in this fight. But that hasn't deterred him throughout the course of this season, though, is it?
I don't think he'll care. He'll care one bit about that. In fact, anything, it might be a little bit easier because it's just him on the track. You know, he doesn't have to worry about like helping his teammates or doing any of that. He's just like, yeah, it's just me versus the track versus victory. But of course, the most important bit, no teammates required. Get qualifying right. No slowdowns at T1. Do not run too far wide. If you do, day's done.
Certainly is. We've seen many suffer with slowdowns. That's a blistering first sector, though, for Johan Harth. Yeah. 20.074 to kick things off. Now, he's going to want to start as he means to go on, so he needs a big sector 2 to follow here as he makes his way down through towards the very, very tight hairpin section at turn 6, of course. Doesn't get tight at this point, but it's when you come out of it where things can get a little fraught. We see many cars actually stumble over the curbs, and a little frustration there from Johan Harth there, as you can see from the bottom left. A shake of the head, not happy with the exit coming out of turn 6 as he now comes down through towards Mercedes. Has he lost time? That is the big question. We won't find out until we make our way into sector 3 proper, coming out of turn 11 on the way down through towards turn 12, as we now watch him now in the Mercedes AMG GT3. Now power his way down through towards turn 12 this time, 46.1. It's not horrendous, it's not the best. Would have ideally liked to have plumbed for a 46.0, maybe even a very early 0.1, but nonetheless, it's still a reasonable time as it stands. Let's see where he goes in the latter sector. We got turn 13, which he's just come out from, now through 14 and 15, and now a run through the double right-handers of 16 and 17. Now up towards the line. Where's Johan Harth going to go with this one? Is this going to be a 0.2 to usher his way to the top? Not even that. In fact, you can add 2 more tenths to that. A 1:36.416. That's the initial fastest time. Jack Keithley, though, has stolen the purple middle sector.
Yeah, indeed, but I was lost out a tenth of a bit in the first sector. This could be all right, though, for Keithley if he's able to do so. Like I say, bringing it down to a 46.0 in the entirety in that middle sector. I mean, look, this could be all right for him out through the final corner. Let's see what it's going to be for Keithley. Might be ahead of Johan Harth, might be only slightly, to be fair. 0.3, that's a pretty good lap time from Jack Keithley.
Yeah, 1:36.3. I would say that's his best qualifying lap so far this evening. It's certainly better than the quarterfinal that we saw earlier on. Best practice lap times we saw in this semi-final group was Moritz Lerner with a 0.1. We didn't see a 0.0 this time. Kamil Pawlowski currently sat with a 20.1 in the first sector. 46.0 is very good, though. He qualified fastest briefly earlier on. Let's see if he can do the same again. Makes his way towards the line. Purple in that final sector to once again usher himself into the 0.2s. Stunning from Kamil Pawlowski.
Someone who also is quite good in that final sector here, Darren McCormack, really strong in that final sector, which is what grabbed him. The front row start in the previous race. Obviously, was beaten by Luke Bennett. Would very much eye up another victory. Could be 5 in a row and a record-breaking 5 in a row from him if he's able to do so. It is at least a solid lap from McCormack. Thumbs up towards the line. That means it's probably going to be quite good. Only a 0.3. Maybe it's a sarcastic thumb. I don't know.
Lost a bit of time in that first sector, though. He did a 20.2, didn't he? But then again, I think he did a 20.2 earlier on in the night, which was eventually turned around in Sector 3 to then usher himself to the top. Luke Bennett, though, on a flyer in the middle sector. In the first sector isn't bad either. A 20.1 with a 46 flat. This could very easily be a candidate for pole position, maybe even a 0.1, which we didn't even see in free practice. Let's see what he can... So actually, we did see a 0.1 as we now watch as Bennett now comes up towards the line. Wow. Indeed, it will be a 0.1. A 136.175 and unseats Pavlovsky for the provisional pole spot. Here comes his teammate, Enzo Benito.
Cracking lap time there from Luke Bennett, once again looking incredibly strong, and Darren McCormack, and the chance of getting 5 consecutive victory looks to be falling through our fingers once more, George. Of course, we care about it more than the drivers. We've had it, we've had the potential record to be broken now 4 times. I'm not so sure about that one from McCormack. Here comes Enzo Benito, another driver potential to go ahead. Oh my goodness, what a final sector from Enzo Benito. A 0.15, that's incredible.
25 thousandths faster than his very own teammates. It's Redline who are locking out the front row, but Daniel Pajtor has punched in a stellar first sector with a purple 20.061 in Sector 1. 46.168 in the middle is okay. Not the best that we've seen, but a big final sector for the Merc could make all the difference as he now storms up towards the line. Is it enough to unsettle Team Redline? No, not even enough to unseat Pavlovsky. He goes 4th fastest.
Genuinely, even with that 0.3, Darren McCormack could be lining up on the final couple of rows here. And that's crazy because it's just how quick this session is really going to be here in the semi-finals. Dane Warren, the next one to come through. First sector, a little bit mediocre, but we know the final sector is pretty solid for him. That middle sector is really good for Dane Warren. I think this will be a 0.2 from him. Maybe even a 0.1. He's so fast in practice. Ends up being a 0.3. He's just ahead of McCormack, but only just.
Yeah, a pretty poor final sector, I think, unfortunately, for Dane Warren. That's unfortunately left him right down in P6. Now Dennis Schoediger is next up, and he's done a 20.070 in the first, which would definitely be in the equation for a purple first sector. 46.1 in the middle is pretty good as well. Let's see what the BMW M4 can bring for him this time. I can see this one being in the top 4 potentially as he now crosses the line. Does go into the top 4, make it the top 3. A 136, a 191. That's 3 0.1s so far in this session.
Yeah, and the top 3, all of them BMWs. At the moment, that is very, very impressive. Shows again how strong they are. The only ones that have reached 0.1s are those BMWs at the moment, and so Moritz Lerner will have a bit of pressure on his shoulders to be able to back that one up, though. Before that, though, we've got Marcel Chinchik through the final corner. Laps looking a little bit mediocre. It'll be around where Warren, McCormack and Harth is, right towards the back end of the field. In fact, it's behind Darren McCormack, but ahead of Johan Harth.
Yeah, here's the man who went fastest in free practice for this session, a 136.111. As you can see now, purple once again, this time in the first sector with a 20.049. 46.118 as well in the middle sector. This is a very different looking Moritz Lerner here in this semi-final at the moment. Could yet unseat fellow Maus teammate Dennis Schoediger. It could be 2 Redline, 2 Maus on the front 2 rows of the grid. Can Moritz Lerner indeed do that? Can he breach Team Redline? Up towards the line, he will go, but only enough for 6th fastest. Unbelievable. Another time loss in that final sector, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. And I did say that. I said Darren McCormack might appear on one of those last 2 rows. Yeah, he's going to be on the penultimate row of the grid, which is what a 0.3 is on row 10, row 5 rather. It's only just in the top 10. That is wild. Mikhail Schmiedel, again, these sector times are looking pretty good. Could be around where Pavlovsky is as he comes out towards the line. Oh. It's another 0.1. It actually goes ahead of Dennis Schoediger.
That is mighty for ERA Esports, but it's going to be a red line lockout right at the front of the order. Enzo Benito, fastest of all, with a crunching lap time that was 25 thousandths of a second faster than his very own teammate. Luke Bennett's going to be seething, despite them being pals and part of Team Redline, but you can just see what it means to Enzo Benito. We said, didn't we, he was at FaZe on loan last season, of course, wasn't part of the Redline fold last campaign that led to them winning the team's title, but he's back in, he's renewed, and he's looking to fight. And now on the front row has taken pole position. A stunning, stunning display from Enzo Benito.
Yeah, I will say, I think as the evening's gone on, the races have become more and more calm and sedate. The quarterfinal one was pretty crazy. 2 was a little bit less though, and then that, we got calmer and calmer. Yeah, reset that red, that's going back up. That is going straight back up. We're going to have a crazy race here, incredibly close, really tight. There's going to be some elbows out on these opening couple of laps, but probably not on that front row. There's going to be big communication between Luke Bennett and Enzo Benito to make sure that they basically fall in line by the time they hit the apex of T1, I'm sure.
I think all the eyes are going to be set on Dara McCormack as well, Lewis, see how he's going to respond with the adversity of the poor qualifying session. I looked at the first sector time at 20.2. It's certainly not where we would generally expect to see someone of Dara's prowess, on this grid. But, like I said before, we saw something similar in an earlier session, but he was able to fight back in the third sector. It seemed that a few drivers seemed to struggle with that last sector as well. It does get rather technical, doesn't it, coming through towards the final few corners, because you've got quite a bit of variation as they now make their way around in free practice. We're just looking at it now, in fact, because you come out into the stadium zone, you look at corners like Sachs Curve, for example. You've got to be careful in terms of your throttle application. You can't afford to go too wide. There's a very imposing gravel trap, and you can't forget about the race curves coming through the final 2 corners as well, making your way through Sud Curve around turn 17. And then, of course, you factor in those race curves through turn 1 as they make their way through it now. You can be thrown well out wide.
Are you ready for some hurt feelings?
Go for it.
I don't like this track. Never enjoyed driving it. Genuinely, there's not a single corner on the Sega where I'm like, sick.
I'm going there next month.
Well, joke's on you, mate. I'm sure. No, again, it's one of those ones. I'm sure it's a great, and we do get some good racing around here. I've never really. I think I enjoyed driving it when I first started in sim racing, but the more I moved on, I cannot find the rhythm around it. I don't enjoy driving it. The arena section I don't mind, this bit that we're coming up to now, and the Sachs Curve is pretty good. Mobile 1's pretty good, right? Outside of that, the final 2 corners are so awkward, and that was the kind of point I was going to touch on, is that whole section, because it's one corner straight to the other, and you've got to carry so much momentum through the first bit, but if you're a little bit wide, it's so awkward. It's really tricky. A little bit of practice racing here as I think that's Dennis Schoeniger going for a bit of a spin there. It's so tricky, so awkward, and so cumbersome to drive at times.
Yeah, Johan Harth is taken into a bit of rallycross here at Hockenheimring and gone onto the grass.
That's where the track was, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
I got a great memory of Ken Block going around the Hockenheimring rally. I think it must have been in the World Rallycross Championship on three wheels. But I think he got through as well.
Well, I mean, maybe he's taken in some handy tidbits from fellow MSI teammate, 2021 iRacing Rallycross World Champion John Robertson, who, I would say for poor John Robertson, there might have been some elements of Rallycross involved in his own race, I think, earlier on in the quarterfinals.
Instagram, is that where you got that from? Have you got it from his social media?
I don't like to unveil my sources, Lewis McGlade.
That's fair, I'll allow it.
Listen, it's there for a reason. It's there to educate and learn. As we now take you through the starting grid ahead of semi-final 1. Let's go from back to front again. Why not? Johan Harth starting from the very back in P12. Marcel Chinchik has got a lot of work to do from P11. Dara McCormack, much the same. He starts in P10 alongside Dane Warren. Try and figure out that bottom 4. Jack Heathley in 8th. Moritz Lerner in 7th, on the cusp of breaking into that top 6. And he might well do. He's got Daniel Pajtor to get past, though, and Kamil Pawlowski once again in the top 6 in successive race sessions. We've got Dennis Schoeniger in 4th, as well as Michael Schmiedel down in 3rd as well. Luke Bennett on the front row with a red line lockout, sharing it with Enzo Benito. 25 thousandths between them in qualifying as they look to dispute over the front end placements. Obviously, they'll look to control this race just like Team Redline like to do. We want to give a hat tip as well to Michael Schmiedel. ERA Esports putting in a stunning lap to put themselves on the second row and could yet find themselves in a final, which will be the first time. It's the first time they've been in a semi-final and it's also going to be the first time potentially that they'll make a final appearance as well, which is absolutely out of this world. The cars making their way around now, the final portions of this Hockenheimring circuit. Benito and Bennett sharing the front row. Michael Schmiedel alongside Dennis Schrödinger, who's currently sat right down in 4th place alongside him. Daniel Pajtor waiting in the wings, as is Kamil Pawlowski, as they now put pedal to the metal. And it's go, 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 go! Great start for Enzo Benito, as is for Luke Bennett as well. They fly through turn 1, making their way around. As you can see there, Schmiedel just with a rear tap there. Dennis Schrödinger getting a better launch coming through towards turn 3 and turn 4 out of turn 2 as they now make their way through near enough 3 wide as well, with Moritz Lerner, Kamil Pawlowski as well as Daniel Pajtor going side by side, and it looks like Lerner has lost a little bit of tread now and has dropped down into 9th, and Dara McCormack has stormed right up into 8th place. It's wheel to wheel again between Dennis Schrödinger and Michael Schmiedel on the run down through towards turn 6. They still remain side by side now, and also inviting in a train of cars from behind. That includes as well the Williams of Daniel Pajtor alongside him. You've also got the TC car of Jack Keithley as they now fly out, and Keithley, a former Williams driver, looking to try and tussle back against Daniel Pajtor as they fight tooth and nail through towards Mercedes. Keithley with the inside line as he makes his way through towards the next left and launch down the inside from Kamil Pawlowski in a massive mess, a massive car park right to Mercedes, and that is a disaster for Daniel Pajtor. Johan Harth as well involved. Kamil Pawlowski was the one who caused it, down in 10th place, and Dane Warren comes out just about along with Marcel Chinchik, but it's thrown Dara McCormack now into P6 and he'll go through as it stands.
As it stands, yeah, obviously we'll need to catch a few more angles as to what actually happened in all that. I did say we were going to have the drama alarm sent all the way back up to the top, but my goodness, that was messy. Yeah, there's a lot of talent there and a lot of ego as well, and I think that probably played its fair share and all that. When they were going like 2 and 3 wide through the kink and then up towards the original section 2 rows deep, I was like, this ain't ending well. This is...
four wide, almost. It's unbelievable. Yeah. 4 wide coming through towards Spitzkirch.
Like Rory McIlroy trying to win a major, it's just not pretty. And it wasn't. It really wasn't.
My goodness.
But now McCormack is in 6th position, so at least there is that. He's worked his way through all that. But had to kind of drive basically through the middle of all of it.
He did. I mean, he was very fortunate to come out of it unscathed, because it looked like there was about 6 cars all manacled together at Mercedes, like all of them had spun. But yeah, it definitely looked like from our view that Kamil Pawlowski was the crux of the issue. We're going to take a look at the replay now. It was 3 wide. We saw the initial moment that was 4 wide going through towards Spitzkirch. They remained 3 wide on the run down through towards Mercedes. Very late on the brakes there from Pawlowski, which is charged right into the side of Jack Keithley. A train of cars got caught up in this, Marcel Chinchik being one of them. There is the MSI of Johan Harth as well, who's now routed to the rear of the order. Daniel Pajtor was also caught up. Dane Warren also down in 9th place. It's been bad enough for Porsche Commander as it is, but for one of the little jump drivers that have made it through to the semis, also being outside of the top 6 spectrum, this has proven to be a disastrous visit in the R1 Championship here in the knockout phase for the Porsche Commander team.
That was not great from Dane Warren and Kamil Pawlowski to say. I'm sure that they'll say that they hit that, because I'll say that they missed their brake mark. Obviously they didn't, but they weren't given enough. They weren't giving enough for the side-by-side that was happening up ahead, right? And so they've obviously driven it in hard. Side by side with each other, trying to beat each other. Look at how early compared to them McCormack was on the brake. Now McCormack's not saying, "Oh, I'll stop being 3 wide with you lads." He's trying to stay 3 wide with them, but he's braking at the appropriate point for the amount of that was happening up ahead. And then to see those two brake probably a car length or 2 later, I'm pretty sure McCormack for about 5 seconds in that was well aware as to what was going to happen.
I think we're also seeing a driver that's very learned in the way that R1 works in certainly from what we've seen already. I mean, obviously we saw how Dara's performed over the last couple of years, and it's just been a you know, a trajectory of growth for Darren McCormack. And now, you know, certainly on the precipice of that, certainly here at Virtus Pro, found his way out of the sheer mess that was turn 8 and turn 9 to now find his way inside the top 6 and now hunting down after Jack Keithley, of course, former teammate at Williams as well, is going to no doubt make short work of him. At the end of the day, as far as Darren McCormack's concerned, it's not just about getting through to the next round, it's also, you know, points mean prizes as far as he's concerned, and he has every right to think that way. And, you know, he's been invited a precious opportunity now to continue this rampant run here at Hockenheim. Doesn't look like we're going to see the 5 in a row, but, you know, that's him. That's the driver taking full advantage of the situation he was in.
Yeah, indeed. And this is the thing with McCormack. Like, again, same kind of thing with Josh Hodge. Obviously, I know he wasn't quite as far back, but it is the same kind of like 50-50, right? And that instant shows it clear as day. If that door had closed, then he wasn't going anywhere and he was going to be a part of that instant and then wouldn't be going through. That's what I mean. It is 50-50 for these guys when they start towards the back of the field as to whether they're going through or not. Thankfully, on this occasion, it's worked out. And now has to chase down one of his old teammates and Jack Keithley, who, again, he'll be trying to get through because, again, Virtus Pro, they need to just keep scoring points because especially less so about trying to chase Porsche Commander, more so about just making sure that you're scoring enough points to keep a red line and Mouths at bay. Because if those two teams are scoring points handsomely, which they are, and that looks like the BMW is a really strong car around here, and it looks like they can be picking up some pretty solid results in the final, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there is a potential chance that maybe if everything hooks up together for them, that they might get jumped, maybe, really unlikely, maybe pushed out of Group A. Probably not going to happen. Virtus Pro will probably still be in Group A. Porsche Commander definitely are. We get to the group stages. But it looks like they might be past going into it.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. So, you know, right on board here with Darren McCormack coming through the final sector, right on the tail of Jack Keithley once again. And I'm sure an invitation coming through the first sector onto the Parabolica. We'll tee up a run heading down through towards Spitz Curve for a potential overtake here on Keithley for that 5th spot and extra points. And a little reminder, of course, there is additional points at stake here if you do manage to secure better positions. Obviously, it's not just all about moving through to the next segment. Of course, these drivers are tasked with trying to maximise their offering in order to secure a place in the dynamic group phase. More points, the better the group. If you want to get involved as well, get the RENNSPORT app. It's available on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Just scan the QR code to interact with your account and get live timing and much, much more. As now Darren McCormack goes for the move here on Jack Keithley as they rumble down through towards turn 6. The Aston Martin with the inside line on the Mercedes-AMG GT3, and indeed it will be McCormack who moves up into 5th, past his former Williams counterpart, and now chasing down after Michael Schmiedel in what could be a P4 visit, because he's only, I say this, 1.3 away.
Keeping the podium streak, though, probably a fair way unlikely, but not impossible. But he'd have to get past, I say, Michael Schmiedel and his good mate Dennis Schoeniger, who there is potential for it, but I say just probably a little bit unlikely. He's still got half the race left to go, and he's already worked his way up inside the top 5. I mean, look, let's be honest. At the start of the race, starting where he would bite your hand off for a top 5. For sure would bite your hand off. So, I mean, look, right now it's a really solid drive. The likelihood of anyone taking on either of these two red lines, that's not happening. Those two, Enzo Benito and Luke Bennett, it's a 1-2. As far as I'm concerned, it is a 1-2 for red line in this race.
Yeah, they're managing it well at the moment. Dennis Schoeniger, though, having a good race as it stands, just stayed with them pretty much, and that's all he needs to do. Has been stellar again once more for Maus. I mean, Moritz Lerner has also found himself within the time gap required to get into the top 6, so we could see an unprecedented twist over the top 6 as well. There is Dennis at the moment in the bottom left. There you can see him just very quietly working his way through the course of this race. Lap 6 of 10. We've got around 4 and a bit to go as we're seeing it out on track. Enzo Benito still in control, in charge with 8 tenths, nearly 7.5 now between himself and teammate Luke Bennett. And these two, of course, setting out some truly extraordinary laps through qualifying. Like I said before, only 25 thousandths between them. Just goes to show the threshold of pace between two very class top-end, athletes, I'm going to say sim athletes at this point here in R1 as they come through Mercedes once again Dennis Schrödinger just quite happy and content to carry on as he is right now, but I'm sure we'll pounce on any opportunity. But Jack Keithley, I was alluding to him earlier on, Moritz Lerner still very much within touching distance. He's only nearly 9/10 away from Keithley. So that P6 is still very much up for grabs here at this moment in time, Lewis.
Yeah, very much. Keithley will be feeling the pressure, will be looking forward to a potential final, and I'm sure he won't let the occasion get the better of him, but at the moment he's going to have a tall order. Might need to take some tips from Thibaut Courtois as to how to save this one, but look, he's a quality driver. He's in 6th position at the moment. He's got that gap back to Moritz Lerner, but this is going to be a tough end to the race for Keithley, I have no doubt.
Yeah, currently sat in P6 with Lerner still very much there. He hasn't broken down through that 0.8 of a second gap. Keithley staying with McCormack as it stands. McCormack 1.2. That gap has somewhat stagnated, but I think he was 1.3, so he has gained minor margins as McCormack. Needs to find a little bit more, though, if he wants to challenge Schmiedel. But the one thing he does have in his favour is that Schmiedel is sacrificing aero in his own right off the back of Dennis Schrödinger, now not being part of that top 3 fight. Schmiedel now faces the likely prospect of being closed down upon by Darren McCormack. Keithley very close to the back of the Aston Martin Vantage as well for the Virtus Pro. Marcel Chinchik, though, instead of Moritz Lerner getting closer and closer to the back of Jack Keithley, he's going to be facing a defensive effort against Marcel Chinchik, and Chinchik unable to get the move done, coming down in towards Mercedes, and therefore it's the status quo that will remain. But Chinchik now starting to send a clear message that he's keen to get past Lerner and maybe even carry the pace in a pursuit for P6.
Let's test your knowledge then, George Morgan.
Let's try
How many?
Hit me.
How many finals has Jack Keithley reached in his R1 career?
I'm going to say he has never reached one.
Wrong.
1.
He has done one, yeah. It was round 1 of the fall season in 2023. He finished in 10th position in the final. He had 2 5th-place finishes on the way to that final as well.
Goodness me. He's got record, he's got form. So there we go. It's possible. Was it a Hockenheimring?
That I don't know. I'm going to have it written down. It was wherever the spring season round 1 was, which I actually don't know where it was. I think it might be Spa, actually.
Goodness me. Well, there we go. Bit of trivia for you folks.
I've got half the information, mate.
Sorry we can't give you the whole thing, but yeah, you'll have to settle for half of it for now. But one thing you can say is that Keithley has reached a final in his history. Yeah. As we know, just Chinchik has a look down the inside of Moritz Lerner again. I mean, it would be a wonderful achievement for Jack Keithley, especially for a new team like TC Esports, who alongside the likes of Javi Guerra, who is now part of the team as well, who's been involved on the motorsport side as well as the sim racing side. He carries such a huge element of knowledge, doesn't he, Lewis, based on what he has brought over from Williams, and no doubt the acquisitions of, the likes of Jack Keithley, for example, was a major element of that.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not going to lie, I wasn't listening to anything you were saying, just because I was looking at where the round was. It was Monza. I've now got
two votes wrong.
Honestly, I was desperate to find out. I did not pay attention to a single thing you said, just because I was so focused on completing the information, which obviously, again, we care about. No one else does. No driver does. No one. But we do. We really care. But no, you're absolutely right. Like Javier Guerrero and stuff. It was a quality member of the team. Williams obviously made it stronger, and now will apply his trade to the Thibaut Courtois team. And I'm very curious to see where they end up in sim racing. Is this just a kind of like not a one-off thing, but you know what I mean? Like, we see a lot of teams come in and out of sim racing where they're in sim racing for a little bit, they sign a few big drivers, and then they disappear. Phase, per exemple. And then they disappear, and they're not part of sim racing, and then maybe they'll come back, and then they'll disappear again, they'll come back and disappear again. But then you've got teams like Mouse that have stayed. Williams, when they joined back in 17, they've stayed. The distance have become this big team in sim racing. Obviously, Roman Grosjean, having taken over a lot of the drivers from AAA Esports, now become Vitality. There's a lot of this in sim racing. Is the Thibaut Courtois team, is that going to be one of the teams that stays for a little bit and goes? Or are they here for the long shot? We'll have to wait and see, because only time will tell on that one.
Well, one thing I can tell you, I can give you some trivia in return as well, Lewis McGlade. There are 2 Real Madrid football players that own teams in the R1 Championship. Obviously, we know one is Thibaut Courtois. David Beckham owns the Guild Esports team that are taking part in this series as well. So that's 2 players from Los Blancos that have teams in this series. So another bit of fun information. Footballers love their sim racing, folks. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah. I did actually notice this a little bit as we'll head on to the final lap of this race. Obviously, you got Thibaut Courtois. I remember when at COVID, right at the start of COVID, we had a load of football players that would come into sim racing and stuff like that. And we do this. I don't know why, but always the best of them, goalkeepers. They were always goalkeepers. There was Thibaut Courtois. You had Ter Stegen. They had a few goalkeepers that were genuinely actually not bad at sim racing.
Yeah, no, I could agree with that. Fabian Barthez is a real-life racer and was a former goalkeeper for Manchester United as well. Has competed in the major Spa endurance events like the Spa 24-hour, and examples such as that is a pretty handy driver in his own time. As we now watch as Marcel Cinčić gets closer and closer to the back of Moritz Lerner. Nose to tail, a little bit of contact, a little bit of rubbing between them as well, as they now look to dice over the P7 place. And this is all about points here in this exchange on this final lap, because they're nowhere near close enough to Jack Keithley to make a move. That 1.2 gap has stagnated over a period of time, and Marcel Cinčić has grown frustrated and knows that he must at least clamber and get everything he can in this final portion, this final moment of this race at Hockenheimring, as he looks to the outside and back to the inside again, just trying to unsettle and find an avenue past the former DTM champion and GT Masters champion, but can't quite muster it. The Cinčić, the spring season champion of old, unable to find that avenue as they now flurry through this final sector. But Enzo Benito at the top of the tree, certainly delivering a wonderful, wonderful performance once again, as Redline locked out the front row. In qualifying, they come back as a pair, as a team, unchanged. The status quo maintained at the front as Enzo Benito takes victory in semi-final 1 here at Hockenheimring. It's Luke Bennett in second by just over half a second. Dennis Schoediger in third place for Maus. Yet another final visit for Schoediger as well. But it's all Enzo Benito. Redline in control here at Hockenheimring. They've been the dominant force all evening tonight. Another look ahead as well to semi-final 2 with more drivers involved, looking to also pursue a place inside the final. But Benito has certainly grabbed his spot. A stellar performance again, Lewis.
Yeah, we've had a clean sweep in round 1. Charlie Collins, we have a clean sweep in round 2. Darren McCormack. Could Enzo Benito be getting a clean sweep here in round number 3? Now, I love myself a little bit of Enzo. I think he's a fantastic driver. He's a great personality. Apparently went to the same school as Gianmarco Fiducci. That was false. Completely false. But
he's been through a lot.
Yeah, cheers Gianmarco. For checking out. I would not have said Enzo Benito would have been on my list of drivers to be able to potentially get a clean sweep. The fact that he's won his quarterfinal and his semi-final convincingly, why not?
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, what a performance for Team Redline tonight. Huge result as obviously Enzo Benito storms to yet another impressive victory. I mean, the qualifying lap was stellar enough. I mean, with 25 thousandths between the two of them. But, you know, credit as well to Luke Bennett. Just did what the team needed him to do. Again, that is the mark of a great team. When you can work as a pair like that, you know, that sets the tone really for the rest of the championship. And much like they did to go on and win the EWC, it's almost business as usual, really, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. We're back to normal. We didn't even need Sebastian Job. Yeah,
no, not at all. Yeah, they didn't need him.
Look, Redline looked good again. They look strong. It's almost as like the way we're saying it, as if like they looked bad at any point. Obviously, they never did, but not as convincing as they are once again here. And I know that we can lean into a little bit of the car. I know that the car is, you know, some cars are favourable for some circuits than others. But that's 50% of the factor.
Yeah, we'll take you through some of the highlights from the race, and this was probably one of the most major moments of it as well, with Kamil Pawlowski ploughing into the side of Jack Keithley, causing a mass pile-up that brought an end to a number of races in that one instance. You can see that they were all clambering into the very fine section of Turn 8 and Turn 9 at Mercedes, and then coming out of it, Dara McCormack, one of the fortunate ones to come out of all of that, and would eventually get past former teammate Jack Keithley to move up into 5th place in the timing screen. Of course, we then saw Cinčić going toe-to-toe with Moritz Lerner towards the rear of the field. Of course, both of these cars routed to the back. It was a painstaking time for Josh Rogers, who was routed right to the back as well. A really torrid time, unfortunately, or should I say Dane Warren, for Porsche Coanda. It's been a torrid time for Porsche Coanda so far in tonight's festivities. But certainly for Team Redline, it has been a jubilant one. Enzo Benito, your victor here in SF1, with Luke Bennett in 2nd place. Redline locking out the front 2 spots, with Dennis Schoninger in 3rd place. Michael Schmiedel finishing in 4th. ERA Esports into the final for the very first time here this season. Dara McCormack in 5th, managing to grind his way all the way from near enough the back to the top 6, with Jack Keithley joining him as well for his 2nd final visit in ESL, should I say R1, in R1 action. We've got Moritz Lerner in 7th. He'll be barreling out along with Marcel Cinčić. Daniel Pajtor down in 9th, with Dane Warren in 10th place. Kamil Pawlowski, after that massive impact coming through Turn 9, he is also out, along with Johan Harth, who was also uprooted and sent to the rear of the field. So that's the race results concluded from semi-final 1. Huge opportunity again for Redline in the final, with 2 drivers strong going through to the next phase. But now we move on to semi-final 2, and they've got another 2 drivers here in the offing, with Kevin Siggy, the reigning EWC Drivers Champion here in the R1 Series, with Jeffrey Rietveld, also a staunch competitor as well. They've certainly got lots of options at their disposal. Rietveld, certainly no slouch, a Le Mans Virtual 2021-22 champion in his day, has got plenty to write home about in his CV, along with the EWC Teams Championship from last season.
I'm really trying to think now. I was like, Le Mans versus 21-22. Oh, yeah, because I remember that we did again. Every time you say all these championships, you're like, yeah, Enzo Benito won this, and Kevin Siggy on the Saturday. Like, yeah, I commentated on it, mate. I'm like, oh my God, I commentated on too much of this. Oh my God. But yes, Kevin Siggy, quality.
You need to take a break, Lewis.
Yeah, nah, never. There's no rest for the wicked and all that. But no, Redline looking really, really strong, and the chance of them getting a 1-2 here, really high. Really high is like probably been, that's not saying that as if like Max Benneker or Ferris Stanley or Yuri Toman are like, they obviously can get amongst them, but more saying that statistically it's pretty possible based on their pace. And then going into the final, like, the chance of them having all 4 in the final, it almost looks like it's all, like this is the most likely we've had where a team could get a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, it's almost asking, where's the script, I think, in this instance for Team Redline. I mean, they've found their way now with 4 cars in the semis, and now they've got 2 confirmed already off the back, and they couldn't have got much better than having locked out the front 2 in qualifying and then locking out the front 2 in terms of race trim as well. With many of the, should we say, the former great drivers in this series also barreling out as well in the semi-finals as well. It wasn't really again, Marcel Cinčić, Spring Series champion. What has happened to Vitality?
They're clearly not in the rhythm. Now, this is the thing, is that this is such a rhythm-based thing, and the rhythm affects the team, and that's whether it's the, obviously, again, car, etc. We're proving that the Aston Martin is a worthy competitor, so I think we can scratch the car.
We can dispel that, 100%.
Yeah, right, because Virtus Pro have proven that it's not the car. But that doesn't mean that they aren't then vibing with the car quite as well. It doesn't fit what they need quite as well. But then also the team, I remember so for one, back in Gamers 8, I remember they were really quite strong online, and then we went into Gamers 8 and they looked pretty average. They didn't look amazing last year at points, and that's the thing, is that this ebbs and flows quite a lot, and I think we're in that dip. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because with a team like that, they do go through dips and peaks high and low all over the place, right? If they're in a low peak right now, we could be heading to a high moment for the team, heading into the important bit, into the group stage. And if that was it, I'd kind of sit there and be like, yeah, I'll take a bad seeding stage and then have a good group stage, thanks.
Yeah, no, I'd say that's a pretty fair assessment. I think Vitality, obviously, the pressure's going to be on them then heading through to the dynamic group phase because they can't afford to put a foot wrong because, like we've seen from the format, bottom three in terms of point scoring, you're going to be immediately out of the championship as a whole. You will not be going through to the EWC after the dynamic group phases. So it's going to be tough for them, regardless, even if they do sort of make themselves or push themselves through to the thoroughfare that is the dynamic group and get to that stage with a reasonable group placing. I suppose their one saving grace is there are going to be a few teams that are likely going to struggle, I suppose, in a certain degree through the dynamic group phase based on what we've seen in the knockouts or the seeding phase. So maybe like your ERA esports teams who are very new to the series. They've, of course, got a lot of growing to do in the campaign. One of the newest teams that we're seeing on the grid alongside the likes of TC Esports. We've also got some other ones we can look at. I mean, MSI Racing, another team that have also somewhat struggled through the course of this championship so far as well, Lewis. We've seen a couple of moments come in. Johan Half getting mixed up in some chaos, as well as Jimmy Antunes. Again, another team that formerly used the Audi as well, that probably perform better with the Audi than they have with the Mercedes. Do you think that that's another situation where they might have been better suited to being in the R8 as opposed to the Merc as such?
No. Can instantly dispel that one. Get out of it, George. Because I remember I was speaking about this in the full season, because they were the first team to actually switch it up. They used the R8 in the spring season, then switched it up in the full season of 2023 into the Mercedes, and they were a different team in that Merc. They were much more comfortable, much more confident, obviously winning with Jamie Fluke at Road Atlanta. I
remember that. It was good.
Junior, obviously picked up a victory in that round. They were stronger in the Merc. Now, the thing is, that's the big thing. Kevin Ellis Jr. They have lost Kevin Ellis Jr. He's gone off to Virtus Pro, and that is a big hit for the team. That is a big change up, losing one of your strongest drivers. That's not saying that John Robertson's not a good driver. He obviously is. But
someone who was with
this championship,
someone who was with the Apex Racing team for a long time as well. When you factor in his time at the academy, on top of then becoming that full-time rostrum driver at at Apex when he was there. Obviously losing someone with his, I suppose, his prowess on track, his pace, his speed. I mean, he was the shining light for Apex, and ever since he's gone, maybe it seems that missing piece, someone who perhaps would have advised the team on setup or on certain avenues on getting around a circuit, because of course he was, I would say in my mind, a pivotal figure in that. But you also have big names like Jamie Fluke there to a certain degree. I mean, Fluke has obviously been the locker room leader there for quite some time. Few errors coming in from Jimmy Antunes I wouldn't have necessarily expected either.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of errors that they have, especially when you're in the midfield, you're getting a little bit aggressive, you're getting a little bit elbows out, race control, deal with those, tick them off, and then go, right, see you, lads. But yeah, I mean, that one down to the Mercedes Arena section from Antunes was a little bit much. But it happens, I say. It is what it is. When you're in the mid-pack, that's what you expect. But this is where I think, obviously, we've got two more races here in the seeding phase. By the way, obviously, as you can tell, you're looking at our ugly mugs and not the racing. Little bit of a delay here. Hopefully, we're rolling into qualifying for semi-final 2 in a few moments' time. But yeah, the seeding phase versus the dynamic group phase. Obviously, in the dynamic group phase, you're going to be on track with all your teammates at the same time. It's a very, very different style of racing. It's going to be way different when we get into the dynamic groups, and I'm very interested with how it's going to unfold. Obviously, you can see it back in practice, of course, as we'll get ready for the Superpole qualifying session for the final, semi-final, final.
Yeah,
final.
Penultimate race as well as tonight, before we then decide who, or not decide, but who we see crowned as round winner here in round 3, and to bring a close to the seeding phase, where then the groups will be decided ahead of round 4, where we go to Fuji in not too long. And I must say, it's going to be an interesting trip around there, where the elevation will change. We'll go from the very flat circuit that we have seen here at Hockenheimring, and to be honest, Monza as well. I mean, it's been a while since we've had a major elevation change. Spa was the last one, of course, going back a round or so ago, where you take that big steep incline coming out of Eau Rouge and rally on through towards Kemmel Straight. But we're going to be moving to Fuji, where things kind of get a little bit elevatory, I think, in certain areas.
Somewhere new for us as well, which is always a little bit fun. Like I say, we've raced in a few tracks here in R1, but we do tend to have that same rotation. Of course, we do have Spa and Hockenheimring that we've had since the very start. We no longer have Nürburgring. We added Monza at the end of the spring season. Of course, we had Daytona and Road Atlanta. Of course, we are going back to Daytona and stuff. But having Fuji, nice new one for us to go to, somewhere interesting, somewhere different, a different style. I am sure.
Be warned, Lewis McGlade, Kevin Siggy's registered a 35.9 to the table, and we have not seen a single 35 so far tonight.
I can see. Yeah, that's pretty scary, isn't it?
Yeah, that is very scary, especially with Team Redline taking 2 cars through to the final already and having 2 cars already in the top 3 of free practice, sending clear omens to the rest of the field. Charlie Collins splitting the pair of them at the moment, but we have not seen, not even in free practice, we have not seen a 35.9 or anything near that here this evening. I mean, we've seen a few zeros, as we're currently seeing on track right now, but we have not seen anything like that. So Kevin Siggy is blowing away all expectations here at the moment. The question is, can he put that into qualifying trim?
Well, at least a 0 in qualifying. Come on, mate.
We got to, right? Got to.
We'll see what he can do. That's almost as impressive as Justin Rose's 7 under yesterday, right? I am determined to get gold from this broadcast as much as is humanly possible.
You've done a good job tonight, actually. I see you've been pulled up by Luke Crane on the Rory McIlroy statement, I think, already.
Did he? Whoops. Don't tell him. Don't tell Rory. I'm a big fan. It's fine. It was 600 today. It's all right. But no, it's like I say, it's going to be an interesting one. But like I say, we're always at the point where it's qualifying is king, and if you can put a 0.0 out in qualifying, that's pole position. Surely that's pole position. No, we aren't going to see 2 0.0s in the same session. I don't think, as much as he's proven it in there, we're not seeing a 0.9.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be tight. We'll wait and see as to how it unfolds, but nonetheless, we've got a very, very tight group going through. I mean, what a lineup. Kevin Siggy, Charlie Collins, Jeffrey Rietveld, Kevin Ellis Jr., Don Blyer, Max Benneker, Yuri Toman. Of course, you can't forget Ferry Stanley either, after his blistering front row effort from earlier on. I mean, if he can extract the same level this time, in fact, he's probably going to need to step it up a little bit more. In fact, you're going to need at least a 0.1, aren't you, at this point, Lewis, in order to challenge for that front row, in my view.
Oh yeah, absolutely, especially considering quarterfinal 3 was actually really, really tight. I think if you're setting, especially what we're seeing from semi-final 1, 6 of the drivers have progressed from quarterfinal 3. Quarterfinal 4 was a little bit hectic, but in qualifying. But I think you need that. Honestly, if you want to start on the front row, you need 0.1. If you want to start in a position to progress, you're probably going to need a 0.2. First sector, though, from Ferris Stanley, he was quite impressive in his qualifying session, a 20.101.
Impressive start for Ferris Stanley. Not too bad at all. We'll wait and see, though, whether that 20.1... We have seen a 20.0 in places, so not a bad way to start, though. We'll see whether he can increase the pace a little bit more in the middle sector. We'll have to wait and see. Coming into that point at turn 9 and 10, where we saw the massive mashup in the last race in semi-final 1. Of course, here in semi-final 2, that will send the next 6 cars to make up the rest of the grid in the final that's coming up later on. 46.1 in the middle sector, not bad again from Ferris Stanley, but again would probably want something a little bit extra in order to challenge at the higher end of the order. I've got the feeling, though, this will be on the cusp of the top 6, I would say, at this moment in time. Couple of tenths really off where he needs to be, but let's see where this final sector sits.
I'm not sure it's going to be even that high. I mean, look, that middle sector's all right. The first sector's all right. I mean, it's going to be a good time, I think, but I think it's going to be that sort of 0.3, 0.4, maybe a 0.2. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, never mind. I'll shut up. I'm out.
It's a 0.2.
That's actually a cracking lap. The thing is, I say, yeah, okay, I'll agree with you. Back in the top 6, you're better than me at this round. All right. I'm not angry. Yeah.
Well, Ferris Stanley back-to-back 0.2s in qualifying sessions. That's pretty good for him. Yuri Toman, though, going purple in the middle sector with a 46.0. 20.1 in the first sector. Would have probably wanted something a little bit more closer to the 20.1, the early 20.1s, as opposed to the late ones. Coming up towards the line, though. Final sector to come. Can he topple Ferris Stanley and usher in a 0.1 of his own? No, 0.2. And still, Ferris Stanley retains provisional pole.
I think he's going to hold it as well, based on the sector times we've seen here from Thibaut Casbon. We know the Aston can go well in the final sector based on Darren McCormack earlier on in the day, although is that more the McCormack factor? We'll have to wait and see. Into the final sector goes Thibaut Casbon, tracking a little bit slower than his teammate, but kind of around that mid to high 0.2. We'll have to wait and see if he can nail the final sector and maybe improve even slightly on that one across the line. It's not even a 0.2, it's a 0.35.
Yeah, not a great lap at all for Thibaut Casibon, and Kevin Ellis Jr. is dispelling everything right now. Though this is a stunning first and second sector. The fact he's in 20.0 and 46.0 territory in the first two sectors is brilliant, and I can't believe I'm seeing this, but someone's stolen the purple first sector off him as well, so that suggests that this qualifying session is about to heat up. Ferris Stanley, enjoy provisional pole while you can, because here comes Big Kev up towards the line, goes first fastest, and a 0.1 registered, a 0.126 to go ahead of Ferris Stanley by over a tenth.
Oh, that's fast lap of the day, isn't it? Or was it a 0.15 from Enzo Benito a bit earlier on? That's a very impressive lap time from Kevin Ellis Jr. saying, yeah, Team Redline, you're looking pretty strong, but, well, I'll give you a run for money. But look at the next drivers left to come. Lamanek, Benecke, Collins, Rietveld, Siggy, Blyer, Masiewski, Oliveira. This is going to be a tough one. Great middle sector from Przemysław Marek Lamanek, and across the line he's going to go. Is he going to be improving? 0.3, disappointing.
Yeah, rough lap there for Team Falcons. Here comes Max Benecke. Now, he was the one who stole that purple first sector with a 20.036, and then a 46.1, though, in the middle. Would have ideally wanted a 0.0 to match up with Kevin Ellis Jr. up at the very top, but needs a massive final sector. As you can see, the difference is at the bottom. He's 86 thousandths off coming out of Sector 2. Now, can he increase it? Well, can he reduce it, if anything, actually coming up towards line purple in the final sector? Whoa. Matching times with Kevin Ellis Jr. 136.126 shared, and Charlie Collins has stolen the middle sector purple right now.
But look at the first sector. This is not going to be it for Collins. He's starting at the rear of the field. Slow down as he had from his teammate Joshua Rogers in the quarterfinals. There's not going to be anything from Charlie Collins. I can tell you for sure we've never had the same. We've never had the same identical pole time in R1 in all the races that we've had. So that is very interesting. Is it going to hold though?
We'll wait and see. Kaiki Oliveira won't be taking it as far as I can see right now, or will he? 20.1 in that first sector is not bad. 46.0, not far away. He would have ideally probably wanted to dip a bit lower to bring himself back in. But if you actually look at that middle sector, 38 thousandths away as of now, as we now watch him come around the final corner. Let's see where the BMW-M4 can go. Obviously, we've seen it perform very well already from what Team Redline have shown. And BS Plus have got two cars in the top four as of now. And that's another 0.2 to add to the roster, or 0.1, I should say, to add to the rostrum, as Jakub Matuszewski, quarterfinal winner, comes through the final sector now.
And he was absolutely pumped. Did set a 0.1 in Quali with a good final sector as well. The middle sector's a bit lacking, but I mean, to be fair, he could nail this one. Let's see what Matuszewski can do before we get the two Team Redline heavy hitters following up next. What does Matuszewski do across the line? Is it going to be a 0.1? Yes, it is a 0.145. So impressive. What a qualifying session this is.
4.1's already registered. Kevin Siggy with a 20.1. That's an early 0.1 as well, and a 46.0. This is very fast from Mustachio, who's going to whip out the magic wand here this time and look to nail himself to the top end and join the others in 0.1 territory. Getting over the curb a little bit too much. We'll soon see whether that's affected the BMW M4's prowess here for Team Redline, as now he makes his way up towards the line. Can he topple anyone at the top? He topples Benecke and Kevin Ellis Jr. with a 0.94. Now that's our best qualifying lap of the day, Lewis McGlade.
No question about it. What a lap from Kevin Siggy. Jeff Rietveld, the next one to come through. And regardless of what he does here, it might seem a little bit mediocre compared to Kevin Siggy. That was such an impressive one. At the moment, Rietveld's tracking about a tenth and a half and a bit off of him. It's going to be around Kaiki Oliveira, Ferris Stanley, Yuri Toma, depending on his final sector. Out towards the line he's going to go. Yeah, it's a little bit ahead of that, actually. It's a 0.140. So tight at the top.
Well, I tell you what, we got two Kevins on the front row. They're certainly not home alone. Dom Blyer, 20.1 in the first sector, 45.9 in the middle, 21 thousandths off the best time. And Dom Blyer was actually fastest in free practice not too long ago in semi-final action, I should say. And now looking to perhaps register something similar in the final sector as well. Let's see whether Blyer can at least ascend into the top six. Yes, he can. And it's hard to believe that a 0.1 can only get you as high as P6. A stellar lap though from Kevin Siggy. Lap of the day. He was fastest in free practice, registering the only 135 we have seen tonight, and he's just pumped in a 136.0 as well in qualifying. Stellar from Siggy here, McGlade.
0.188 for Kaiki Oliveira. 7th place.
It's brutal.
That's crazy. Like, I will say, we said this about quarterfinal 3 was the tightest quarterfinal. Semi-final 2 is tighter than semi-final 1. It does seem as though this side of the bracket at the moment, I mean, it's so easy to point at it and be like, this bracket's stronger than the other one, but at the moment, that's kind of, it leans towards where it's like looking at the moment. It does seem as though that this is a little bit stronger, at least when it comes to that qualifying. Just because it's a great qualifying doesn't mean it's going to be a great race, but I mean, what a qualifying. I mean, you can't deny that was so good, so impressive, and such a good lap from Kevin Siggy once again. That's why he's the Drivers' Champion.
Exactly right. Of course, the reigning EWC Drivers' Champion. And we haven't actually, we discussed this earlier on, we've never had a driver take more than one championship, one World Championship. Of course, we've had spring season titles. Marcel Chinchik has won one of those. We mentioned Joshua Rogers being a full season champion, Max Benneker being a Gamers 8 champion, and of course, Kevin Siggy being the reigning EWC Drivers' Champion. Just incredible. No one's gone back to back as we now watch the drivers now undertake free practice. But prior to semi-final 2 race getting underway, clear message sent from Kevin Siggy. Do you think here at this moment, Lewis McGlade coming back after a rough couple of rounds, he's certainly back with a bang? I mean, to certainly put your card to the front like that after an impressive race win in subsequent rounds as well. I mean, he looks like a force to be reckoned with at the moment.
Look, I think the kind of like the firing shot across the field was across the barrel of the field was that practice time with a 35.9.
Yeah,
I think from that point on he was like, I have to set a 0.0. I have to set a 0.0.
We said he had to. Of course he did.
And boy, did he! That was that was very, very impressive. Now the thing is, now he needs another 0.0 in. He needs a 0.0 in the final as well. Easy peasy.
Yep.
Which obviously is getting to.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously that would be, a huge thing. Obviously, a huge deal for Redline. Obviously, for extra points, we know that there's more points to be scored in the final, not just in the semi-finals phase. So, we'll see what occurs then. But obviously, even for P12 in the final, you do get points as well. It's all important. That's what you need. Points mean prizes. But Redline certainly look in charge at the moment. Great lap as well for Jeffrey Rietveld as well for that one, Lewis. Putting 2 Redline cars in the top 6, that's what they need to do, right?
Yeah, indeed. Keep your eyes focused and keep your head in the game and just keep scoring points. I will say, by the way, for the drivers, one thing that might get in their head a little bit, you have a slight delay, which is kind of one of those ones I would hate this as a driver. Obviously, when you're in semi-final 1, you've done your qualifying, you do the practice, you jump straight through into the race, it's all well and good, right? Every now and then, technical issue, got to step aside, that's fine. That works better for some drivers than for others. Getting yourself restarted and reheated. Slight delay. We had a slight delay going into qualifying. Kevin Siggy didn't really care about that, and to be clear, nor did any of the other drivers really. Slight delay though between qualifying and the race. You're so heated up from qualifying, you want to just jump straight in the race, especially if you've had a good qualifying. Even if it's bad, you want to get that bad memory out of your mind. Now they've got to kind of sit in it for a few minutes while server gets restarted, jump back in and get back on with it. But that delay, like I say, it affects some drivers well, it affects some drivers really, really badly.
It's almost like the instance of going to LAN, isn't it? Who can cope better in like real life in-person conditions? But like you so rightly say, if you're sat in that rig for a long period of time, just allowing your brain to stew all these thoughts and feelings about what you've experienced already through the course of an evening, with perhaps races not going so well, qualifying, perhaps there's been some struggles. You don't really want it to linger for too much longer because you want to focus on what's ahead of you, and that's just the race you've got coming up, because you've got several other competitors out there looking to gain a spot in the final. Remember, of course, only top 6 can go through. Of course, we're going to make up the second half of the final grid now. Truly unbelievable. And there's many drivers, obviously, they're going to look to punch their way through. You look at the point ones, some of the point ones that went through. 0.130 for Benneker, only enough for a P7. We look at some of the others as well. 0.44 for Toman, only enough for P8. Those are laps that would have got you pole position in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's how it goes. That's the strength of field getting stronger and stronger as the evening goes on. But it's just how much faster it seemed out there. It's so impressive. Like I say, I know we always get to this point in the evening where we're always looking at it being like a 0.1, that would have been pole position here, there, and everywhere. Of course it would have been. But the fact that a a point with any description isn't good enough for the front row, for the second row, for the third row. It's good enough for the fourth, and that's it. It's just wild. And it shows that 0.3 from McCormack in semi-final 1. If you do that in the final, you're on the last row of the grid. Unless some people get said you're at the back of the grid. It is what it is.
Yeah. It just ramps up the battle. I mean, obviously Ferry Stanley's time of 1:36.2, that was enough for pole in his early, well, not pole, but front row in his earlier session, and now he lingers down in ninth place with a very similar lap time. Just sensational, really. Kaiki Oliveira showing some really good speed as well through the course of the session here tonight. Of course, free practice. I think I was actually looking at the practice times earlier on, not the qualifying laps. Do apologise, everyone. But yeah, talking about Kaiki Oliveira, he is, one to watch. For BS Plus competition, one of their top figureheads was racing, of course, prior for Furia, was a team leader there, has moved across to BS Plus, seamlessly switching between BMWs, really, at this moment, and has proven to be a worthy contender, a race winner on his day, also podium sitter as well. Someone you can rely on, Lewis, to move into the top 6.
You'd be pretty confident, and qualified just below the cut line, but I'd be pretty confident of him moving up into it. I mean, you're absolutely right. I will say, obviously, he's driven for 2 different teams, but the fact that both of them are in BMWs probably helps quite a little bit. He's only ever had to learn one car in this championship. Not too many. There we go. Bit of a smiling away from Oliver. He's happy. He's of all of the people that when we go LAN. He is probably one of the most positive and is always up for a chat. Love Kaiki Oliveira.
He's a lovely human being, I have to say. Always a positive person as well. Even when things aren't going so well, he kind of rides adversity and then comes back fighting, which I really, respect. From someone who perhaps has been through many hardships. Obviously with Furia that weren't necessarily very sim racing orientated for a good while. And I think he realised, in his own right, that he needed, to be with a team that was more sim racing versed, and no doubt being with BS Plus competition, I would say, has galvanised him a little bit to become that driver, to become better. And obviously with that very strong tie to BMW, I mean, it's just the perfect, should we say, the marriage made in heaven as such. Sits currently 7th on the grid as well, only one step away from that top 6, so it wouldn't take too much for him to break through. But it's impressive again from Team Falcons. I mean, Jakub Mataszewski, race winner, earlier on tonight as well. Team Falcons looking to rise up the order, rise up the ranks, finds himself in P5 with every chance of moving through to a final. I mean, that's massive.
It is. I mean, look, the Falcons team, they are moving their way forward. Mataszewski's been really, really impressive. I think, having Thomas Tatler, obviously, earlier on in the evening, have the quality disqualification, so he's had to start from the rear of the field. That's obviously put them on the back foot, but they've bounced back really, really well. They've shown really, really well, and they are, they are a strong team. They are a team that can go out there, and it's to the point where I wouldn't be surprised if we were keeping this format up all the way through the season. I wouldn't be surprised if they were to eventually take a victory in a final. They are that kind of team. I don't think they're quite there yet. Certainly not with Redline being as strong as they are this evening. But you never know. An update, by the way, from RENNSPORT themselves. There is going to be a slightly longer delay here. They're sorting out some problems with the server, so hopefully we'll be back racing soon. But the delay is slightly longer. You're not just seeing 2 people waffle whilst we await the race. Maybe the race is going on in the background. It is not. We are awaiting everything to be ready. So let's talk a little bit about the first semi-final then. Of course, Enzo Benito victorious, very impressive, half a second clear of Luke Bennett. Dennis Schoeniger there in 3rd position, Mikko Schmidl, McCormack and Keithley, the 6 drivers that are already moving through. Keithley's, I know we spoke about it a bit earlier on, Keithley's a big shock in all that. I mean, I know he's a good driver, but I mean, what a drive to get into that top 6.
Yeah, huge. I have to say, I give Keithley a lot of credit because, like we said, I spoke to him back at the Green Mo. I know I hammer out this conversation a lot, but it showed a lot about Keithley as a human being, as to being someone who obviously desired more from his sim racing career, turned around to me and said, listen, I think my time at the top end is over. Almost being handed this extra opportunity here to take part with the likes of TC Esports, and with his immense knowledge and his raw talent and ability that he does have, obviously they felt that they could hone it and use it to their advantage as a brand new team, and clearly that's worked, I think, and especially having someone on your side like Javi Guerra, of course, someone he knows, he's familiar with from his time at Williams. I think that makes a huge difference as well, and almost Javi can go to him and say, well, listen, we've got this new situation happening over with TC Esports. We're going to rely on you on being that, that figurehead, almost that locker room leader to come in and help the new guys that are coming in to support this team. We got some, should we say, in terms of the drivers that are taking part in R1 as such, with names like Nicolas Matteo and Danny Moreno, who whilst are, accomplished drivers to a certain extent in F1 sim racing, obviously with Moreno being one of the members of the team's champions Mercedes back in 2021. It's another thing to move sims and move into sports car competition where, you're going to witness a very different style of racing. You can't go almost as bull-nosed into corners as much as you can in the F1 sim racing world. You've got to be a little bit more, I suppose you've got to be a little bit more tactical in ways that you sort of manage your on-track activities, and we've seen they could probably do with a lot of managing from what we've seen in certain areas tonight. But having someone like Jack Keithley there just to kind of advise and just point them in the right direction can make a huge difference to any driver involved in a team like that. And I like how TC Esports are kind of directing themselves to new drivers as opposed to accomplished ones. Very different ideology to Virtus Pro.
Very much so, but I mean, like to circle back with the Jack Keithley thing, I think it's really important to, like you say, have a locker room meeting, but having when you're a new team into sim racing, get into this kind of where we are, even using experienced drivers, having a new team that has a clear leader, and that's where like you said, like looking at Virtus Pro, sure they were pretty good back in 2024. But seeing them now with McCormack and with Kevin Jr., yes, of course, they're good drivers. They are very good drivers. They are some of the best drivers that you can get. That's fine. But it brings the whole team forward, having those figureheads, having those leaders, having those drivers that are experienced on this. And that's where the team itself as an entirety gets stronger. And it's so important to have that. Keithley's kind of there with the TC Esports, and it is important for him to settle himself as the team leader, as the driver who has the most experience of the group here in R1, the most experience in sim racing compared to them. Yeah, sure, he's not raced in F1 Esports, but he has raced the highest level of sim racing throughout his career at various moments. He's won an awful lot across multiple platforms. He knows what he's doing and how to adapt himself, and he's got Action Man curtains. So what's not to love? Let's be real here.
Yeah. Is that his nickname now? Do we have to call him Action Man?
Action Man, damn right. He'd love that. Either that or some wrestler. My first, this is the thing. This is maybe bad. Jack, don't be embarrassed. I remember my first interaction with Jack Keithley very clearly. It was on a bus going between Bonn and the Nürburgring in 2018. I have a very clear memory of this. We were racing for the same team, which was ACR Zaxpeed, because we were both, it was me, him, and a guy called Richard Schaefer. And we were having a conversation. He's big on his wrestling. He loves his wrestling. And I remember him saying that he likes to be the villain. And that stuck with me for ages. Like because I remember that he was always fighting with a guy called Tim Heineman, who of course went on to go and race in the real DTM and such. Those two at that point did not get along at all. To say they didn't like each other was probably an understatement. They really did not get along. I just remember him saying that he liked being the villain. I think that is actually kind of a good thing in a sense, because it means that you don't care what people think about you on the track. You're just like, no, I want to win. I want to get my result. I want to do whatever. And kind of almost passing that on to another group of drivers. It's probably quite important. It doesn't matter what other people think as long as you're getting the results.
It's almost flourishing in that touring car element, isn't it, into sports cars in many ways, bringing it into GT3. So, he's got a little bit of that, in his back pocket, hasn't he, Jack Keithley? But I just think with his sheer raw ability and his knowledge, of course, has been around the sim racing scene for a long time, knows all the bells and whistles and how things work, and especially with experience at LAN. I think if you are TC Esports, the big major important thing is to ensure that you have a driver there that has LAN experience. I think just to pass on, that knowledge as well to the other drivers, because many of them who perhaps have competed at the sim racing level, not all of them would have that LAN experience.
Yeah, exactly. And it is different. Some drivers really adapt to it really well. Josh Rogers adapts to it obviously absolutely fine. He set that record lap at the Nürburgring in incredible fashion in LAN, but when he really needed it back in Gamers 8. I remember that very, very well. Like I say, there's kind of those times where some people do react well to it, some people do not. It's a different level of pressure, even though you're doing the same thing. It is very, very different. But having that experience to kind of pass on to the other teammates and saying, this is how it is. Just keep calm. Try and get yourself as similar settings as possible, as comfortable as possible, so that when you get there, it's as similar as possible to your home rig, which is why they all try and use like the VRS wheels, etc., etc. It's a different kettle of fish. By the way, update from Race Control: the server is up and running. Obviously, we don't have to do qualifying again. They'll set the grid order from the qualifying that we had quite a while ago. Now, but we should hopefully be moving into the 10-lap race for semi-final 2. If you stepped aside and then you're still looking at us and you're still thinking, have I missed anything? Well, if you saw qualifying for semi-final 2, the answer is no, you have not missed a single thing. It's still that incredible lap time from Kevin Sigurd that gave him that pole position, and he should be starting from it in a few moments' time.
Yeah, we won't be long, folks. Bear with us. We'll be there. I see a lot of people are actually enjoying the podcast.
This is podcast. This is podcast o'clock. Maximum fill is the request. I mean, look, honestly, I could.
We'll have to start a show.
No, if we keep going on for another 10 minutes, I'm going to start talking about the 66 that Rory McIlroy just scored, and the eagle that he scored in the 13th, blah, 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 blah. I'll fill the air with whatever I've got, ladies and gents.
Or we could talk about the Real Madrid-Arsenal game again, if you wanted to.
Exactly.
Or we can honestly, talk about...
The next time that we come back here for R1, obviously we'll be in the group phases, and Thibaut Courtois, they'll be losers because Arsenal's obviously going through, right?
Well, listen, one thing that Thibaut Courtois could say, at least he's not Onana at the moment. Obviously, after what happened against Leon last night. So, yeah, obviously...
This podcast has gone off the rails now.
You can ask Nemanja Matic about that if you want to. But, yeah, incredible. Yeah, I mean, we got a massive race coming up. I mean, some of the outsiders have we got to consider as well. I'm going to try and get things back on track if I can. Dom Blyer, one of the top drivers that we've seen in the past, obviously perform brilliantly. I seem to remember Daytona being a standout as well for young Dom Blyer. Also, he's pretty red hot around this Hockenheimring circuit. Has taken the baton. We've spoken about leaders at TC Esports. Blyer now very much the leader at Williams.
Yeah, very much so. Has slotted into that role actually really nicely. Whilst you could say pretty comfortably that the Williams team is weaker than it was. That's not just with McCormack, it's also with Schoeniger as well. It's definitely a weaker team, but Dom Blyer is filling in that gap and is pushing them forward. And it's weaker now, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be a weaker team when we get to the important stuff, because when you have those drivers leave and stuff like that, you have to build the team back up again. You have to find that pace back up again. You have to put some drivers in that maybe aren't used to this, like Vasilis Belasiotis and the likes, and give them more time, and eventually it will hopefully work.
Yeah. Do you think that Dom Blyer was placed in Williams as sort of the direct, inbound replacement for McCormack? Did Williams, do you think, turn around and say, listen, we're expecting McCormack to go, it's time to find the next person to take over as such? Because you've got someone like Blyer, who is an Intercontinental GT Challenge champion and a GT World Challenge Esports champion in silver class. He's not short of promise.
Look, there is potential. As you can see, much like my save files from After Effects, we are in semi-final 2 restart, final VO.1. But hopefully we'll be underway for the second semi-final after a fair delay. Kevin Siggy behind the wheel on pole position. Kevin Ellis Jr. It's all Kevs on the front row, and it's all Kevs go here in semi-final 2 as we race down into the first corner. Siggy with the inside line. Siggy trying to hold the inside, hold on to the race lead as Kevin Ellis Jr. was trying to hang on all the way around the outside. Max Benneker now fiddling over to the left-hand side. Straight through the middle comes Jeff Rieveld, trying to slot his way onto the podium. Muscles the mouse driver out wide. Contact between the two, and Jeff Rieveld gets spun round, as does the entire field. Look at all that. There was Ferris Stanley involved in all that. There was the vitality of Yuri Toman involved in all that. And Kaiki Oliveira's come through to third.
Well, try and break down that mess. I'm sure there's a few drivers having a breakdown anyway over that one. Coming out of turn 3 and turn 4, Max Benneker now being railed upon now, this time by Charlie Collins, and obviously fighting tooth and nail between the Porsche Commander and the Maus driver as they fly through now in towards turn 8 and round through towards turn 9 at the Mercedes section. Now on the brakes now, once again, comes Max Benneker. Some side-by-side action between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Kevin Siggy as well. So these two are going to duke it out. They're 2 seconds clear now of Kaiki Oliveira as it stands, who's currently down in third place. And currently Charlie Collins a little bit further back just behind him as well, just 7/10 behind Oliveira as it stands. Benneker still on his tail. He's sandwiched between 2 Porsches because Zemislav Lemon M has managed to find his way inside the top 6, unlike his teammate Jakub Madaszewski, who I think got caught up in all the chaos and is now routed down in 9th.
Yeah, that was a wild start to the race, which
messy.
I say it's very, very messy, and not the footballer. It was just it was
it's not Lionel.
No, but it is good for the start, though. Look at Siggy and Ellis Jr. Those two pulling clear of the field. It's a battle between the two Kevs for victory here in the second semi-final. And the battle between everyone else to try and move their way through. At the moment, pretty close. Kaiki Oliveira, Charlie Collins, Max Benneker, and Przemysław Lemonek. Thibaut Casabon could close into the back of Lemonek. But this is the thing, is that gap's slightly too large. If these two don't fight, or if when they fight it's nice and clean and they deal with each other pretty quickly, then he's not closing back in. Battle in the background, Jakub Madaszewski trying to get past the proper livery on the BS competition car of Ferris Stanley, and Madaszewski is able to work his way past.
Yeah, the one saving grace that Thibaut Casabon does have is that there's quite a gap in between he and the 2 cars that are behind him, and these are the 2 cars in question. Jakub Madaszewski and Ferris Stanley, who are going wheel to wheel on the run coming out of the hairpin at turn 6, and Madaszewski now trying to hold on to 8th place but being roomed up upon by Ferris Stanley, who we said before, very fast in quali. Unfortunately, his time not enough to actually tickle the top end, despite going on the front row with a very similar lap earlier on this evening. Wasn't able to do the same this time in semi-final action. Of course, now still chasing after Madaszewski, coming through the arena section now out of turn 13 and now in towards turn 14 and 15 at the semi-chicane as they now look to undertake turn 16 and 17 to bring an end to their lap 2 of 10 very shortly. But it's still Kevin Siggy out in front and in control. There's Przemysław Lemonek. We just saw his teammates fight tooth and nail with Ferris Stanley now as they fly through turn 1. He is currently just tucked in behind Maximilian Benneker. And Thibaut Casabon trying to drift himself closer and closer. He's only a second, just within a second behind him at the moment is Casabon. But like I said, the one saving grace, he doesn't have company in behind. He can just focus on what's in front of him. And if Lemonek keeps on fighting with Benneker, then it will invite the Vitality car into the fight.
He is closing in. Well, like, Thibaut Casabon is closing in. That gap was 1.2 on the previous lap. It's now 1 second. Thibaut Casabon could be closing up to the rear end of Lemonek. I don't believe Jakub Madaszewski or Ferris Stanley be able to drag their way along with them. Obviously, Don Blyer, Jeff Rieveld, Yuri Toman, all of those 3 are out after the early race incident. Unfortunately, by the way, we will not be able to show you a replay of that. So anyone sitting there thinking, why is the replay of it? We will not be able to show it just because, again, with laser stuff, it is what it is, technical. But those 3 all the way down. And again, scroll back through the broadcast to see the incident because it was chaos on the opening lap. But thankfully for the rest of them, they were able to work their way through. And once again, it hammers home why it's so important to qualify well. Can't really hold that against the drivers from that qualifying session, though, George, considering how close it was. Yeah,
no, it was very tight. I certainly don't think qualifying necessarily is a dictator of what necessarily has happened to this order. Obviously, we know that the impact at the very start in the first few corners on the opening lap led to how we're currently watching it right now. Certainly, we wouldn't expect Don Blyer to be routed to the back back along with Jeffrey Rietveld or Yuri Toman. In fact, all of these drivers have the pace to certainly feature up at the very front end. But at the moment, it's Kevin Siggy and Kevin Ellis Jr. who are holding firm and in control. At the moment, it's going to be 3 red line cars going through to the final as it stands, obviously with Jeffrey Rietveld rooted to the bottom in P11 and showing signs that he will definitely not be making it through, given the fact that he is 14 seconds, well, nearly 14 and a half detached off the race leader, Kevin Siggy, at the moment. It's going to be very difficult for him to get back into this race with Zemislav Lamenek 10 seconds up the road from him at the moment. As they come out of turn 6, there's Kevin Ellis Jr. still tucked in behind Kevin Siggy. Kaiki Oliveira still working to try and bridge that gap. Obviously, he doesn't need to worry too much because he is, heading through into the final. But Charlie Collins may like to increase his position up into P3 to at least take home more points to further Porsche Coander's chances up at the front end, because there is a Virtus Pro driver currently sat in second in front of him.
Yeah, but I think they are scoring. Like, Virtus Pro would need to be outscored. They're scoring them by quite a bit. They'd need to have 2 drivers basically in this semi-final moving into the final to join Darren McCormack and the likes. I don't think Porsche Coander are that worried about it. I think they're in a good position at the moment. They'll be top in the group stage, the seeding stages. They're definitely heading through into Group A. So in that sense, for Charlie Collins, this is about, really, it's about going out there having a bit of fun. It's about obviously going out there and winning the final. And, you know, like, don't worry about it too much. But the most important bit is for them to get into the final. And once again, that gap has come down 1/10 of a second. Thibaut Casabon is closing in just a little bit. And now, whilst Charlie Collins maybe sat there in 5th position thinking that's not really much of my problem, that'll be Lemon M's problem. If Casabon gets there, it'll be your problem as well.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on. He's not too far away. I mean, even now, obviously, we alluded to the gap being just around a second. He's brought that right back down again. It's around 9/10, 8/10 now. So, you know, it's not over yet for Thibaut Casabon. As you can see from our live broadcast screen, he is a lot closer to the back of the Porsche this time around. So, with Lamenek holding on to the final qualifying spot into the final, does offer a leaf of opportunity here for Thibaut Casabon to maybe even move through and at least enter one Vitality car into the final. Let's wait and see. Kevin Siggy, though, in control, has actually managed to bridge his gap now to Kevin Ellis Jr. over to a second. That is absolutely incredible from Kevin Siggy, unleashing the pace behind his Team Redline BMW M4 once again. We've seen him do this already. And now he's on a charge once more. Very much like in the same vein as Enzo Benito did earlier tonight, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Again, this is seriously impressive. And I know a lot of people will sit there and be like, yeah, BMW OP, blah, 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 blah. And I get, I understand. But you can't say that the only reason they're winning is because the BMW's a good car around here. They are driving it phenomenally well. They are really muscling that car around the circuit, and Kevin Siggy is driving brilliantly and just not putting a foot wrong. And that's the thing, like I say, if you the rounds that you have the best car, you've got to take advantage of. Again, Porsche and Spa. The Porsche was the best car at Spa. That's why, like, it would be very hypocritical, and I'm not saying Porsche kind of have said anything because they haven't, but it would be very hypocritical if the Porsche team's the one saying, oh, well, the BMW is the strongest round here, when the Porsche was very clearly the strongest car at Spa. That's the ebb and flow of this. Like, that's just how it's going to be. Balance of performance doesn't mean that everything's equal. It means that everything's as balanced as it can be over an entire season. And whilst that is super tough, some cars are going to have a slight advantage, only by a 10th or so.
Yep, no, that's very true. That is spot on. As we now have a look as Charlie Collins does go down the inside here. Maximilian Benneker over that 4th place. So finally they do tie up, and extra points in hand here for Charlie Collins. With Benneker now sat behind in 5th place and racing through to 12 now into Sector 3 proper. Lamenek watching all this unfold, and still it invites Casabon into the fight. But that gap now has been strung out to a second again. So while Casabon managed to at least build that in or bridge it to 0.8 of a second, he's now lost some of that advantage once more. But Kevin Siggy now has advanced another 0.2 on his gap between himself and Kevin Ellis Jr. right now. Kaiki Oliveira actually becoming more of a threat to Kevin Ellis Jr. this time. He's getting closer and closer, now only 0.8 away, with Charlie Collins looking to try and get a little closer himself. He's actually managed to bridge a fair gap to Maximilian Benneker, taking a little bit more of that off track as he now makes his way around in the first sector. Lap 7 of 10 here at this moment. It's hard to believe believe here as well, Lewis, that this is the same Team Redline that have gone through the first 2 rounds without a single victory.
Yeah, the fact that, again, BMW, that BMW had not won in any of the first 14 races of 2025. And now here they are, as dominant as can be. Again, that's the ebb and flow of R1, and they are looking really strong, looking odds-on favourites for the final. As to which driver it'll be, unknown, but I would be baffled if Redline were not victorious in the final. And the thing is, they've got 2 drivers that can take the clean sweep as well at this rate, because obviously Enzo Benito won race 1 and his quarterfinal and then semi-final. Siggy's about to do the same thing.
He certainly is. And in some style as well. Next lap will be lap 8 of 10. And Kevin Siggy is quite content and happy. This is the calmest I've ever seen him, I think, at this moment in time. You just see him in the bottom left-hand corner, enjoying a nice, peaceful Sunday drive. It's not often we see him like this. I remember back at Gamers 8 where he was full of volatility. You know, that's how much passion he has for sim racing, and obviously wants to win like any racing driver wants to. And puts that into his own race. And this is how big results get generated. And now on lap 8 of 10, looking ahead, he is 1.3, nearly 1.4 ahead now, ploughing yet another 2/10 on Kevin Ellis Jr. in a will of his own, allowing himself to just hot lap his way around Hockenheimring. And with 2 or so laps to go, very soon we'll be crowning him a race winner. I have no doubt about that.
This is a pretty. This happened as well in the previous one, where it's a pretty tame semi-final, mostly because the incident happened early on, of course. But obviously the quarterfinals got tamer and tamer as they went on. Semi-finals are also getting tamer and tamer as they go on. Is this going to reset once again massively for the final? We're going to have an absolute barnstorm of a fight.
Well, it's got to, right?
I was going to say one thing, though. I was going to say Enzo Benito is 1 race shy of me saying it would be him winning, because it's going to be a 68th race in R1, and I know my memes, George.
You do.
So obviously if it was 69th race, then he would win it, but that's not the case. So it's not on for Enzo Benito. Kevin Siggy will win. That's my statistics done.
Who can deny that statistic, Lewis McGlade?
Yeah.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt. As you now watch, as we see Charlie Collins up at the top right of screen. We got Max Benneker just below. Obviously, after losing the place to Collins earlier on over P4, they're now exiting out to the final corner, heading down towards turn 1 again. We are now on the penultimate lap of this semi-final 2, with the top 6 that are currently going through to the final: Kevin Siggy, Kevin Ellis Jr., Kaiki Oliveira, Charlie Collins, and Max Benneker, as well as Zemislav Lamanek moving through for Team Falcons. Jakub Matuszewski, I have to say, has done relatively well to try and reduce the blow that was the initial issue with the massive crash that we witnessed before. And he was a little bit lower down than that on the run out of that very major moment in this Hockenheimring race. But 8th, it looks like, will be as far as he will go, with Thibaut Casibon, if anything, closer to the back of Zemislav Lamanek than Matuszewski is closer to him. But someone who is edging his way back in is Max Benneker, only 4/10 now away from Charlie Collins in a look to reply against the P4 assault that Collins gave him not too long ago. And with this being the penultimate lap of the race, the opportunities on these final points paying positions, extra points for Benneker anyway, to say the least, before venturing into the final. I tell you what, he might look to this window of opportunity as a chance to get Maus something extra prior to the end of this round at Hockenheim.
Yeah, I'm just not sure it's going to happen, because he's just not quite close enough. Maybe there might be the opportunity for Benneker, but the Porsche's all right in this final sector. He might put enough of a margin as we'll finally get ready to start the final lap. It's a delayed start to the race, and I will say, apart from that crash on lap 1, it's been boring as. Nothing's happened, which is, that's sometimes what happens. That's a good thing for Kevin Siggy as he starts the final lap of the race. 1.5 seconds clear. He is absolutely flying on this incredible drive. Kaiki Oliveira is not going to do anything about Kevin Ellis Jr. He's going to take the podium and take a visit to the final, as we expect so often from Kaiki Oliveira. But the battle's behind. This is the last opportunity for Benneker to maybe sneak that 4th position off of the hands of the Porsche commander of Charlie Collins, who doesn't seem that interested either.
No, that's the same Charlie Collins has started from the back of the grid as well ahead of this race and has somehow managed to find his way up into P4. But back comes Benneker as he now has a little look to the inside. Obviously just firing that warning shot again. Kaiki Oliveira just in front of them. Obviously exiting out of turn 6 as well. And he's hot on the heels of Kevin Ellis Jr. as well. So we might yet see some last lap dramatics. Though I can't imagine many of the drivers will want to leave anything to chance here at this very sensitive stage of the race when there's very little opportunity to fight back, as Benneker has another look down the inside coming through. Mercedes just lingering his car a little bit to the left-hand side of the Porsche as they now head out of the arena section at Mercedes. Turn 8 and 9 and now in towards turn 10. Turn 12 about to come out of turn 11 through towards turn 12 this time. But Kevin Siggy roaring onwards, adding yet another win and an impressive one after a 1:36.094. Lewis, he's bringing it home.
Yep, indeed. Impressive drive. Said he was moving up on the all-time winners list, but he is going to hit race win number 20 for Kevin Siggy as he goes back-to-back here at the Hockenheimring, as his teammate did in the quarterfinals and semi-final one. Enzo Benito went back-to-back. Kevin Siggy goes back-to-back after an epic qualifying run from him. Kevin Ellis Jr., Kaiki Oliveira, Charlie Collins, Max Benneker and Przemysław Lamenek being the top 6 to move through into the final. But what a drive from this man here. Just absolutely epic. And now we have to talk about who's getting the clean sweep. I wonder what he says. Surely he's going to sit there and be like, obviously I'm getting the clean sweep. Obviously.
Well, I think after a performance like that, it definitely goes without saying. I've got to say the perfect cherry on the cake after the stunning pole lap from Kevin Siggy that managed to bring him to the top and to the dance. Lights to flag. It was an impressive win, Lewis, but he'll want to take it to the bitter end. Also want to say shout out as well to Przemysław Lamenek, who managed to achieve his very first final appearance now for the first time this season as well. First time he's done it this campaign. Phenomenal job.
Yeah, indeed. Really, really impressive. Looked comfortable, looked confident. And look, to be fair, though, it all came down to that incident early on. A lot of them getting through that cleanly. Once they did, the kind of the field was spread out. So it's kind of one of those ones of, it's easy to say it's a really good drive, but it's just not making mistakes. But they weren't feeling as pressured as they would have done had we not had that incident earlier on. It's probably one of the bigger incidents that we've had in R1, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely one of the biggest ones, I would say. I mean, we witnessed a pretty crazy one earlier on as well. But we got an interview now with our race winner, once again, Kevin Siggy, off the back of a stunning semi-final 2. We're going to have a word with the man himself, the man who stuck it on pole. Kevin, whilst the victory was very impressive, I want to talk about your qualifying lap as well. That 1:36.094, that was absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't too bad. Satisfied with it. Obviously, it was pole position, but things could have been better. So, but I think hopefully, if I can nail it in finals, it can be a little bit better still.
Known you for a long time, never ever heard you satisfied, not on this occasion either. Fair play. Let's talk about the obviously the delay between qualifying and then the race. Obviously, mentally for you after taking that pole position, it's a long delay for you to deal with. How did you deal with that mentally? How did you get yourself back into the mindset for the race, and then obviously went on to dominate?
Yeah, I mean, those delays are always, annoying to deal with as a driver because you're in the zone and right before you start the race, you sort of lose that sort of feeling, and waiting for another 10 minutes is, not perfect. But I mean, everyone in the team we're all in the VC together, just having a lot of banter, chatting jokes and everything. So it's just important to keep the morale up as a team. That's what we're trying to achieve as well. So it's not too hard. I mean, once you get into rhythm after one lap, you're sort of fine.
Yeah, keeps the morale high and obviously keeps the positions high by extension. Kevin, we'll let you go and get prepared for the final, but congratulations, and we'll catch you later on, I'm sure. That's Kevin Siggy, everybody, off the back. But take us through the highlights, Lewis. It was a messy one.
This is it. This is the highlight. This is the only thing that happened in the race. I mean, we could talk about it time and time again. It's I don't even know where to start with that incident. And I was joking about that being the only thing that happened in the race. No, that is genuine. That is the only thing that happened in that race. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I feel bad for race control. I have to pick it apart. And the thing is they will kind of have to pick it apart because obviously there were a few drivers that were involved in that obviously went through that are in the top 6 that went through to the final. So Race Control will have to take a little look at it. So obviously these results are provisional. Something that's not is the top 2. Most certainly not. Kevin Siggy, Kevin Ellis Jr., unbelievable from the pair of them, by way clear the rest. Kevin Siggy so dominant in that incredible drive from him. Then Kevin Ellis Jr., then Kaiki Oliveira, Charlie Collins, Max Beneker, and Shamislav Lamanek being the top 6 that at the moment will be moving through into the final. Thibaut Kazabon, Jakub Maszewski, Ferris Stanley, Yuri Toman, Jeff Rietveld, and Dom Blyer, the 6 drivers we are likely to be saying goodbye to after this. But I mean, like you say, dominant drive from Siggy. Answer honestly, who's taken the clean sweep? Because let's be honest, it's really between Luke Bennett could win, obviously, as red line driver. But like, if you were going to pick Enzo Benito or Kevin Siggy, who's taken the clean sweep this round, who are you picking?
Well, whilst I think Enzo Benito has been stellar tonight as well, I think I'm going to have to go with Kevin Siggy, I think, at this point. I think, Lewis, I just think off the back of what we've seen already tonight, and also the prowess that he's shown, also being a reigning champion in this series, he's got proven form, and definitely putting it on show. I knew he was going to respond as well after the disappointment back at Monza, obviously being evicted in the first quarterfinal phase, not getting through the semis. It would have burnt him a little bit, and you could hear that he was obviously frustrated. He seems really focused tonight as well, and he pretty much, copying your words as well, certainly suggesting the same thing about the long waiting time in between the session. Whilst obviously it wasn't ideal, he had his team around him supporting him as well, and obviously keeping the spirits up and jovial. Red Line seem in a really good place tonight, and I think Kevin will be the one to take them forward.
But okay, I'm going to say one thing to that because I do agree. However, looking at the semi-finals, one of them was slightly faster than the other, and it wasn't the one that Kevin Siggy won.
No.
Enzo Benito over the entire race distance it was the race distance for him was 16 minutes 5 seconds 0.477. Kevin Siggy's was 16 minutes 5 seconds 0.659.
Incredible.
So Enzo's faster.
Still tight though. Still tight.
Enzo's faster. Statistics don't lie, mate. Enzo's faster.
Well, we're going to take a quick breather anyway, folks, and check out a little Q&A with some of the drivers.
Well, everyone.
Nikodem Wiśniewski.
I don't know.
I think our biggest rival has to be Team Redline, because we've been fighting them basically since the beginning of this competition and starting on this game. So yeah, I would say Redline, and they're really, really strong. So I always like the challenge of driving against them, fighting them. But obviously, all the other teams are really great also, and basically all of them. We have to beat all of them to win the championship, or to beat most of them to be on the podium. So yeah.
But my biggest rival must be myself, because I don't have any experience in this championship, in this game neither. So it's myself. I need to improve every day, every week. So apart of myself, I will say my teammates are my closest rivals. So I need to be among them and as close as I can. So my biggest rival are myself and my teammates.
Okay, everyone is super fast. Yeah. At the end, this is the top level of sim racing, so I cannot really say one name, but I will just focus on myself this season, and we will see how it goes.
Everyone's going to be a very, very tough competitor. Probably for some obvious reasons that people won't know about, Williams Esports, but I harbour nothing against them in particular, really. Maybe my old mate Kevin Siggy, you know. He's one of my best mates, so not really anyone in particular. The whole field is very, very strong. Like I said, in the races, it's just going to be bumper car racing essentially for 15 minutes to get the vital top 6 spot in the quarterfinal races and the semi-final races. So can't really pick anyone in particular. Very difficult. So yeah, my answer is going to be everyone.
My Polish friends that we competed with each other throughout many years, throughout many seasons, and throughout many different sim racing games. Also, we were teammates in real racing cars during Racing Prodigy. And definitely what makes him a great competitor and tough competitor is his experience in RENNSPORT.
and great pace. And well, I don't really consider a biggest rival. I think all the drivers in the R1 championship are top-notch, top of the line drivers. So every race, every quarterfinal, semifinal, whatever race it is always very hard. So I always aim to try to beat everybody. So I don't really have a rival, so to say. If I would say, it would be everybody besides my team.
I think the whole BMW teams like Mouse and Redline will be our main rivals. Of course, Redline is one of the best teams on the grid, so if we are able to compete them, that means we are in a good spot. But I guess it's always easier to compare within the same car, so we will be comparing our performance to the other BMW guys, because of course there is some kind of VOP. I believe that the best way is to focus on ourselves. Don't look too much around you what is going on. I think if you focus on the job and do your best, you can be happy no matter the outcome, to be honest, because sometimes it's easy to judge on results when sometimes you are lucky or unlucky. But if we as a team are happy with our performance, I think that's enough, in my opinion.
Well, great to hear from the drivers as we look ahead to what will be, I'm sure, a very hotly contested final. Obviously, a lot of them sharing who they think are some of the brightest talents in sim racing. Kaiki Oliveira coming out in particular and saying that all of the RENNSPORT drivers are top-notch in terms of their pace and everything like that. And I would agree. Obviously, we see many of them taking part in other, obviously, championships and have been successful as well. Of course, we mentioned SRO and stuff that's happened over there, as well as IMSA, as well as the F1 Sim Racing World Championship. We've truly got a plethora of different, should we say, origins for many of our drivers now, all roosting into one, taking part to become the overall champion in this series as well, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. That's always kind of been the big selling point for me, at least with R1 as a competition, is that we get drivers that were good, that have obviously won the highest level on R Factor 2, where you have Le Mans Virtuals and your Virtual Endurance Championships, your GT Pros, etc. Then you've got your SO Esports Champions, obviously people that have done like SimGrid and stuff like that over on a set of course Competizione. And then you've got iRacing and the plethora of competitions out on there, whether it's the iRacing Special Event winners, whether it's your IMSA Esports Champions, those that have taken part in the World Championships, Porsche Esports Super. Like, you get all these drivers that have taken part in all of these high-level competitions, all these teams that are well known around the world of sim racing, and this the championship kind of brought them together into one place and kind of pushed that to one side, and it's just who is the best. And what this has proven is that there isn't one single platform that's clearly got all the better drivers, right? It's been across the board. Kevin Siggy, for example, is an R Factor 2 specialist. That's where he started. That was his bread and butter, really. Obviously, R Factor 1, then R Factor 2, right? Then you get Darren McCormack, who's a set of course Competizione specialist. And then you get Josh Rogers, who's an iRacing specialist. And these are three of like the best drivers in sim racing that are spread across the world of sim racing, and they're all battling for victories on a daily basis here.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. I mean, all of them have been fighting over some of the big prizes in World Sim Racing, and now coming here in R1. And it probably explains as well why we have so many champions that haven't gone and become back-to-back or two-time champions, because we've got so many that have won it the single time, and they've all come from different places in the past. It's one of those sims that ultimately exists as a neutral point, I think, for every single team and every single driver across the sim racing as a universal, series, so you get so many different, peaks and troughs for different drivers and different teams. So yeah, it's fascinating. But obviously looking ahead to this final, obviously we're waiting free practice to start for this one. Some unheard of names that are making it through though. We got Michael Schmiedel heading through as well. ERA getting through to their first final, Lewis. I mean, that is a massive achievement for a brand new team like that.
Yeah, no, it is good. Schmiedel obviously is not inexperienced in this competition, in sim racing in general. Again, one of those R Factor 2 specialists that we were talking about, like with Siggy and the likes. Obviously, FaZe has done good jobs for them last season, and is just proving that once again here, that definitely has the speed and has the consistency, and it's great to see ERA, a new team here, moving into a final. That is a hugely positive step for them, and hopefully that kind of passes on to their fairly experienced team, really, in the world of even R1, you know, especially with Robbie and Ibrahim, and it gives them a little bit of a push to be like, come on lads, there's no excuses now. If I'm doing it, you're doing it. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's one of the drivers, Michael Schmidl, that has gone on to become a champion in the Le Mans virtual side as well in the past, who does carry that experience of winning top flight events. I remember him taking part as well in V10R League a few years ago, obviously taking part in that championship, and unfortunately did not perhaps obtain the same success there as he did in prior events, but nonetheless was a top flight competitor, and now back again here in R1, showing that he can still compete with the best here in a brand new team such as ERA, who is still learning how this championship unfolds. He's got some good teammates around it. Ibrahim Khan, of course, drove for BS Plus competition in the past as well in this very series. We've also got others like Gabriel Solomon stepping in, who seemed to be quite at home as well in certain areas. Actually gave a good account of himself earlier on tonight. And Robbie Stapleford, who should know what it's all about, admittedly probably having more struggles here this evening, Robbie Stapleford, in comparison to when he was racing at BS Plus.
Yeah, indeed. But Robbie was always a little bit hit and miss. I remember when we, I kind of spoke with a few people about this. When we started with R1, obviously back in Katowice, it started out actually quite strong. Was a pretty solid competitor. And then he didn't drop off. But basically what was said was that he learns really, really quickly and then basically gets to a level and kind of stays there. Whereas rather than him dropping off, everyone else learned around him and then went ahead, and then he was kind of dropped to the back of the field. And it's just it's not him. It's everyone else learning. He needs, and it's that slow process of finding that extra couple of tenths that he's got in him. We've seen it before, but he just needs to dig deep and find where it is, or find a way of extracting that last bit, which might not be from just throwing the car around lap. That might not find you that extra important 0.2 of a second.
No. It's everything in proportion, really, isn't it, in many ways? Let's take a little look, though, at the standings prior to going into the final phase and just get a read as to what's, well, certainly how things look as of now. We've got Porsche Coanda Esports team at the top of the tree at the moment on 421 points, currently figuring in Group A. These are the prospective groups, folks at home, so you'll know or get a vibe as to where the teams currently stack in terms of group positions. We've got Team Redline occupying in second place, 346 points against their name. They'll be in Group A should it finish like this. Virtus Pro as well in third will be joining them in Group A. That is quite some group up at the very top. Then we have Maus, top of Group B on 252 points, with Team Falcons just behind them as well. Team Vitality in sixth place, and then Atlassian Williams Sim Racing in seventh place in Group C on 164 points, with BS Plus Competition in eighth on 141. Then further down we have Mercedes AMG Esports team TC Racing, that's Thibaut Courtois' team, on 70 points. At the very back then in Group D we have Mercedes AMG Esports team MSI, ERA Esports and Guild Esports right at the tail end of the order. Some fine margins there though, Lewis, especially when you look at the threshold between Group C and Group B. Team Vitality and Williams Sim Racing, not too much between them.
No, indeed, like I say, some close margins back here. And to be fair, Virtus Pro have already, like you point out, they've already been overtaken by BMW and Team Redline Racing Bulls. To be fair, they could potentially take over the top spot, genuinely. Like, they've already scored 161 points. The chance of them getting some good results in here, I don't think it's mathematically impossible for them to take over the top spot. So that could be a possibility. And as much as it is unlikely, I also think it is still statistically possible, even though it is unlikely, for Maus to take over Virtus Pro's position there. Whilst I say I don't think that's going to happen, it is possible that might switch. But obviously, again, we'll have to wait and see. These are some wild swings that it won't take some quick maths to work out. It'll be looking at it being like, well, Redline, for example, to take over Porsche Coanda, they'd need to be all at the front, and Charlie Collins would have to be out of it, basically.
Yeah. I mean, he would have to be well and truly, I think, out of the equation here on this one. But remember, 35 points for a race win in our next race. So it's going to be very you know, sitting very close between them. Virtus Pro, very impressive as well. But yeah, let's go through first and foremost. If you are new to the championship here at R1, take a look at this little format explainer just to give you the rundown.
The RENNSPORT R1 season is about to start with a new format, and here's everything you need to know. The championship is split up into two parts. The regular season, containing seeding stage and dynamic group stage, followed by the major at the Esports World Cup. The regular season starts off with 3 seeding rounds. Those are your typical R1-style tournaments in which drivers will be collecting points based on their finishing position, whilst the top 6 in each race will progress into the next round. The points scored by each of the drivers will accumulate towards the points tally of their team. The dynamic group stage separates teams into 4 groups, initially based on the points accumulated during the seeding stage. In rounds 4 through 7, 2 groups will play each week. At the end of the races for that round, the team with the least points scored in its group gets demoted to the one below, whilst the highest scorer per group moves one up. Their position at the end of that week determines the number of championship points they accumulate. As an example, number 1 in the top group, Group A, will receive 12 points, while number 2 in Group C will receive 5. Round 8 is the final round of the dynamic group stage before the major, and the first chance for teams to qualify for the finale at the Esports World Cup. To qualify, you either have to be the best scoring team in Group A or be among the 2 highest scoring teams from Group A or B across the dynamic group stage. If you are the worst scoring team in Group D or one of the 2 teams with the lowest amount of points across the dynamic group stage, your championship ends here. The remaining 6 teams will go to EWC and enter a last chance qualifier round to determine who will join the fight for the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Championship at the Esports World Cup.
There you have it, one step away from the dynamic group phase. This is the final seeding round, and we've got one more race to decide who's where moving through, obviously, to the dynamic group phase. And that is when things get rather fraught indeed, where we'll have outright battles between teams in order to maximize their positions in the groups, in order to muster themselves a chance to compete at the Esports World Cup. We are on the road to the Esports World Cup as it stands. And just like that, we're into free practice for the final ahead of what's going to be, I'm sure, a very fraught one indeed, with 3 red line cars representing in this rostrum of 12, and then we have 2 mouse cars as well at the top with Dennis Schrödinger as well as Maximilian Benneker, Enzo Benito, as you can see on the tree. We mentioned 3 red line cars. Dara McCormack making up a 2-part Virtus Pro lineup with Kevin Ellis Jr., the 2 certainly big dogs of the Virtus Pro lineup, and then Michael Schmiedel, the lone ERA esports driver. We got 1 Team Falcons car, which is unbelievable to think, Lewis, especially considering they came into the semi-finals with, well, look, what was nearly 4, admittedly after Thomas Tatler getting ruled out, left with 3, but to go to 1, quite a dramatic shift.
Yeah, dramatic and yeah, disappointing. But they've had the speed, they've had the pace to get themselves through this round. But for Tatler, it was obviously the quali ban and then some poor driving, which was the bit that cost him. And then the other 2 was bad luck, to be honest. Like that's how it goes. In the middle of just an absolute catastrophe. But we still get Lamanak out there, so at least they have won through. Like I say, Michael Schmiedel being up there is great. It's cool. It is interesting to have 3 Porsches, all from 3 different teams. So all 3 teams are at least represented of the Porsche manufacturers here in the final. And there is Max Benneker. Could he potentially? As much as it's been red line chat all day. Could Dennis Schrödinger? Could they potentially just chuck something into the mix?
Well, he is the Gamers 8 champion, Lewis, I have to say. Maximilian Benneker, that is one trophy that will be his forever. Obviously, at the moment, we only ever go to Saudi Arabia for the World Cup these days. But yeah, Gamers 8, that is your Gamers 8 champion and the only Gamers 8 champion in the world of R1, who occupies P9 in free practice at the moment, and with a 136.2. If you want to really rubber stamp, and Siggy with a 135 again at the top of the tree with a 135.977. Another omen for a 0.0 here, Lewis?
Do I reckon we're getting a 0.0 in this session? No. I don't know what. I can't tell you why, but I feel a 0.1. Again, it's a gut feeling. I think a 0.0 in qualifying is like, just imagine how hard that is to do a 0.0, to be on that level of limit when the tyres are cold. Because obviously, as much as you're seeing 0.9s this session, they've got a few laps to get those tyres into the working window.
Benito with a 0.3, with a 0.2, well, with a 35.9 to add to it.
But they've got a few laps to get their tyres into the operating window. So obviously, your Super Pole lap is going to be a tenth slower. But it's that level of risk that you have to throw at it in qualifying. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I have to say, just a statement here for Redline's prowess here in free practice. The fact that they've got 2 cars from their team in the 0.975, or you got a 0.996 there as well for Enzo Benito. I mean, that is a serious flex. Appreciate they get as many laps as they like in free practice as such until the time ticks to 0. But, you know, when you're in this position and you're able to challenge for, you know, these higher end spots, even in free practice, and pump out these 35.9s, for example, it's a massive flex. Then moving through to qualifying, it then puts you, you know, direct in the firing line for a 0.0, you know, straight away. I mean, this could be Redline's night. I have to say, you know, that especially after what we've seen in the quarterfinal and the semi-finals, they look like a team on a huge bout of momentum at the moment.
Yeah. Very much so. I mean, look, they are the team to be. They are the favourites coming into this. There is no doubt of that. That doesn't mean that they're unbeatable. No. But seeing this be a Redline front row lockout is definitely not out of the question. To see Enzo Benito or Kevin Siggy going out and grabbing a clean sweep for the round, not out of the question. It's been done twice already this season. One in the hands of Charlie Collins, one in the hands of Darren McCormack. And you know, it's possible. 1, 2, 3, full lockout on the podium. Luke Bennett coming in there and taking the win. Who knows?
We'll wait and see. It's possible. As we now watch as Darren McCormack sets sail out on Hockenheimring to now lay down his first lap here in qualifying for the final ahead in this R1. Final R1 round of the seeding phase here in round 3, and a 20.0 to kick things off straight away is not a bad place to start. And this is the same sector that Darren McCormack has had some trouble with already so far. Remember, he did a 20.2 in our previous session that brought him to the dance here this time around, but he's not going to be faced with that same issue this time in the Aston Martin, and improving on top of this. Let's see what Sector 2 can bring as he exits out of turn 6 at Spitz Curve, heading down towards Mercedes. Obviously, he needs to try and dial this one in. This is where a lot of the action has certainly been maintained. We saw the huge crash that was brought about earlier on that led, well, we've had quite a few crashes here tonight. We saw a few in the quarterfinals as well, but nothing quite as big as the semi-final that we witnessed as well. As we now watch as McCormack now flies through towards Sector 3. Coming through turn 12, 46.0 is very good again. We're very much looking at a time here that could yet find us in the 0.0s, maybe an early 0.1, but it's all about Sector 3. As he now comes through out of turn 13 and turn 14, out of Sachs Curve through towards Sud Curve. The final 2 corners now at turn 16 and 17 to say sayonara to this lap in hope of achieving pole position once again here. Darren McCormack, as he now storms up towards the line, looks focused as ever, a shrug of the shoulders, and this could be a beauty. And it is a 36.083 to kick off qualifying.
Touche, I'll have my leave. Thank you. It was a good chat to you. Okay, we're going to get a few points. Zeros out here. One redeeming feature of the year: the races have not been great. The qualifying has been a different category. The qualifying has been so good. Someone give me a compilation of the qualifying sessions. I'll be a happy boy. Luke Bennett, next one to come through. Can he improve on McCormack's 0.0? McCormack is good in Sector 3. It is going to be better than though. It's a 0.5.
Come on now, to quote Wayne Mardle. That's incredible. Kevin Ellis Jr. coming up next. 20.0 in the first sector and a 46.0. Almost a carbon copy of Darren McCormack's first and second sectors. Now coming through the final sector. Needs to come in a little bit more though. We're talking mere hundreds, folks at home, to decide a pole sitter here this time around in R1. Final of the third round in this championship this year now. And Kevin Ellis Jr. towards the line. Only enough for third fastest, but still a 0.0.
3 from 3. This is giving me flashbacks back to round 2 of R1, all the way back in Katowice when we were racing around here in that qualifying session. And we were so shocked by everyone setting whatever lap time it was then. It was just incredible. We're seeing it the same thing again, but they're setting .0s. This is wild. Next one to come through, Guy Oliveira. He could set a .0 here, although I'm not super convinced by the penultimate corner there. That said, the lap time is still might be speaking pretty quick. It's a .1, devastatingly slow.
Would have been pole in other sessions, though, earlier on this evening. Michael Schmiedel with a 20.1. This will not be hitting the 36.0 dance floor right now. You want to be in a 20.0 at least in that first sector to challenge his time, even despite the 45.9 that is so brilliant in the middle sector. Let's see what Michael Schmiedel can deliver, though, in Sector 3. The ERA Esports man delivering them their first final in R1 competition. Here comes Schmiedel. Can he topple Kaiki Oliveira? No, that's a 136.4, and I get the feeling that'll be routed to the back of the grid here, Lewis.
Final sector's poor there from Schmiedel, unfortunately. Next one to come through, Enzo Benito, looking for a clean sweep, has 4 victories in R1. 2 of them have been this evening. That's how much of a turn of form he's had for the BWM team Redline Racing Bulls. Out through the final corner. The sector's looking okay. If he nails the final one, he'll be up there, but he's got a tall order to get involved in the .0s. Not going to be good enough. A .133. That genuinely might be towards the back of the field, you know.
Yeah, well, look at this. An issue for Charlie Collins in that first sector. 1.8 off the pace in the first sector. Has improved, obviously, a solid 46 in the middle. It's been a rough day for Porsche Coanda. They've gone from having drivers, multiple drivers in finals in successive rounds over the last 2 occasions. Unfortunately, they've only got one this time, and it's Charlie Collins. And unfortunately, this is not going to be a time to challenge the front end because it's only a 137 to add to the misery, and that'll be music to the ears of Team Redline as well.
Yeah, indeed. To be fair, Josh Rogers had a slowdown in Sector 1 in the quarterfinals. Charlie Collins has now had it twice. Those Porsches not good in that opening sector. Dennis Schoeniger then, who's been such a big improvement this season. Can he chuck himself among Luke Bennett, Darren McCormack, Kevin Lynch Jr.? Can he put a .01 on the board as he heads up towards the line? Not good enough. .135 behind Benito.
The best .1 sticks you 4th place. Dennis Schoeniger's .1 puts you in 6th. Max Benneker currently registering a 20.0 in the first sector. That's exactly where you need to be. In the middle sector's pretty darn good as well. Needs a brilliant 3rd sector to plant his BMW M4 to the front end of the order. There's only one of them in the top 3 at the moment. That's Luke Bennett. The other 2 cars in that top 3 are Aston Martin Vantages. Can Benneker break their hearts? No! Only enough for 4th fastest ahead of Kaiki Oliveira. But that is a 4th .0 that we have seen so far.
Yeah, indeed. Incredible session. Still 3 drivers left to go. How many of these can hit a .0? I don't think Laminek's going to be able to do it as he heads into the final corners. 2 right-handers left to go. I think this is going to be more in the vein of, to be fair, 8th place, somewhere in that kind of mark. I think he's going to be ahead of Schmiedel, but behind the list of .1s and .0s across the line. That's exactly where he's going to go. 8th place. 2 left to go.
136.327 will not be enough to trouble that top 7 at all. Lewis McGlade. Now Jack Keithley makes his way through the final sector. 22.3 is certainly not where he needs to be. Around 3/10 off, really, in comparison to various other drivers. 46.1 in the middle sector. Again, you want to shave off a 10th of that, I would say, at the moment. Well, in fact, it's more than that in the first sector. I didn't realize he's actually had a slowdown. 2.3 seconds off the pace in that first sector. This is going to be way off the spectrum. It's going to be behind Charlie Collins, I think, as well, and it certainly will be a 138.559. But here comes the 6ster, Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, and we've already seen one of his teammates, Luke Bennett, go on to the pole position. Can he set a .0? I'm not going to lie, George, that middle sector is mediocre when it comes to Kevin Siggy's standards. Out through the final corner. I'm not sure it's going to be a .0. He's not happy about it, and he's going to take it out on his biggest rival, his sim racing equipment. Across the line, it's 8th place for Kevin Siggy. Luke Bennett, there he is. It is a red line pole, not the one we thought it was going to be, though.
All the talking was centered around a possible pole between, well, Enzo Benito and Kevin Siggy. Enter the wild card of Luke Bennett to come in and take it away for Team Redline. A truly extraordinary performance, but Luke Bennett, the one to prevail on the day. Team Redline, though, don't have all the cars in that top 6, though, Lewis. Siggy is operating in that bottom 6.
No, indeed. And I will say, I'm going to be completely honest, it's unwinnable from there. He will not be able to win the race from that position. I said this earlier on the night. You need to be on the front row. Front 2 rows potentially, but genuinely, I do believe if you're going to win around here, it needs to be the front row. We've seen those groups split apart so quickly. But my only fear here, George, how large is the crash going to be? Like, there's going to be one. There's been some massive ones this evening. How big is it going to be in this?
I'm waiting for the RENNSPORT R1 crash compilation. I think that we could get, I think, at the end of this series. But yeah, unbelievable. Truly magnificent to watch, though. Just the amazing exchange between point zeros. I mean, I lost count of how many we had, I think, at that moment in time. I think there must have been about 5 that we had altogether, 4 or 5. Yeah, they were coming out for free practice, though, nonetheless. I can actually have a look, actually, because I'm using the RENNSPORT app. So make sure you get hold of one of those. Yes, 4.0s in that last one. And if you want to get hold of the RENNSPORT app, yes, you can. QR codes are there and available. Get it on Google Play or indeed the Apple App Store. Download it off there for free, and you can interact with your account and also follow the live timing for this very same R1 competition to see who's fastest and who isn't. At the moment, we have got Luke Bennett on pole position, as we said, but Dara McCormack on the front row. The rivalry between Team Redline and Virtus.pro, it could be real here, Lewis. And Virtus.pro have got 2 cars in the top 3.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, this is going to be very interesting. It's not going to be an easy run for Luke Bennett to take a victory here. To be fair, again, let's scroll our way back to Luke Bennett's pole position in the quarterfinal. Who won that race? Was it Luke Bennett? No, it wasn't, was it?
No, it wasn't. It was Dara McCormack who took the victory in that one.
Row. Yep. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying here. McCormack could be on for another victory. And remember, throwing out all the stats.
Back-to-back rounds.
The back-to-back rounds thing, like you say, where did he win his second round of those back-to-back rounds? Where was it? It was right here.
Yeah.
He's done it before. He could do it again. Do you know what I'm curious about here, George?
What are you curious?
Did he qualify on pole position in that race? I'm going to go back on the RENNSPORT app and I'll let you know in a sec.
I don't think he did. I'm going to lay it out there right now. I've got a feeling I think he started 3rd on the grid.
Well, I will hold your horses here, big man. I am on it.
I'm waiting with bated breath. You're going to tell me you was on pole now, and I was wrong. But nonetheless, I'm pretty sure it was 3rd. I could be wrong.
Oh, the stats, baby! He started 2nd place. Okay.
So I get a point for in between.
Had pole position.
Extraordinary.
Okay.
Extraordinary. But yeah, no, that's not going to show that it's not necessarily pole that dictates. I mean, at the end of the day, front row is, of course, puts you right there. I mean, I'll be honest, if Kevin Siggy wasn't on pole or wasn't on the front row, he would have been involved in that melee going through turn 3 and turn 4 in that last race. So those are the benefits to starting on the front row, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, like I say, if you're going to win, you need to qualify on those front 2 rows. But, I mean, it's an interesting one because like I say, pole position doesn't necessarily guarantee victory. Also, I think because I can't remember which side you start on. I think obviously I'm pretty sure pole position you start on the driver's left. No, again, it's really bad that we don't know that for sure. I'm going to let you talk. I'm going to step outside here for a sec.
Well, let's take you through the side grid ahead of this final race of the evening, and the final race of the seeding phase as well. Jack Keithley at the back of the grid, alongside Charlie Collins. Tell you what, who wrote that book? We've got P10 for Michael Schmiedel, Zemislav Lamanek in 9th. We've got Kevin Siggy in 8th, Dennis Schudiger in 7th. Enzo Benito starts in 6th with Kaiki Oliveira in 5th. Maximilian Benneker in 4th on the 2nd row, joined at the hip with Kevin Ellis Jr. And Virtus.pro have also got a driver just in front of him too, with Dara McCormack on the front row. But Luke Bennett, the one we didn't expect, maybe we should have done though, he's on pole position ahead of this final race of round 3, here to decide who will win ultimately this round in pursuit of greater points for their team, as we now move into the dynamic group phase, which will be coming up in around a week's time. It's going to be a thrill ride, that's for sure. But first and foremost, we've got 10 laps to decide it all here at Hockenheimring. The pace car now takes us through, and it is indeed the right-hand side of the grid. So I'm going to take all the credit for that. so make their way around the final 2 corners as Luke Bennett makes his way towards the line. 2x2, as always, a rolling start. Now as they contest over round 3, the final's underway and it's pedal to the metal and it's go, 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 go. And it's a great start for Darren McCormack. He gets the nose of his Aston Martin in front of Luke Bennett and will take the lead right at the very start. It was a beautiful jump from the Irishman. Further back we have Max Benneker, and now in behind going wheel to wheel. Once again with Kevin Ellis Jr., Enzo Benito tying up as well. As then we see Kaiki Oliveira trying to flex his way through, and Dennis Schuniger as well trying to catch after Kevin Siggy as they now make their way around turn 4 and turn 5 around the Parabolica section. It's still Darren McCormack who leads. Luke Bennett, though, is surely going to come back. There is Kevin Ellis Jr. in the bottom left of screen as he now looks to the outside line. As now down the inside comes Max Benneker as he looks to now move his way up into 3rd place, maybe even 2nd, because McCormack gets it wrong. And Bennett retakes the lead of the race with Benneker up to 2nd. 2 BMWs charge into Mercedes now. Down towards turn 9, they'll go. Back comes Darren McCormack in a pursuit for the race lead once again as they now look to go wheel to wheel. Once again, those who started on pole, we've lost Schuniger. Schuniger's gone, but Bennett withstands the pressure. His nose is in front, but they'll stay wheel to wheel coming in towards turn 12, Lewis.
Yeah, here comes McCormack on the outside as they head into Mobile 1, but like you say, it is Luke Bennett single file. Somehow they didn't all crash. Darren McCormack had an insane start to the point where I was almost like, did he jump into something? Is that possible? As there goes the spin for Charlie Collins. A day goes from bad to worse for the Porsche Coanda team, and it'll be Charlie Collins and Dennis Schuniger, both of those two spinning round on the opening lap of the final. Luke Bennett, though, is going to lead. Darren McCormack in behind. And yeah, this is going to chop and change quite a bit, but I'm going to tell you this top, 8 of them that are all in one single file train, they're not finishing this way round. There's going to be someone's going to be very disappointed in this group.
Oh, no, trust me. I think, especially with the additional points on the table, this is where you want to be. This is the fight that we all want to see. We got Luke Bennett, of course, one of the propelling figures to Redline taking a team's crown back last year in the Esports World Cup back at Saudi Arabia. He's being now moved up upon by Virtus Pro's latest acquisition and also round winner from last time out at Monza, Darren McCormack. But now Benneker, who took a much better line coming through turn 6, is going to look to try and launch a charge against McCormack. We have got the Gamers 8 Drivers Champion locked in P3 and chasing after McCormack right now as we come down to yet another heavy braking zone. And a look to the outside again from McCormack as now Bennett goes defensive. A switchback on offer here for McCormack, and by the tightest of margins, Benneker sits in behind and looks to overcut the pair of them as they come through out of turns 10 and 11. Turns 12 comes up next. They're going to stay wheel to wheel now for the lead of the race. It's Bennett now who still holds on to it. McCormack literally licking that rear spoiler on the BMW M4 as Benneker taps him in the rear.
Yeah, that's because Benneker was looking to the inside there going into the Sachs curve, and as he did, McCormack moved a little bit over. It's just the nature of that corner. So a little bit of contact, no majors there. Race control definitely don't look at that. Look at how wide Bennett goes through the penultimate corner and then into the final. He leaves the door wide open by that could bite him at the end of the race if McCormack tries to sneak one down the inside of the final. It's unlikely, but he does come out wider than most there as we'll head our way down towards turn 2 and then back onto the Parabolica. I mean, look, again, good racing, bit of an insane start is what it is. Luke Bennett is still leading, though. Bit of a slide in the background there from Kevin Ellis Jr. as he's trying to hound pressure onto the rear end of Enzo Benito. Let's go for some more switches.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be plenty of them, especially around this section leading through towards Parabolica. This is where the slipstream comes in very handy, and McCormack floating in amongst it right now. Benneker just making sure that he doesn't plough straight to the back of the Aston once again. Just priming his cars now. We've got some more wheel-to-wheel action further back. That's Kevin Ellis Jr. and Kaiki Oliveira also enter the fold in as well. Kevin Siggy, who's looking to try and lift himself higher and higher up the order, has actually gone side by side with Oliveira in a pursuit over that 6th place. Remember, he started outside the top 60, Kevin Siggy, just on the cusp of it anyway, as he now makes his way through the middle sector now, coming out of turn 10 and turn 11, turn 12 coming up next. Bennett still leads. There's Kaiki Oliveira after losing that place to Kevin Siggy. They've now got all 3 cars inside the top 6. Obviously, no qualification required. We are in the final.
Yep, indeed. We are just talking points and positions in this. This is the end of the road for the seeding round. We'll be looking at a very different style of R1 competition in the weeks after this, leading up to the Esports World Cup. It's going to be a very interesting run. That it must be said. And so far, it's also clear. One thing that is different from this race to the other 6 races we've seen so far this evening. The group is together for the most part, with the exception of Dennis Schoeniger and Charlie Collins. The group is together. They are one. It is Bennett, then McCormack, then Benneker, then Benito, Ellis Jr., Siggy, Olivero, Keithley, Schmiedel, and Lamanek. They are all in one big train, first through 10th. Let's see a replay here and see how messy things got. Ooh, yeah, that's why the spin came in from Dennis Schoeniger. Yeah, he was just to be fair, he was a bit too aggressive there on the inside.
Yeah, just a little bit of a moment coming through that sector. We've seen it before. I mean, once again, this is Charlie Collins, who got rear-routed as well. Obviously, the only Porsche Coanda car in this race, or certainly in the final. And, you know, they've had a rough enough day as it is. It's been a very poor visit to Hockenheimring for Porsche Coanda. And they'll obviously have to go back and reflect and maybe revise ahead of round 4 that we've got coming up. A very different round when we head to Fuji in a round or so's time, as we now watch as they pirouette out of turns 10 and 11 through towards turn 12 very shortly. Still Luke Bennett in control as it stands. Got to try and keep a mighty Dara McCormack at bay. I mean, credit to Bennett in many ways. He's been one of the consistent players, not necessarily one of the standouts. I mean, though you can't say his performances are obviously, you know, standouts in their own way, but maybe not to the extent of Benito and Siggy, but he has been consistent, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, look, this season, before this round, it was a 4th, a 7th, a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 7th. So 2 races outside of the top 6, but 2 podiums coming into this evening. Obviously, that's whilst the BMW has potentially struggled more so than it has done this round. This round, it's been pretty much the car to be in, to be perfectly honest. I mean, look, the top 6 has 4 BMWs and 2 Aston Martins in it. So, yeah, pretty clear as to which car I'd want to be in this afternoon. But you know, that's the ebb and flow of it. It was pretty clear you wanted a Porsche back in Spa, and I've said that a few times this evening. It was a little bit more unclear as to what car you wanted back in at Monza. Didn't know really. Like, sure, you could say Aston Martin because of Darren McCormack's clean sweep, but that was more McCormack that was making a difference. I think everyone was pretty actually balanced, relatively speaking, at Monza. But yeah, here the BMW, it is a solid and worthy competitor around here, and it's shown very well. But that means that Darren McCormack needs to take on the favoured car and try and get one over on Luke Bennett. But I think that gap's going the wrong direction for him at this point in the race.
It certainly is at the moment. Currently the train are all within a second, all the way down to P8 in between each other. Obviously the gap is lengthened in between Zemislav Lamanek and Jack Keithley at the moment. So Team Falcon's currently languishing down in 9th place. They've only got the one driver in this round, of course, or in this final, after losing 2 of their drivers out of the semi-final phase. They went in with 3, nearly 4, if of course Thomas Tatler didn't get caught out in the steward's room. But nonetheless, Zemislav Lamanek's there to represent, but we've got to give credit to Jakub Matuszewski for his win earlier on this evening, back in the quarter-final phase that brought him into the semis. As we now watch as Kevin Siggy tries to get closer and closer to the back of Kevin Ellis Jr. on the run down through towards the next right and left. It's still, though, Luke Bennett in control. Darren McCormack currently 6.5 tenths away. Max Benneker, as we said before, Gamers 8 champion, has got experience of winning in this series. Was one of the first ever winners in R1 history after taking victory at Katowice in one of the first rounds that we had witnessed in this championship. Joshua Rogers was the other one as well, and it was a pleasure to watch, certainly them both at work. And it feels like a long time ago now, Lewis, doesn't it? Katowice back in 202023 in January.
It was a long time ago. it was a long time ago, and yet still I can remember my Mackey's order. Good vibes. Yeah, it was all right. Decent. That was a long time ago. I do also remember how cold it was. Which was
very cold. We were in Poland.
We were in Poland in was it January?
In winter, yeah, January. Yeah, I think it was February. It might have been February, to be fair.
Yeah, it was cold. But thankfully the hotel to Mackey's within 50 metres, so solid. solid effort. God, I have so many horrifying stories about Gavin. Cracking. Honestly, the bunch of these are, as soon as you get them into a LAN event, it's always interesting. Let's say that. Got plenty of stories from Katowice and from Munich. Less so from Sweden. I think Sweden was a bit too cold. In 23, but still.
Yeah, it was very cold. I remember Sweden very well as well for the fall season championship, which I have to say was again, we had plenty of snowfall during that affair, and I must say the roads were pretty tricky. I remember us walking to the arena and it was very, very slippy on the road down there. You certainly didn't want to do yourself an injury, especially when you had a long amount of time in the rig, pushing, pedals, brake and accelerator pedals all night long. Here comes Kevin Siggy up the inside straight away on Kevin Ellis Jr. as he looks to try and break into the top 5 red line once again on a rampant rise. And Siggy with his nose on the BMW M4 in front of Kevin Ellis Jr. right now, and now rushing in towards turns 9 and turns 10. It is indeed all Siggy up in P5 now. Red line have got 3 of their cars in the top 5. As you can now see his reaction in the bottom right-hand screen, as you can see Kevin Ellis Jr. is in front as well. He is just fully focused. This is Siggy at his very best, and he's moved his way now inside that top 5 equation, and you never know, Benneker could be next.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be too surprised. The red line team, they're looking strong, they're moving forward, they'll work together now. Enzo Benito will try and get past his old teammate of Max Benneker. Not going to be an easy one though, BMW on BMW, and one thing that is, I feel, pretty more secured in this race as we head on to 3 laps left to go is Luke Bennett's victory. He is absolutely flying.
He is absolutely flying indeed. Very nearly opened the gap up to 7.5 tenths, and you never know, maybe a second in the not too distant future. But we know that Dara McCormack is an excellent hot lapper around circuits and has embraced the Aston Martin after making the switch from the Williams team, where it was largely Mercedes led. And obviously, whilst he was there, managed to pull out some great performances, but has now stepped things up a notch since moving across to Virtus Pro, along with the likes of his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr., who was unfortunately overtaken there by Kevin Siggy, as they now come through towards turn 6 and Spitz curve, and now down through towards turn 7 and 8 at Mercedes, in towards turn 9 as well. Benneker just over 4.5 tenths away from McCormack. Benito trying to urge himself closer and closer. The gap, though, fairly distant at the moment. Certainly not close enough to push for a move just yet on Benneker. But you never know, given the amount of time left constitutes an opportunity to close that gap. You just never know with Mr. Siggy. Enzo Benito, though this time losing out to Benneker and down in 4th place. And now Siggy's going to look to close up to the back of his teammate and fellow race winner, of course, of today's round at Hockenheimring, as we now take a overhead view of Benneker making his way around the final sector of this Hockenheimring circuit. He's got Dara McCormack in full view. If anything, Benneker might be the threat this time.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, look, he's closing back in again just because the BMW struggles. I mean, it's Team Redline. It's the only one that's able to get the most out of it. They are closing their way in. Benneker's closing up to Darren McCormack. The stats they're going against us. We got a bit excited. Well, I say we. I definitely got a bit excited about like the whole oh my god, he started from 2nd place. The last time he was blah blah back to back. Yeah, boring. That's fine. Look, we like stats. I like history. I like going through it. It ain't coming today though. Darren McCormack certainly not going to be going. Well, say certainly not. Unlikely to be going back to back this evening. That said, quality final couple of laps, you never really know. He's keeping Luke Bennett honest. At an absolute minimum, he's keeping him honest.
Maybe saving it for the final lap, Lewis McGlade. Just never know. I mean, we know one thing with Dara. You know, he doesn't show his hand very much. He's, I got to say, one of the best. He has one of the best poker faces in the game. I think where it comes to sim racing. I think in many ways. I mean, for instance, a shrug of the shoulders constituted on the odd occasion a great lap, and in this case, it wasn't such a great lap, should we say, in comparison in many ways. But I mean, no, that's going a bit far. It was a great lap, to be fair.
He gave a thumbs up for a 0.3.
Yeah.
Like, right? What do you mean thumbs up? up. That's not. We're talking about 0.1s and 0.0s, and he gave us thumbs up for it. It's got sarcasm.
This is what I mean about poker faces, you know. I mean, it's just he doesn't show his hand, does he? Really doesn't, because it was like the yield swisheroo. I think they use that phrase from time to time, as we know. Watch them come through. But on lap 10 of 10, final lap, and it's Luke Bennett in charge for Team Redline, looking to break away from Dara McCormack. Let's see what turns 2, 3, and 4 have to offer the Irishman as to whether he can get anywhere closer to the back of Luke Bennett, and maybe with the utilisation of some slipstream, maybe even put himself in the win equation. If it's going to happen, it's got to be now or never in this case for Dara McCormack, or will he go late on the brakes? Let's find out. He's now rounding Parabolica in full pursuit of Luke Bennett. There's our race leader now, as you can just see him pensively looking at his screen below as he now puts his foot on the brake just to make his way through turn 6 at Spitz Curve. Dara McCormack trying to edge himself closer, but I get the feeling, Lewis McGlade, that this one is one and done for Luke Bennett.
Yep, and he will become the first driver in R1 history to win a final in all 3 years, because, of course, and he's won 3 finals if he gets across the line in this one. He did win one back in the spring season. He also then won he won the opening round of the 2024 online season, and now could be set to win here for a 3rd final, which feels very deserving. A 19th victory for him in totality.
Definitely seems that way. And after a final appearance back at Monza, right in the wrong from Spa-Francorchamps, he will round the final 2 corners here, Luke Bennett, contributing to Team Redline's success last season to become teams champions in the EWC. He's going to mark himself as a round winner once again this season. In 2025, Luke Bennett wins at Hockenheim, and will now look to Fuji, I'm sure, for yet more success for Team Redline. But this is the perfect ending to the seeding phase, and Luke Bennett is our final race winner and final round winner of the seeding phase as well. They'll look ahead to round 4. As I said, Fuji, a largely different circuit. We'll have to wait and see how the BMW performs there, but it's Luke Bennett who takes the spoils and puts Team Redline in a superb position in terms of where they'll stack up in the group. It's been a phenomenal display, Lewis, by the team. They're going to look really smart going into Group A.
Yeah, really, honestly, very, very impressive from them. Again, it's an extreme show of force here in R1. Now, my only curiosity, and I don't believe it's going to happen, but with Charlie Collins having such a bad race, I think it'll still be all right. I do wonder how close the BMW and Team Redline Racing Bulls will be to the Porsche Commander at the top of Group A. It's definitely those two. It's definitely McCormack, but I'm sure they've closed their way up, and again, an excellent drive from Bennett.
Well, let's go and speak to yet another Team Redline driver. We're going to head across now to speak to Luke Bennett and have an interview with our race winner from the final. Luke, welcome back to R1. Great to see you here as well with us after a successful evening at Hockenheimring. You know, I said the same thing to Kevin Siggy. I think in comparison to previous rounds, this is definitely a more affirmed Team Redline performance.
Yeah, this is more what Team Redline should be. I think, especially, you know, the first couple of rounds were absolutely horrendous in our eyes. You know, even though we were P3 in the teams championship, we were not happy at all. And this is a great step up, and I think a bit of a confidence boost now for the group stages. Yeah, obviously really happy to finally get a win.
Yeah, it felt like it was a bit of a long time coming this season, even though it's only been 9 races, really, in its entirety, obviously 21 across the board. But you are the first driver in ESL, or in R1 rather, R1 history to win a final in 2023, in 2024, and in 2025. You're the first one to have done so, which is a pretty solid thing for you to have, right? I mean, is that a confidence booster for yourself as well as the team, that you're the only person that's going to do that?
Yeah, I mean, it is a confidence boost. I've really not felt very confident at all on this patch. I've been struggling quite a lot in practice, so to actually get a result out of it, or 3 results today, that I'm over the moon, to be honest. Like, I feel like it's just having this mindset now going into the group stages is going to be very helpful.
Yeah, and obviously to the group stages, obviously, Luke, that's a very different sort of system that we're adopting, I think, for the run-in towards the EWC. A very different method, I suppose, of deciding who's going to qualify and who isn't for the finals at the Esports World Cup. What are your thoughts and feelings now about moving from our typical knockout phase that we have experienced going through to a more group-style event?
I mean, I think it's going to be quite exciting. Something new for all of us. Basically, the plan is go in, win every race, and hope for the best.
Cool. Easy. Don't worry about it, mate. No worries. Very quickly, then, I'll throw you back to lap 1 of the final here. Obviously, you had a carbon copy, basically, of the quarterfinal, where you had pole position and Darren McCormack had second place. Now, obviously, in this one, in the quarterfinal, he beat you, and in this one, you beat him. But he did take the lead down into turn 1. What happened there? Did you learn anything from the quarterfinal as to how to attack him, how to get back with it? Like, what was the learning process of that?
Yeah, well, basically, we went for a little bit of a different strat on the start. You know, there's a kind of area of speed that you have to be in for the start, and we decided to go a bit lower with that. And I think Dara just kind of crept forward, and I think he has actually got a penalty for it. I'm sure though. So basically, yeah, he obviously led off, and I was wondering, you know, what's going to happen here. But I thought, you know, if he's not going to get a penalty, I'm going to have to get that P1. And as Max said, hi Max, just before the race, he said, if you're not P1, you've got to fully send it into the hairpin. So I decided to do that, and yeah, I mean, it turned out pretty well. First couple of laps, it's always fun fighting with Dara. You know, we fight quite a lot. We're good friends off the track. But I think as soon as we get on track, its handbags start to come out a little bit. So yeah, it's fun to fight with Dara. But yeah, obviously I'm happy to come out on top after being a bit annoyed in the quarterfinal that he beat me.
Well, you can't let him have all the glory, can you? And indeed, the glory's all yours tonight here, Luke. Congratulations on a tremendous effort. Well done, Team Redline, on a spirited return, and we'll see you next time, I'm sure. Look forward to seeing you when we head to round 4. But let's have a look at the highlights. Best moments from the race, and indeed, it was a very busy getaway, was it not? Luke Bennett getting a good start and was challenged by Dara McCormack. His old mate was up his inside coming through towards turn 9. Very close to contact, and we lost Dennis Schudiger as well earlier on in the lap 2, but they once again went wheel to wheel and toe to toe. This was the moment, obviously, where we lost Schudiger, and as you can see, they're getting pivoted around coming through towards turn 9 at the Mercedes section. Unfortunately for him, that was pretty much his day done. We then had a moment for poor Charlie Collins, the sole Porsche Coanda driver out there, the young man getting spun around coming through the final sector and losing a lot of tread. We then had more fighting further up as Dara McCormack viciously tried to take down Luke Bennett, but Bennett's defense was indeed resolute to a point. Really gave Dara McCormack something to think about. Max Banneker even also sticking his BMW M4 into the mixer as well, but unable to fight his way through to the lead of the race, even though they were side by side for P2 at one point. We also had Michael Schmidl representing the sole ERA esports team in their first visit to a final in R1 competition in their history. Unfortunately, they were taken down a peg or two by Zemislav Lamanek. It was wheel to wheel as well once more between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Kevin Siggy, who had fought his way from obscurity outside of the top 6 to fight his way back inside of it, but there was no stopping Luke Bennett. Whilst he was out in front, he had the clean air, he focused on building a gap, kept it around 7.5 tenths of a second between himself and Dara McCormack to take a first win in his, or first round win of this season, and that's confirmed. His win is, of course, confirmed here on screen. These are the classifications. Luke Bennett, your winner here tonight. Maximilian Benneker in second, ahead of Enzo Benito in third. 3 red line cars in the top 4, with Kevin Siggy making it into 4th place. Kevin Ellis Jr. finishing in 5th. Kaiki Oliveira in 6th. Jack Keithley, a great performance for him in 7th place. And Zemislav Lamanek for Team Falcons in 8th. Michael Schmidl in 9th, taking some big points for ERA, with Dennis Schudiger managing to recover to P10 after the spin with Charlie Collins after his spin there in 11th. And after the very quick getaway for Dara McCormack, getting punished for that and finishing 12th. Obviously, the stewards having their say after the moment. We heard Luke Bennett alluding to that during his interview. So there we are. Some major points lost for Virtus Pro in what could have been a stellar visit, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, honestly, so I didn't want to say anything because I didn't know exactly what the rules were, but I did message a couple of people. Like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, that looks like a jump start to me. Because the fact
it looked too good of a
one.
Yeah.
Right. yeah, the fact that he was leading down to turn one, there was but the thing is, for McCormack, once you've made that mistake, there's no point in being like, oh, sorry, let me go, let me let you back through. Let race control deal with that, and then you carry on. I don't think McCormack will be particularly shocked by it. It's just, it is what it is. It's one of those things. But I did think going down to turn one, I was like, there's no way that doesn't look right.
Costly mistake though, isn't it? I mean, when you think about it, because that's a huge amount of points they're sacrificing, and opens up more of a gap as well between Team Redline and Virtus Pro in the group stage.
Well, yeah, if they aren't lucky, it could cost them getting through in the Group A. I think they'll be fine, but like I say, it's opened up that gap going into the group stages. Of course, like that's its own different kind of competition stuff. But like I say, it's those kind of mistakes that can seriously cost you. Obviously, can't wait to see those team standings and see exactly if Team Redline have been able to close up to the Porsche Commander team, if they've been able to catch and maybe even overtake.
Yeah, incredible. Well, let's go and have a look at those championship standings, and here's how they stack up, and you can just see how that gap looks now. 7 points between Porsche Commander and Team Redline. Who'd have thought they would have closed it up this much, especially after we were at Monza a round or so ago. Virtus Pro down in third on 315, and that is how much that gap has been built out, especially after Dara McCormack finishing P12 after the jump start in that final race. Mouse in fourth place as well on 284. They will be at the top of Group B. The top three, incidentally, will all figure in Group A. Fine margins between Mouse, though, and Virtus Pro at the moment. Team Falcons with a hefty gap to find on Mouse at the moment, currently sat in B, as well as Team Vitality, who are on 181. They've got a lot of work to do heading into the dynamic phase as well. Atlassian Williams Sim Racing in 7th place. They are 10 points ahead of BS Plus competition in Group C, with 81 points going TC Racing's way, with Team MSI down in 10th place. They're the highest in Group D, and they've got ERA Esports for Company ahead of Guild, who also have a big amount of work to do in order to get themselves through. Remember, of course, those bottom two could yet find themselves out of it altogether, but nevertheless, it's been a special, certainly a special round. That's the end of the seeding phase, everybody. We hope you've all enjoyed it. Make sure you check out the socials as well. Check out the RENNSPORT app as well for all the information. Highlights, Lewis, just quickly?
No, I think it was a good round. Highlights just how strong Redline have been so far, but keep your eye on McCormack, keep your eye on Porsche Commander to come on strong in those group phases. Group A is going to be an epic tussle throughout that opening evening of the group stages.
Yeah, we look forward now to the next phase, which will be the dynamic group phase. Join us in over a week's time. But from me, George Morgan, and Lewis McGlade, we'll see you soon. Goodbye.